What's going on, everybody?
You must always maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to
I hope everyone's
organize.
having a fantastic
You must always
evening,
continue
afternoon,
to agitate.
pre-noon.
Because the quicker we can create
No
enough-
matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from
with Israel. The quicker
gloomy, rainy New York, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, concrete jungle, where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. Oh my God, what is wrong with me? Knicks gonna win now since you're there. That's why I'm here, to give emotional support to the New York Knicks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. I'm in Afghanistan, and it's a rainy day here in Afghanistan, but I'm having a great one regardless. And yeah, we're here. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. It's obviously 11:51 a.m. Pacific time, Saturday, May 23rd, 2026. I have a very special guest coming on today. Her name is Ashley St. Clair. You might know her as Elon Musk's baby mama. But today, she's going to be on to deliver us some juicy hot goss, some tea. But before I do that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Are you serious? Yes. Yes, I am serious. I'm also, I think, getting... Okay, I'm getting some messages as well. But you are going to get a Trump mention 100% today, 100% lock. Wait, why? Anyway, folks. Camera seems not to be focusing. Is the camera not focused? What about now? Can't tell if it's focused or not. It's a bit blurry. It's fuzzy for sure. Let's see. I can't tell if it's... Is it? It is fuzzy. What the fuck? Huh. I don't know why. It is a little... Like, when I move around, it gets off focus, I think. Yeah, I see it. It's getting weird. It's like weirdly getting fuzzy randomly. Huh. Strange. It gets like weirdly grainy when I move around a little bit. The lighting maybe? Could be. When you move closer, it holds focus on you? Yeah. Stop moving? Okay, I'll stop moving completely. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. As I was saying, it's those sconces on the wall behind you throwing it off. Maybe. But yeah, as I was saying, personal news-wise, ended the broadcast last night. And quickly got on a flight and flew to New York City. Okay. Quickly flew to New York City, and it was, an easy flight, pretty fast. Got in, passed out, woke up this morning for a big magazine photo shoot that I'm doing. Part of the reason why I'm in New York is I'm doing this magazine photo shoot, right? So getting ready for this photo shoot, we had to do a fitting this morning. And that's the reason why I'm late. And I apologize because I was doing a fitting. Will you be shirtless? No, I will not be shirtless. I will not be shirtless. Even though initially they wanted me to be shirtless, and I was like, guys, hate to break it to you, I'm too fat. Ask Ashley how it feels to play the long game. What is this? I can fix Hasan Piker, guys. Don't you worry. 12/23/2023. Okay. We'll cover that as well. Live from New York City. Why would you deprive us of this? I'm not, because I'm fat, dude. What do you mean? If I was more comfortable, if I was more cozy and with being a skinny legend, then I would do it. I would do it. Why do you think I wouldn't do it? Y'all are wrong. Anyway, it's Saturday Fun Day. You already know what it is. Iran war updates. Ash St. Clair is going to be on to talk about MAGA influencer T. Green card chaos. Kilmar Bray Garcia goes free? ? Epstein's Fury Day 85. No war with Cuba. And more. Yeah. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Would you take a look at New York State comptrollers race? 20-year incumbent liberals, Zionists versus two progressives who are splitting the vote, and one of the progressives was a Republican. And an opinion or endorsement could make it or break things? I don't think that's possible. But all right, let me blast out. Bro's literally never home anymore. Honey, the kids miss you. Dude, I know. I know the kids miss me. I'm also tired. I'm also incredibly tired. I fell asleep. I watched Marty Supreme last night. It was awesome. It actually was really good. I don't know why people were saying it wasn't good. Because some people were talking about how they didn't like it. I really liked it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. And what's also crazy about Marty Supreme is I really liked the fits. I thought Timothy Charlemagne was great. Also, the person who's styling me was also apparently a stylist for that, which is crazy because I was literally talking to her. I was talking to her about how, like, I thought the Marty Supreme fits were so good. Like, it's the type of sartorial choices I want to make. And she was like, I worked on that. You have a stylist? No, dude. It's for a magazine photo shoot. Also, I have to admit something. As much as I fucking hate this guy, Ashley's here. As much as I hate this guy, Kevin O'Leary kind of cooked in it. He was such a great actor. I'm going to be trying something crazy today. And instead of trying to grapple with the noise gate, I'm actually going to use a different microphone. Are you guys ready for that? You didn't bring two mics? Dude, what are you even talking about? You think I have a remote desktop setup. The very fact that you get like fairly decent quality, fairly similar quality to what you would normally get on the regular broadcast is incredible. I can't believe that you're complaining. Hold on. The camera's already on, so okay, I'm already live streaming. And I gotta do something real quick. I have to. No, normally I use this one microphone, but I'm trying something on my regular setup at home. It's fine. You can sit down
Not anymore. I'm reformed.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me
You're so squeaky.
I know. Let me tweak some stuff real quick. Okay, hold on. They can't even hear you yet. 1 second. Keep your jokes. Hold your jokes for a second. Okay. All right. We have it works, right? Speak into it?
Hello.
Or speak in general? Oh my god, it works.
A man told me to speak. I'm already on a better side.
Okay. Is it loud?
Test 1, 2.
What's going on?
She's got a smile that
it's good, right? It works?
Reminds me of child.
Hell yes.
Memories.
Okay. All right, Ash St. Clair, everybody. Hi.
Hello.
This is a first. This is a first ever. Where normally when I have guests on, we try to work for like the first 30 minutes on how to get the noise gate done and all this shit. And
am I doing the tech run with you?
What?
Are we testing it live?
This is the tech run. This is the first ever broadcast where we have microphones. It's a big deal. It's a really big deal. Anyway, Ash St. Clair, thank you so much for coming on. It seems strange when I start the conversation by saying like, oh, this is Elon Musk's baby mama.
Yeah.
I know. You're more than that. You are also
Thank you so much.
right-wing reactionary conservative influencer.
No, not anymore.
You used to be.
Only one of those things is still true.
And then you went woke. And
Dark woke.
you went dark woke.
Yeah.
And you've been doing the tour. You've been doing the rounds. And I was like, and I've seen some of the...
I wish people would wait to reach out to me, though, because they're going to think I'm a plant, because they're all reaching out at the same time.
Well, the reason why I reached out was because I've seen some of the things you've said about like your past opinions and the things that you believed and how you've changed. So I wanted to explore that with you. And then also I wanted to obviously ask you about the piping hot conservative tea.
Oh, I got it. I got all of it.
Because you've been, you were in this movement for a while. For those of you who don't know, I mean, you want to explain your background and everything else, because there probably are some people who are not aware.
So I got involved in right-wing politics around 18, 19 on my college campus. I was involved in like a Turning Point chapter, and it was very quickly that I was tweeting, and all of a sudden I'm driving Charlie Kirk to the airport, and I'm a special guest at the Young Women's Leadership Conference.
Okay, wait, let's start there actually, because this is fascinating for me. I've known Charlie Kirk, obviously, for many years. I debated him at Politicon twice, and I was fascinated with his journey because they basically plucked him. He wrote one high school paper. For his high school newspaper, he wrote like an article about how like a black woman, he speculated a black woman had taken his spot at West Point Academy.
What? I didn't know this.
Yeah, so here, I'll give you some deep Charlie Kirk lore. We carry the flame here on the broadcast.
Yeah, Charlie.
But basically what happened is he wrote like some kind of reactionary article in his high school newspaper, and then instantly it was on Breitbart. And then after it was on Breitbart, he was immediately on Fox News.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, and you had, I guess, a similar experience as well. So let's start there. So you start tweeting, and you're like, I hate
I'm like,
how
poor
woke
people be like,
society
feel the
is.
burn.
Yeah, okay.
Just stupid reactionary stuff. And at first, I didn't even have my photo on there. And then I was like, wait a second. This will fly. And so then I uploaded
Oh,
my
so you were like,
I was just like anon shit posting.
Ah, okay.
And then once I uploaded the photo and started going live on Periscope, it was over. Mike Cernovic and Jack Posobiec found me.
Okay.
And it was over.
So what, like, how, let's go even further beyond that though. Let's start at the beginning. Like, how did you become right-wing?
So right before I started my freshman year of college, Trump had a rally on my campus, like my new campus. Mm-hmm. So if you look in my photos, it'll just show a Trump rally that I'm at, and right next to Trump, and then I start college. And then I'm at why Young Americans for Liberty, and then Turning Point, and that was it.
But how did you like develop your worldview? Like, what was it? Were you just like?
I didn't have one. I was just very impressionable, and I'm like, this seems so cool. Like,
So in your mind, you were like, it was more so I want to be a part of the in group, and maybe it was like the cool frat guys or whatever, and they were all like, I guess, I don't know.
Sort of. I also
right-wing?
I went for philosophy, so I liked being like the contrarian token conservative in the philosophy class.
Classic.
Yeah. But I didn't know what I was talking about. I was talking about healthcare, and I was on my dad's plan, so.
Yeah. Okay, so you start your ideological journey just wanting to debate people. And wanting to be a contrarian.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And wanting some sort of validation, because once you get in that, you have a club. My only college clubs were political. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah.
And I was homeschooled in high school. So.
Oh.
Yeah, doesn't that make a lot more sense?
Okay, that makes so much more sense. Why didn't you start there? You should have started there. Yeah. That's like most of the story.
And people think I'm joking, but I'm like, when I was homeschooled in high school, we were in a little town in Montana where my only friend was a Mennonite lumberjack. Like, that was it. It was a town of like 250 people. So then I go to college and I'm like, oh, I'm so cool. And like, they really like what I'm saying.
You're Jewish.
Yeah.
You're a Jew in Montana.
And Jewish Italian, so they thought we were like
Jewish Italian. You're Jewish Italian. So that's, I don't even know which is worse, Catholic or Jewish, from the perspective of like the average Montana person.
Yes, one of our neighbors was this like 80-year-old dude on oxygen who was like arguing about black people all day, and I was like, that's really racist, Jack. But
okay,
it was very. Then I go to college. I'm like, oh, look at all these cool friends.
So I mean, that makes sense. Now this is making a lot more. Everything is clicking into place now. Now that you said you're homeschooled from Montana, and you go to college. Which college did you go to?
University of Colorado in Colorado
Okay.
Springs, yeah.
All right. So you went to University of Colorado. Everyone's woke around you all of a sudden.
Yeah, I felt like I was being like swarmed.
Okay.
Like
So
I must fight back.
Yeah. So you felt like they were trying to indoctrinate you.
Yes, because Charlie Kirk said to watch your professors.
Yeah.
I was like always looking for that professor watch list content.
That's crazy. I didn't know that
like
anyone
content.
that you were a whole ass nerd. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All of the Young Americans for Freedom guys are always so fucking nerdy, I feel like.
Well, I grew up with brothers too, so I
Yeah.
just played video games. Like I would do LAN parties, like LAN parties, playing Age of Empires till like 2 a.m. So then I go to college, I'm like, oh, I'm cool, but also
You're the
nerds.
You're the only girl in the
Yes.
YAF
100%.
meetups.
100%.
Were they all trying to?
Oh
hook
yeah,
up?
oh yeah. But there was all these rumors too. Like I learned a new person I slept with every day, so I was like, this sucks. But also,
Well, we'll get back to that in a second because I feel like that is now. I mean, not much has changed. I feel like from Young Americans for Freedom then to the conservative media ecosystem because they do all sleep with one another. From what I understand. So
yeah, they're all having sex with each other.
We'll get to that tea. We'll get to that tea in a second. But so you get out of college. You're posting. You're on
I
Periscope.
dropped out of college.
You dropped out of college.
Dropped out.
For the influencer route.
Oh yeah, because I started
Okay.
dating.
Who'd you start dating?
Do you know who DC Drano is?
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so he was like, mid-30s, and I was 20. I couldn't even order a legal drink yet. I drop out of school, and a month into dating, he moves me into his bunk-ass Tampa apartment.
Okay, and you were
plucks
like,
me
we're
from
living
my mother's house.
We're living the high life. DC Drano is one of the
Binder boy.
Yeah, one of the Binder guys.
Yes.
Epstein Binder. Wow, he's hot.
Oh no! Stop!
He's sexy.
Stop it.
Okay, so you were dating.
Yeah, nobody cared when I was dating an ugly broke man.
Okay, so this is DC Drano. Try that in a small town.
But he's like, he also cosplays. Like,
Oh, he does?
He has hands that are softer than mine, and then he will like wear this costume. He will purposely leave mud on his truck and like scream, and he's like, people expect Drano to have mud on his truck. Like just batshit. But so then he tells me, he like molds me. I'm like this perfect little 20-year-old influencer. He's like, here's what you post. Here's what you hold on the signs. Like he's telling me what to write on the sign outside of the ICE detention center.
Okay, so do any of these guys like? So you were, in some ways. I mean, and I don't mean like groomed in like the legitimate way, but you were like groomed in the OG way to be this like conservative.
Because I was so insecure and so pick me that I was like, absolutely, I will. Yes, sir.
So they turn you into this this media demon. But what I don't understand is, like, where are the true believers? Like, because from my perspective, I always
on
feel
Facebook,
like
and they're your grandma and grandpa.
yeah, but like I feel like a lot of the younger crop of conservative influencers, like they're very clearly angling for some kind of like media opportunity. They're not real. They're not actually genuinely like I read Rothbard. I'm a huge
They don't
libertarian.
read at all, Hasan. They don't read
Well,
at all.
I mean, I know that.
No, like when you talk to them about the books behind them on their shelves, like none of them read them. They can't tell you anything about the books behind them on their shelves.
So it's just LARP. They're just
Yes.
fed talking points, and they're just repeating
And
those
putting
talking
mud on
points.
their trucks.
I would go so far as to say, and I hate to, I mean, this is not even giving him credit at all, but like, I think that's part of the reason why Nick Fuentes has so much appeal is because he is like, he can demonstrate basic literacy and competence and a more sophisticated understanding. Like he has a worldview. I mean, he's a heinous little neo-Nazi creature, but like it is obvious that he comes from a background where he has more of a genuine interest in this
He
kind
reads
of
more
thing.
than most of the people on Fox News.
Yeah. So I think that's probably probably part of the appeal. Even though I found out that his audience is mostly older, I thought it was like a lot younger. But turns out
Are they
a lot
really?
Of, yeah.
I thought all of his. There was one time when a bunch of the Grapers got banned on Twitter, and they were coming to me for help, and one of them calls me and he has like this European accent. I was like, wait, are you even fucking American?
Oh,
He's
no,
like,
no, no, they're
no,
not.
but thank you so much for helping me, Ashley. I was like, what
No.
the fuck?
Yeah,
It's
no,
like,
so on
America first, and his profile picture was like AF.
Yeah,
Like
no,
America
no.
first.
They're okay. So this is actually a really interesting thing that I didn't know was going on either. There's another guy on this platform called Asmongold. I don't know if you're familiar with him at all.
Oh,
Yeah, he is like
he like makes me shiver.
Yeah, he's
You
like
just know he smells.
bizarro me in every way, including hygiene and dietary habits. But his audience is mostly European, and they love LARPing as MAGA. They love that's the number one thing.
They probably like identify with his lack of orthodontics.
Well, it's that might be part of it, but it's fascinating to me because on the internet, not to sound like Mark Levin, but there are a lot of people that are not in America that are talking about American politics and presenting themselves as Americans. Sure, there's
Why is that Mark Levin though? That's just
because he always says the third world is watching Tucker Carlson. Because he says Tucker Carlson's audience is not American, which I mean could possibly be the case. I know a lot of WhatsApp onks that love Tucker Carlson.
the
Let's
WhatsApp
be
onks
real.
do love him.
Yeah, Bangladeshi WhatsApp onks are just sharing his videos all the time. But on the other side of it, it's very it's fascinating because American politics is being consumed by everyone around the world, and they're all LARPing as Americans.
Yes.
So you have the third worldist position, which obviously I'm sympathetic to, and those guys are LARPing as Americans, but they're LARPing from all these different parts of the world, and then a shit ton of the MAGA movement on the internet, and I don't mean just bot accounts or accounts that are very clearly doing propaganda. I mean people's personal consumption. In their own personal experience, you got a bunch of right-wingers from the Netherlands.
Yes.
That's
half the Groypers.
Yeah, who are dialed in on the Asmongold commentary, who will constantly talk about how Europe is falling apart.
Yes.
Because
But that also makes it more, so that's why some people within the right-wing space, they like co-opting those populist movements.
Yeah.
Because it's really, really easy, and those markets are already dialed in. They love consuming American politics.
Yeah, everyone loves it. Everyone loves LARPing as an American, but it seems like they can't vote here because they're not even physically
Depends
here.
on who you ask, though.
Yeah. So we'll get to that in a second as well. We'll get to that. But okay, so you're dating DC Drano. He's a stud. I mean, look at how handsome this three-piece suit. I mean, this is
Binder boy.
Yeah. God damn. These guys. What a journey
When I
this
first
was.
started making TikToks about him, he called me for 2 hours crying. He's like, please, you know what he said? He said, please show me mercy, Ashley. That's what he said.
Wait,
on the
really?
Whole call. Yeah. I was like,
Have you
mercy, I
shown
made
him-
TikToks.
Have you shown him mercy?
No.
Okay. So these guys are all, would you say that, I mean, I feel like after a certain point, through this evolution, they do start believing their own shit though, right? There's gotta be, or they're not woke.
They reached a level of paranoia. And there's something so weird. Most of these guys within MAGA were total losers in high school and college.
No.
Yeah, but it's a common theme, and it really sticks with them. It really sticks with them. That's what they talk about when they're sad at night. And I don't know why it's a common theme, but it's this is their redemption now. He's like, I'm cool. Everyone loves Drano.
But they're not.
No.
And they're. Do they recognize that? They must, right? Because I feel like this was a big grievance for Donald Trump too. Something that animates Donald Trump is the fact that he never got mass appeal or broad appeal from liberal intelligentsia. He grew up in New York.
Palm Beach didn't want him.
Yeah.
That's why he started Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
They're like, he's too weird and blunt.
Yeah, and he's rude. He's a slumlord. And he
He's
was
white
too,
trash.
Yeah, he was nouveau riche. He was too gauche. He wasn't old money. So the New York elite never saw him as one of their own. And I think that's what a lot of that resentment. That's where a lot of this resentment comes from. And I feel like there's a different version of that within the conservative
Yeah, no, he's like, I'm going to rename everything after me. You're never going to be able to not look at me. I'm going to be on your bridges, at your airports. I don't understand how the Republicans don't think that's crazy. Because I get it.
It's a cult.
They can say, I'm coming from a place of spite or whatever, scorned woman. But I don't know how they look at all of this, and they don't think it's insane, objectively.
I mean, the craziest thing is, like, Republicans hate, at least if there's one consistent principle that Republicans are supposed to hate, it's like wasting taxpayer money, right?
Yes.
Like, small government. I hate when the government's stealing from me in the form of taxes. Donald Trump's $1.8 billion like slush fund that he created after basically becoming the president and then suing himself was like, I mean, that's the clearest example of just like stealing money from the American taxpayer to pay whoever he wants with this like unaccountable entity. And if they don't even get mad at that, I don't know what they can get mad at. I mean, they're just cucked. I think they're unbelievably cucked.
They have no spine. Nobody wants to stand up for anything. They don't want to lose their cushy positions. They don't want to lose their job in Congress. They don't
I mean, but we see that with like, what's his face? Not Thomas Massey was consistent, so I do give him credit for that. But the other guy, Bill Cassidy, who just got ousted because Donald Trump wanted to punish him for trying to indict him for January 6th.
I think Boebert was the only one who didn't lose her primary.
Yeah.
Who was on the Epstein. Voted for the release.
Well, Bill Cassidy wasn't even on the Epstein thing. It was an older grievance. It was the January 6th stuff, right? And he wanted to punish him, and then all of a sudden, the moment that he knows he's no longer, he doesn't have to worry about re-election, he comes out and actually votes on the War Powers Resolution. And it's like, so you knew that this was bad from the start, and you're just a piece of shit.
Isn't that shittier than just not doing anything at all? You're like, oh.
No, I mean, I'm still happy that there's a spoiler in the Republican side, but it's just like very frustrating that these guys, when they don't have anything to lose, only then do they openly admit that this stuff is awful.
I don't know. Having nothing to lose is a superpower, though. I will say.
On the Democratic Party side, unfortunately, it plays the exact opposite role, and that's why you have the likes of Jared Golden, I believe, who's constantly.
What a last name! That's so cool.
Yeah, he's the one who's constantly stopping. He's the lone vote usually that allows the Republicans to not get punished in any way, shape, or form, like in the War Powers Resolution. So like, the Democrats and the Republicans work in this like inverse manner, where the Democrats that have nothing to lose will always be the one spoiler vote that will go and caucus with the Republicans, and then the Republicans that are the Republicans with nothing to lose will be the spoilers for the Democrats.
Can we get my ex-boyfriend off screen?
Oh yeah, sure. Well,
I was listening.
We're gonna move on to other ex-boyfriends in a second.
No.
So.
Okay, wait. You have to open my gift.
Oh yeah, you got me a gift.
Yeah.
Where is? Oh, it's right here.
There's pastries too. There's Greek pastries like baklava too.
Oh my God.
But it says Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. You got me so much.
They
what
look
the
so
hell?
good. It's a really good bakery. Pie
New York Bakery.
Shout out to Pie Bakery.
Whoa, this is crazy.
So good.
You're trying to fatten me up.
Oh yeah.
God damn.
I like them a little fat.
Okay. True. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
What else? What is this?
This is a hoodie.
You got me a hoodie.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put this down here. Oh God, what's gonna be in this hoodie? This is gonna be. Let's see.
You ready? Are you ready, chat?
Oh God. Oh no. I'm not even gonna see it first. Chat's gonna see it before I do.
I've been sent by Benjamin Netanyahu to get his Twitter account banned.
This is. Oh my God.
Clip it.
Okay. That's crazy. That's
you
crazy.
Like it? It's pretty comfy.
I love it. Thank you so much.
It's comfy, even though you're not a hoodie guy anymore.
No, I'm not.
What is with the
I'm a
I mean,
suit
you
guy
look
now.
good, but
So I keep getting clipped on Fox News, and I thought I would be more appealing to the grandmothers and the grandfathers that are watching if I'm in a suit while they clip me. And it's worked so far.
you're whitewashing yourself.
Yes, I'm trying to. I'm
see.
trying to do the.
Okay.
I'm trying to do that to the best of my ability, and it's been working though, because I keep hearing from people that like their grandparents will be like, "Who's this Hasan guy?" I keep hearing about it. What a handsome fellow he is, and it's like, it works.
You know, my mom, every time I do shows, she's like, "Oh, I love that person," like all the left-winger, even Kyle Kalinske. And then I was
What do you
like,
mean even? That's my goat. That's the dark
he's
wing.
a little vulgar, whatever.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
I was like, "Oh, I'm going on Hasan's stream." She goes, "That'll be fun." She's like, "That'll be fun." But it's fine.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Probably watching. No, you're not allowed to say hi to my mom. Don't talk to my mom.
Wait, why not?
Because.
Okay. Hi. Hi, Mama St. Clair. Is that what it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that
it
your?
confuses people. They're like, "Oh, that's not a Jewish name." I'm like, "My dad is French."
Okay. Then-
Oh, you know what I found out afterwards too? That you have beef with Suzanne Lambert.
Yeah, I don't really know her at all, but she's like, she doesn't
I was
like
so
me.
confused to hear that though, because I didn't get that from talking to her. Like, she didn't say, "Oh yeah, I hate Hasan," and said
This is
that
like a random.
he shocked his dog.
Yeah, she was like the first. She was the first to market on the liberal side to be like, this guy's a dog abuser. He fucking sucks. But I think I first of all, it's a one-sided beef for the most part. I don't really know anything about her, but I think it was also because of ideological differences. I think a lot of people grab onto whatever drama they can when they have a disagreement with me on my worldview, but instead of addressing our disagreements, they will just like, slander or lean in and farm the algorithm.
Yeah, because she
And-
was surprised that I was like, they're scared of Hasan on the right.
Yeah.
Because you can capture like the male audience that they don't.
Yeah. But that's also part of the reason why they don't like me. Because they think I'm too vulgar, I'm too broy. Like, there's a lot of liberals who disagree with my worldview, but then there's also a lot of people on that side that also find me to be
But also,
really vulgar
from what
and
I've
broy.
seen, and again, like I'm not on Twitter, so I don't see as much of it anymore. I always see them regurgitating like the same few clips of you, and I feel like if you're live every day for that long, like there should be more. Like if they
Yeah.
can only pull up like a few.
I mean, there is
clips.
more. There is more. And I will keep creating more clips as well,
Yeah.
because it's impossible for me to talk about politics in a contentious environment with real-time feedback, with people who are like actively coming in here to start shit, who are
Do you get a
with an-
lot of that? People coming in to your
yes.
chat for that?
I have an army of like hate watchers as well that like sit in Discord servers, and they literally all they do every day is stalk me, my family, my loved
Yeah, they do
ones,
that to me too.
and then
It's like mostly on Reddit for me though.
yeah, it's mostly on Reddit for me as well. But they're in Discord servers. They're all over Reddit. They're all over Twitter, and they'll just they'll wait for an opportunity to clip something out of context, and they'll just like negatively frame it. And because I think people have gotten way dumber, most people don't even look at the actual video. Sometimes they even
Because
clip
they
it in
don't want
context.
to though. Like
Yeah.
they really like junk food information. They don't consume actual media. Even the right wing, like they hardly actually read full articles.
Yeah.
They're just like headline consumers. And I think a lot of people are, but like primarily with the right wing, they don't read. Like
No.
they're sequestered to Fox News, and even that it's like the digital clips that they'll pull out, and
Yeah.
that's it.
So but if the entire market is like that, then it doesn't matter what the truth is, right? Like, and that's kind of how I that's the drama I find myself in with regular frequencies is like if there's enough appetite for negative framing, and I do have a lot of obviously like ideological opponents. There's a good market for churning out this kind of
Oh,
content.
tell me about it.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
But I mean, it is what it is. It's a part of the business, I guess. So that and the death threats, you just have to
Oh my god,
figure out.
so bad too.
You just have to figure
They're
out how to deal
really
with it.
dedicated to it, and they will pull up things like fragment information to make these conspiracies. And I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
this could not be more wrong.
Yeah.
But what do you can't address everything like all the time.
Yeah, you should. My policy is don't even address it. I gave up on addressing it.
Sometimes I like it though, because I like being a little cunty sometimes.
Okay, that's good.
So I like fighting with them.
But before we talk about Suzanne Lambert and like clip culture, what were we discussing? So you all right? So you're done with DC Drano. I don't know what happens there, but you guys are no longer dating at a certain point.
He had a secret sleepover with Annapolina Luna, and they claim nothing happened.
So they all fuck around, right?
So they say nothing happened, and I'll stipulate to that, though.
What do you mean?
Right?
What do you mean a sleepover?
Okay, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I will stipulate to their version of events that they did not fuck each other. However, it's really weird.
But she's a rep now, right? She's a United States representative.
She's in Congress, and so it's not just me though. Like all of his exes say the same thing. We've unionized. We have a group chat. I've never had so many exes in a group chat, and I was in a harem. So, and they all have the same story. But I was out of town, and then I come back, and there's a face mask in our shared bathroom, which was weird because I had already moved to the guest room because he was annoying the shit out of me. And I'm like, whose face mask is this? And he's like, oh, I thought it was yours. I would never use something that cheap. Who was here? And he's like, it was Anna, but she was just staying here because she's moving to the district to carpetbag because she was living, I think, in Washington at the time.
What the fuck? Wait.
And like she will call him in the middle of the night being like, oh, look at the sky, look at the star. Like fucking weird. The whole situation is weird. And then I talked about this on my TikTok, and you know what the next thing she does is?
What?
Mind you, I'm saying that she was obsessed with my ex-boyfriend. The next thing she does is post a video of Elon with 15 sparkle emojis. I'm like, you're one weird bitch. Like that's the way you respond to me saying you're obsessed with my sloppy seconds.
So you think she's going after the people that you've hooked up with?
I think she's just a weird bitch. She would say that she had like premonitions and visions, and her and Rogan would like take this as fact. And these people are in our government.
I was about to say, why? There's so many of them, though. The Navy secretary.
She said that his ex-wife had a rotten spiritual smell. Like, they're weird. They're really weird.
Yeah, I mean, even Tucker Carlson has that as well. Like,
the demons?
He's talked about being possessed by demons, like, or he was sleeping one time and he, like, woke up with scratches all over him or something. What the fuck is that? Why are so many people like... I've never had an experience like that. Am I missing out?
No,
I don't understand.
We're not close enough to God for that.
But, like, is that clout? Or do they genuinely believe it?
I don't know. We need more clout with God.
No, but I mean, seriously, like, does that give them more legitimacy in this movement when they say unhinged, crazy shit?
With some people, I guess, because her whole thing is, like, pretending like she has more info on, like, the JFK files and aliens than she does. Like, she's just a weird bitch. Okay. She was pretending to be Jewish for a minute, and then it came out that her grandfather's a Nazi.
Oh my God. Okay.
They were calling her the new George Santos.
We have to talk about this. we have talked about this a little bit. I have some friends that I've discussed this with, not just yourself, that put me on this journey where I found out that a lot of conservative commentators who aren't Jewish actually LARP as though they are.
You know who else did that? Rogan, DC Drano. I have a photo of him at the fucking wall. He's rapping. He's wrapped up.
Okay, are they actually saying they're Jewish, or are they just like philo-Semitic or something?
No, they're like claiming to be Jewish. Like Rogan would go around telling people he was Jewish, like that his grandmother wasn't, all this stuff. But then he has like Christian tattoos. He's like Jewish when he needs to be, and then he's Christian when he needs to be. Like he did it to get like PragerU deals.
What the fuck is that? It's like it's the reverse of what Nazis do. Like, you know how like Nazis will be like, oh, here's a list of all the media executives, and then they'll be like, and they're all Jewish, and then you look at the list and you're like, wait a minute, those people aren't Jewish, and then there's an asterisk next to their name, and it's like suspected Jew. So
did you ever see Danny's video where he's like, I'm the guy who finds the Jews and all the things?
I think I know who you're talking about.
So good.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm the guy.
So what is that about? Why are they just like LARPing as though they're Jewish?
Before October 7th, it used to be like more cool. Like that's how you would get a PragerU deal. That's how you get more deals.
By being Jewish?
Yeah. Oh, PragerU fucks with the Jews.
Well, I mean,
they're like, hell yeah. Let's go, Rogan. You get a sit down now.
There's a you know.
You get more Jewish donors. You get more.
PragerU might literally be an intelligence cutout if we're being real. So it's not the American one. I mean. They have deep ties with the Israeli government.
It used to be very beneficial to be like I'm Jewish. Or I've been to a Shabbat dinner, which, by the way, Shabbat Shalom.
Oh yeah. Wait, is it? Oh, it's technically.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday. You're right. So, I guess in some way, what are they? They're like Shabbos goys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're the little Shabbos goys of the right.
So, that's a very strange thing. There are some very high-profile people.
Wait, let me find the photo of Rogan pretending to rap the.
Whose Judaism has been called into question, and I genuinely am afraid of saying this person's name because I just am afraid of the way she looks. So I'm not going to say it.
Jigsaw.
Okay.
You know, Ozempic was the worst thing to happen to her because it just like made that situation so much worse.
Wait, she's on Ozempic? I feel like she
You think she lost that weight through hard work?
Was she fat? I don't even know.
I don't think she lost that weight through hard work.
I didn't even realize she was. I have never.
She used to be a little chunky monkey.
Oh. Okay. Well, I only remember Laura Loomer talking to that one like.
You named her.
Yes, I did. Well, you said Jigsaw. It's out already, but. Yes, Laura Loomer has a high school yearbook photo, and I don't know if it's like doctored or not, but she's wearing a cross in the high school yearbook photo. And there's suspicion that she's not.
has a video of her like being taught to draw a Star David. Did you ever see that?
No, I also am not, I don't know any of these. I know of these people, and I very actively stay away from them because they freak me out and they gross me out. But.
Wait.
But yeah, from what I understand, and also make sure you don't show your phone onto.
There's him pretending to rap. Like you would think by like the second rap, you'd be like, this is a bad idea.
So when you said, since Rogan wanted to out himself as a subject of my TikTok, here's how far this man went pretending to be Jewish for business deals on the paid trips to Israel. He's not even Jewish, though I'm sure you can still find his old tweets claiming to be when it was good for business. He also says, I'm just attacking America First Patriots when only one of us took paid trips to Israel. He's as much
I was
Jewish.
offered too.
He's as much Jewish as Elizabeth Warren is Native American. His brother allegedly said they have like 1% Jewish heritage, and he is not, nor has he ever been practicing. Whatever my mental health issues, I ain't doing whatever the hell this is. Pretend to be someone you're not is why your marriage lasted less than a year. He then went around smearing his ex-wife, who's literally the nicest girl ever, as a gold digger. I genuinely have no idea why these people outed themselves when I use fake names. And this right here isn't even any personal relationship tea for me. His Jew cosplay is public. That's crazy. I thought they just like go and, kiss the wall and do the tefillin to just be like, see,
you can't do tefillin unless you're Jewish. Before they wrap it, they're like, are you Jewish?
Oh, I didn't know that.
So that's why I'm saying by the second
kind
rap,
of a
you
bummer,
think
because
he
I
would be
always
like,
thought
damn.
it was such a cool. I think it looks cool. It's like you're like Spartan.
I mean, we could work something out.
Yeah. I didn't realize you had to be Jewish to do tefillin.
Yeah, they ask you. They're like, "Are you Jewish?" So he had to
yeah, but
tell that guy
the
yes.
wall kissing is not like because I know there's motherfuckers who are definitely not Jewish who are kissing the wall. So that's Mike
more. Mike Huckabee's probably there right now.
Yeah, Mike Huckabee makes out with the wall, but that's just his own personal. I've said this before. I think Mike okay, let me hear your perspective.
His daughter's
on this.
really nice though. Like Sarah is really not like a nice person. Like okay, politics aside, she was very nice. Why do you not like her?
I don't like any Republican.
Okay, but like just seeing her with her kids, like she was super nice.
Yeah.
And when you're with some of these people personally,
she literally legalized child labor in her state as the
what?
governor. Yes.
Okay, I haven't paid attention. Okay, look, I'm already gonna be canceled.
For me, it's like I don't really care about how they are in the real world or in their.
How did she legalize child labor?
They just signed it into law. State legislature
okay,
lowered
I'm just talking
restrictions.
about personally, because some of these people. Oh my god. The rumor is she got 2 nose jobs and she still looks the way she does.
Laura Loomer, I believe in quiet, listening to others, and always keeping an open mind and different opinions.
No, that's not. No.
Yeah,
What
and
happened?
She has a cross on. Well, what happened is like when she went to college, she was already an operative, where she tried to start an ISIS fan club. I think she was working with James O'Keefe, right? Chat, correct me on this if I'm wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, she was a James O'Keefe operative.
She tried to start an ISIS fan club?
Yes, and she got expelled. Because like her whole point was like, oh, these guys love Muslims so much, like they're gonna let me start an ISIS fan club. And so she petitioned to start an ISIS fan club, and the college was like, no. what the fuck? And you're expelled for trying to start an ISIS fan club. And so it backfired on her. And then she just only doubled down her entire, like, she's the only person I know that's been banned from every app for being Islamophobic.
And then she doubled down and locked herself to Twitter headquarters.
Yeah, that was awesome. And now she's won, though.
I feel like people should just spam this in her comments, like, anytime she posts anything. Like, this is all that needs to be said to her.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
but
this.
what I
Just
but
spam that.
but what's crazy about this legendary Huckabee child labor photo? That's funny. What's crazy about it is that I first knew about Laura Loomer because she had this clip going around, right? And this is
Someone said, I think being too ugly can radicalize.
Yeah, look, this is the famous clip, right? This is the famous clip.
Oh, with Mike Ma.
I don't know who that is, but
So he was on Milo's tour.
Okay, so
This was during like peak Milo Yiannopoulos tour days.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but here, Pig Saw. Oh my God. Here, this is the famous clip. But I have to issue a fucking nuclear cringe warning here. I know you guys in this community have seen this clip many times. Have you ever seen this clip?
It's really
Oh,
bad.
you've seen this clip?
It's really bad.
Okay, here it is.
So good, you're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you.
I know, I'm Jewish.
You're Aryan too. And she goes, look at his head. His head cocks. As soon as she says, no, I'm Jewish.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
Like, what's up? Was he gonna fuck her if she was Aryan?
I told
like,
you, you used to get like clout for being Jewish back in the conservative days.
Yeah. Okay. There's
The
gonna be
OG
echo
mega
chat.
days.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait,
yes.
is there echo?
Yeah. There's gonna be echo because
Echo.
we're listening to the video.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair. God damn it. Fix it. Fix my hair.
If a man ever recoiled like that when I touched his hair, I would literally never show my face ever again.
Yeah. I think Laura Loomer doesn't have any setbacks on or self-restraint.
That is
She has
really
no shame.
embarrassing.
That's her superpower.
I think Trump called her to wish her a happy birthday. I think it's her birthday.
Wait, today's her birthday?
I think so. I don't know.
What
Maybe I'm
the
spreading
fuck?
misinformation, but I think today is her birthday.
Loomer's downfall, this was back in 2018, and she's up now, so it doesn't matter. But Loomer's downfall is funny because she started out as an O'Keefe rat fucker and had her career peak at Muslim bashing Twitter asshole, best known for getting blackout drunk and hitting on a Nazi. Yeah, except she won. Like, this was...
Like, you gotta give her
2018.
respect for that. Like, she won't die.
I don't want to give her respect
Like,
for that.
She won't go away.
I think she is, in many respects, like the perfect political operative for how bad things have gotten for our times. And that's the reason why her career keeps advancing. In spite of the realities that she is an insane person, like demonstrably insane person.
Yeah, she's just like the thug they use.
But like, she has no redeeming qualities. She has none. She has no redeeming qualities. She's not hot.
No.
Like, and the only reason why I bring that up is because like,
that should not be the first option.
no, but like my point is, Trump obviously cares about that, right? Like Trump cares about the physical
I don't
appearance.
know. Have you seen Mar-a-Lago?
No,
It's
but
like a very
but in
specific
Trump's
brand.
inner circle, like if you look at some of the people that he hires, like he either hires for loyalty or he does care about like the way that people around him are perceived, like their physical appearances.
Yes, that would be it.
And Laura Loomer is hard to look at. Why do you think he fucking hates his sons? I think it's literally because they're ugly as shit. They're losers, but also they're ugly as shit, and I think Trump hates that. You don't think so? That's why he loves Ivanka.
That makes sense.
Like
She's very aesthetically pleasing.
yeah, she
But I think
also
he likes
is in with
Ivanka
the,
too much.
Yeah, that's true. But she's also in with the liberal in crowd, right?
She's like very popular in Hollywood.
Yeah. And I think Trump loves that because that's all he wanted. Like if let's say I wanted to play in the NBA, okay? And then
you?
I mean, I was never going to be able to do that.
If they give you an offer right now, would you do it?
I mean, yes, but I would never be able to do that because I'm dog shit. But my point is, let's say I want to play in the NBA. I marry a WNBA player, okay? And then two of my kids are ass. They're like, for some weird reason, they're like 5'3". Okay, and then the one child I have is like 6'10". I'm gonna care about that child. And for Trump, Ivanka is the child that made it to the NBA because she got in with the liberal intelligentsia, with the in crowd, with the Hollywood people. That's all Trump ever cared about. That was his major gripe. So his next of kin was, a failure.
She just had to marry like Satan to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, yeah, Trump is a looks maxer. Well, he can't looks max himself, but he's a looks maxer for the people around him.
Is everybody looking nice and handsome and thin?
So we got Laura Loomer here talking about how she's.
Are you trying to get me like attacked?
I mean, you're on this broadcast. You're gonna get attacked no matter what, and I'm gonna get attacked. So we're in this together.
Why are you
now.
gonna get attacked?
Why am I gonna get attacked? What do you mean? Laura Loomer fucking talks about trying to get me deported every day. She genuinely will.
She could actually succeed
she can't.
at
I'm
that.
an American citizen. So that would be like, that would be such
Weren't
a.
like half of the people that went to El Salvador.
Yes, but the constitutional crisis that would create is far too large for the Trump administration to invoke when they don't have the popular approval to be able to lean into that kind of thing at this point. I think it is a genuine concern. It's something that I think about, but I always used to tell my audience, like, I'm the last in the line. By the time they get to someone like myself, if they're denaturalizing someone like myself, a high-profile media figure too, like who is an American citizen who lived here as a taxpayer, that means everyone else is already in the camps, So I don't worry about it too much. All right, let's watch the rest of
You
this.
posted on Instagram recently when you got like reinstated on Facebook was so hot. Like,
Oh,
I appreciate it.
it's so hot.
I'm gonna grab my coffee.
And then the Nazis hate me.
It's fine.
Not all right people want to put me in a gas chamber. Because they're obsessed with the
I don't know. I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay. It's all right.
I don't care. I love it.
I feel like that sometimes.
I know. They're just jealous because I have big tits and I
Oh my god.
Yes!
No.
Yes, that's what it is. We got it.
Did you ever see the photos of her as a nurse?
No.
She's like in this like slutty nurse costume.
Oh no.
I think she gets mad at like the hot e-girls because she tried so hard and people were still like, no, it's not gonna work.
I mean, yeah. At some point, you got to give up. Like, why? Just be true to yourself.
And I feel bad because I felt bad for her at one time. Like she would send me these texts. She's like, I'm alone on Christmas. Like I don't have family. Like all this stuff. And I'm like, I feel so bad for this girl. But then she just goes like batshit insane.
I mean, but that's exactly who you would expect. There's always those you expect to go batshit crazy. But again, this is rewarded. Like, there's always been hatchet men and rat fuckers and operatives like that have led colorful lives, like Roger Stone, right? So there is already, I mean, he has a fucking full Nixon back tattoo, right? Like, that's insane. And he's a swinger.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's a swinger, full Nixon back tattoo. He is like the classic Republican operative with a colorful persona. But now the entire movement is comprised of people like this.
Yes.
So it's basically turned into this insane. It's an insane movement led by insane people with no real like ideological agenda, no real discernible goals. Their North Star is Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, I don't think, is an ideological fascist either. I think he's just found himself most comfortable in that slot. So he's just he's going through the motions because like that's what allows him to seize more power. So they're all rudderless in many respects.
Yeah, but isn't that ideologically fascism?
To a certain degree, yes. But there's
Isn't
not
that
like
the definition.
like it in practice it doesn't matter because it is fascist, right? This administration is fascist. The only reason why I make that distinction is because like he's just not like sophisticated or well read enough to have like any sort of ideological backbone beyond self-interest. Like he's not.
Yeah. Well.
You think is? I mean, you might know better than I do, but that's my assessment.
No, I also think it's.
I think there are.
I mean, self-interest, but also he does have a deep desire to protect like those within his circle or sphere of influence, not just for himself, but like there's.
Yeah, but doesn't he chop them down all the time? I mean, look at Pam Bondi. Like Pam
When they
Bondi
can't
was
do
loyal.
anything for him.
Yeah, Pam Bondi was always loyal. So that's what I mean. His highest priority is not to like design a white society or whatever. His highest priority is to make as much money as possible and gain as much power as possible. And the unitary executive theory is on the right, and he's like firmly established himself as the guy who can consolidate the base. He wants power and he's vain.
I think that's fracturing, though.
You think so?
Yeah, the base is being fractured away from Trump. Like, there's a very small percentage of people, at least from 2015 to even up till 2024, like it is fracturing severely. That's why you're seeing people like Tucker or Candace or Megyn Kelly and all of these people fracturing out.
So I think about that a lot, and I don't know if they actually have like any influence in the MAGA base still. I feel like the MAGA base just goes with Trump no matter where he goes.
I think Candace probably has more influence because she has so many women in her audience, and they will never admit it, but it's white women are the reason that Trump won. Like, without white women, he wouldn't have won. And so Candace being able to fracture women like that, I think she has a lot more influence than any of the other ones in terms of that.
It's true.
So
that's definitely true. Yeah, she does have a lot of white women in her audience. It's crazy.
Just women generally. She's got a lot of black women in her audience, too.
She's got a lot of liberal women in her audience as well. And that I find insane. But, like, they love the way she covers real-world news as a true crime drama with, like, insane conspiracy theories baked into it. It's unbelievably appealing to a lot of people.
And for she's actually saying things that she saw within MAGA, whereas like people like Tucker or Marjorie Taylor Greene or Megyn Kelly, they know a lot more than someone like me or even Candace know.
But they're
not saying
operatives.
anything.
Yeah, they're operatives. They won't
anything.
say it. They won't leak it.
And I feel like that's the actual indicator of if their mind has changed. Like, leak it. Spill their secrets. Stop keeping secrets for them. Like, if you're still keeping secrets for them, you might as well be on their side.
Well, that's because Tucker, I think, is like designing for a future post-Trump. He's trying to position himself as like the guy who will own the anti-war isolationist lane, because I think that's what he sees the base moving towards, like the younger Republicans moving in that direction, and he wants to have credibility in that space. So he can either run himself or lend that credibility to potentially J.D. Vance. Because Tucker is reluctant to talk about Palantir. And for me, with guys like this in the right-wing sphere that are like, I'm no longer fucking with Trump, that's often like one telltale sign that they're still invested in a new evolution of the right, when they don't go after Palantir or Peter Thiel
or big tech like generally.
Yeah.
Because that's overtaking the entirety of the right wing and the administration, and all of the levers of power within our government is big tech.
Yeah.
So they're driving Donald Trump. Donald Trump is like at behest of tech oligarchs at this point.
So let's talk about that. So how do we arrive at Elon Musk? You go from Drano. And you're still posting on Twitter or Periscope? Is that what you said?
I was going live on Periscope sometimes, but mostly Twitter. I was just posting on Twitter, and then Rogan got me into Instagram, had me holding the poster boards, and I'm like selling anti-socialist social club shirts, selling the T-shirts, and then there were a few chapters. I worked at a company co-founded by Benny Johnson.
Oh my God, he's gay, right?
There are people.
All I know for a fact that he is not allowed to go on work trips without his wife present now.
Now? Because he used to.
Yeah.
He used to.
He used to go on work trips without his wife. I wonder why he's not allowed to go on work trips without his wife any longer.
He used to.
Maybe there's more.
2021, 2022. He used to.
Yeah.
He's like a psychopath, though. Like incredibly, like verbally abusive, horrible person to work for.
That's so funny. It's you just not. I can't see him being verbally abusive.
Yeah, because he puts on like this front, but he's psychotic. He would make me cry. It takes a lot to make me cry. He would call me screaming, saying that I owed his wife and his newborn baby an apology for like he was psychotic.
Wait, why? What did you do?
Because he didn't like the way some shoot was going, that we didn't have insurance on it, and I'm like, I don't own the company, I can't fucking get the insurance. But he would scream, just psychotic. But so then, whatever, then I'm at the Babylon Bee, working for Seth Dillon.
Oh my God.
Technically, I was running the operations for a few companies that Seth owned, so it was the Babylon Bee, Libs of TikTok. Mm-hmm. Because he owns.
Where are these guys getting the money? It's all funded, right?
Who? Seth?
Like
Seth does well.
So these operations, though, like, what does their revenue structure look like? Because they don't have enough eyeballs or enough advertisers. I feel like they do.
Yes, they do.
They have eyeballs, or they have the advertisers?
Both.
Really?
Yeah, they make a lot of money.
That's interesting. So
and Seth is different than the other ones because him and his brother also have other companies, like tech adjacent companies that they had. Because his brother is an engineer, so they had those that they were able to use and help fund things. But yeah, they make a lot of money. Haya was making and is making a lot of money with Libs of TikTok. Haya Rashik, who runs Libs of TikTok.
Oh, wait, how? Through Twitter?
Through Twitter, through Substack, through advertising. The Substack.
People are like, oh, I really want this psychotic doxer. I want to run ads on this psychotic doxer's platform.
Yes. And she would call me, and I'm like, Haya, you can't dox kids. Like, if you're gonna post kids, and I can't stop you from that, you have to blur their faces. She was psychotic to work for.
So,
but honestly,
wait,
just
you worked for her too?
So Seth owned Libs of TikTok LLC. Eventually, he sells it, and I was like, oh, thank God.
Okay, I genuinely, so this is the one area where I speculate.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in media. I have a very successful media operation on my own, but it's entirely funded by subscriptions that people voluntarily subscribe to my broadcast by way of Twitch. I have a million other opportunities to generate revenue. I choose not to take them, right? Like there are sponsors and corporate sponsors that constantly come to try to give me big deals.
And you don't take them?
No. Because I think it's silly. I already have enough money. It doesn't matter. But, but like, so I know that there is definitely a lot of money out there. I mean, like, or even if you were, loose with your morals.
They don't say no to anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say because
no's not in their vocabulary when it comes to money.
Because like NFTs, when it first came out, I got a million calls. They were like,
so
dude,
did I.
And they were like, look, we will give you unfathomable amounts of money if you just like say NFTs are good, or if we make an NFT for you. And it wasn't like a deal where, you know, they were telling me that I'm going to have an NFT that's price goes up.
What did they want? Just like a Hasan
they would just straight
NFT?
They would just straight up want to give me piles of cash so I can like.
They did that with me with that and crypto, like little crypto NFTs.
Cryptocurrencies, NFTs. I of course was like, this is a fucking scam. I'm never gonna do it.
I can take the Hawk Tuah route.
Yeah,
finally. I will get a coin.
I mean, this is before Hawk Tuah. This is when NFTs were first being launched.
Yes.
So I of course said no to it, but I know that a lot of people said yes to it, and they got a fuck ton of money. Polymarket offered me $1 million for
they
just
offered
one
you
day,
$1 million
for just one day of coverage for the election.
So much more from them.
No, that was their starting. That was their starting price was $1 million. You just have a Polymarket ticker through your election night coverage. And I was like, no, of course I'm not going to do that. And then they got raided the next morning. But
sometimes they'll do that and set people up too.
Maybe, but haven't gotten me yet because I say no to everything. But my point is, but this was Biden. This was Brandon's FBI. So I don't think Brandon would set up one of his strongest soldiers like that. But my point is, if you have loose morals and if you're only invested in the bag, there are definitely a lot of companies that will give you money. So
That's
I
all
see
Omega.
that. But as far as like real eyeballs, as far as like real motion in the real world, I think a lot of the conservative ecosystem relies on, in the same way that like New York Times has an asterisk or a sword next to the bestsellers list when the people purchase their own books. I think they do that in the Substack world as well. I think they just like dump.
She didn't.
You don't think so? These are,
No, I know it because I was in the back end.
So she's organically, there's like tens
there
of
were
thousands of people that are subscribing to her, hundreds of thousands of people that are subscribing to her Substack because they're like, I love that you're doxing random queer teachers.
Yes. Correct.
That's insane. That's actually shocking.
Yeah. She was making a lot. She's like, oh, I'm buying a new house. Ooh, look at this designer I'm getting. She had a stylist. She's like...
She had a stylist?
She had a stylist.
Her style is ass.
I know. I was like, you need a new one.
Wait,
So,
was her stylist also like you had to keep within the orthodox?
The stylist was orthodox.
She had an orthodox stylist.
One time, this was not my job. I was running operations for Seth's company. She's like, can you get me kosher milk? Why would I go get you milk? Like, I'm not getting you milk, bitch. She was trying to run people around to do everything for her. But, yeah, she made a lot of money. So then I'm at the Babylon Bee. And then Elon bought Twitter. And Seth did an interview with him. Elon followed me, slid into my DMs.
And you were like, this is...
I was like, fuck yeah. I was 23. I was like, ooh, I've been chosen. Because at that time, you probably remember...
it's probably an upgrade from DC Drano. So...
Okay, exactly. My ex was putting mud on his truck on purpose to, like,
Yeah.
cool. So, and you remember at that time, everyone was paying so much attention to who Elon was following, like, when he first took over Twitter. So, like, when he followed me, I was getting congratulation texts from, like, right-wing Twitter. So, like, I was within this cult, and I'm like,
I genuinely,
our
I don't
savior,
understand
our
it.
new cult leader has followed me. I've been picked.
I'm telling you right now,
this
is the exact opposite of the way I see the world. I would, if I found myself in this situation, I would kill myself. I would be like, no, not in your shoes. I'm saying, like, if I was one of those people that was sending
we
you...
wouldn't have had this stream.
No, I'm talking about people sending you text messages being like, oh my God, congratulations.
Yeah, they're like, congrats. And then they would reach out to me, like, these conservative donors. Everyone's, like, texting you. They're like, oh my God, can you send this to Elon? We have this project. Like, it was really intense. Like, very intense. Because they were so obsessed with it. And...
Oh my God.
So then I was like...
We are peasants.
Yeah.
We're all,
yes.
like...
They're like, please, sir, may I have a sliver of clouds, a sliver of gold? And I was like, oh my God.
That's like medieval peasant shit.
Yeah, and then I was like, no, I'm gonna gig you. It was so bad. It was so bad. But so, and then, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so,
So then we interview him at Twitter. Well, so he slides into my DMs, and he's like, are you ever in San Francisco or Austin? I'm like, I'm in Austin a lot, but I'm supposed to be in San Francisco whenever you get back to Seth about an interview date. Within like 30 seconds, Seth calls me. He's like, Elon just got back. We're going to San Francisco on Thursday.
He wanted to fuck you, so you leverage that to get a fucking interview for Babylon Bee?
I was a Babylon Bee employee first, okay? I was a Babylon Bee employee first. So I was like, let me do a solid for Seth here.
That's crazy.
And yeah, so then we were on the plane there like 48 hours later. And then he's like, he texts me after the interview. He's like, feel like going to Providence tonight? And
he took you to Providence? Oh, God.
And we stayed at this like place that like doubled as a Masonic lodge. And
wait, in LA?
No, in Providence.
Oh, Providence. Oh, I thought when you said Providence, I thought you were talking the Michelin star sushi restaurant in Los Angeles.
No.
Oh. No. That's why I was like, he took you to you meant Rhode Island.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
so he's like, wheels up at midnight. So I'm like, guys, I gotta go. So I'm skedaddling. I bring my little suitcase to the private airport. And then I'm on his jet. I'm like, this is nicer than commercial. For sure. Mm-hmm. And then he did his little silverware tricks.
What's a fucking silverware trick? What does he do?
He was like balancing wine glasses on silverware. I have a photo of it. Because he does it, and then he's like, do you want to take a photo? I'm like, I can. He wanted me to take a photo of it. Hang on. I'll show you. Wait.
Why? He's so autistic. It's crazy.
Yeah. Wait. No, not that one. Don't dox his phone number. This was from the plane.
Oh, that's
day.
like straight up the...
That's on his shit.
Yeah, he even has he's stimming with his mouth.
Yeah.
In the photo, he's like...
Yeah, so then, like, and then we just didn't stop talking or meeting up after that. And then the Fire Nation attacked.
So, what's the deal? He wants to, like, repopulate the Earth or something? Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, he has, like, is it a breeding fetish? What is it?
I don't know.
Or is he just, like, a loser who got a lot of money, so now he wants to, like, fuck as much as he can?
He got so much weirder, like, after I was pregnant. Like, just changed completely.
Towards you or just in general?
Towards me.
Oh, okay.
Like, just, like, kind of mean. Like, a lot more, like, controlling and snappy. And it was just... And then he tried to get me to use surrogates. He texted me and he's like, to reach Legion level before the apocalypse, we need to use surrogates. That's what he texted me. I still have it. And I was like, no, thank you. And then he tried getting me to have a C-section, like elect to have a C-section.
Why?
Because he said, oh, it's better for the brain size. I'm like, no, thank you. Like, I'm not going to elect this works fine. No, thanks. Yeah. It just got really weird.
Wait.
Like, very weird.
Where is he getting this information from?
Probably Twitter. Probably from some Nazi on Twitter.
So that's the other thing. So he's, look, I've talked to Vivian about this as well, like this transformation that took place, and she was telling me that, like, no, he was always kind of like that, but he was just like hiding it.
I think so, and I think he hides it from people, like, in his personal life too, like just how, like.
I don't even know how you can hide it at this point. I mean, it's
no. Now he's
pretty,
just like
pretty
fuck
public.
It. Now he's just like fuck it, but yeah.
There's a desperation and not dissimilar to Trump actually. There's this like constant need for admiration that he has, and he wants people that despise him to like him a lot, which I guess in a weird way. I don't think so. You don't think so?
No, I think he really hates and like wants to smite all of his enemies.
Okay,
like
well that's not great for me, I think, because I don't think he likes me too much.
No, I don't think so.
No, he fucking tweets about me all the time, which at first it was
Same.
like, at first, well, for you it makes sense. You guys, you guys had sex, so. Did you not? Wait, is that not? Wait, I jokingly said he mailed his cum in a napkin.
Don't say that. That is so gross.
But like what?
Hasan.
Okay, well.
Where's the spray bottle?
Okay, I apologize.
Is your mother watching this?
No, she would be horrified with the things that I say.
I'm gonna call your mom.
No, she'd be horrified with the things I say on this broadcast.
Completely inappropriate.
Okay, so.
No, I didn't get a napkin, Hasan.
So he didn't mail.
Don't.
He didn't mail it.
No,
okay.
There was no mailing, Hasan.
Okay, so.
That's really gross.
Anyway, the point I was making, perhaps a little bit in a crude way, was that you guys were intimate with one another. I don't fucking know this guy at all. He should not know who a random Twitch streamer is. Why the fuck does he know who?
Like, Twitter's like breaking his brain, or like what was.
Well,
left
mine
of it.
too. Which is why if he like ended up banning me after this interaction, it'd probably be good for my mental health, honestly. Because it's like, it's so bad.
It's really bad. Like, objectively, and I'm not just saying that because I hate that platform and everything on it, but it got a lot worse. I used to love Twitter.
Yeah, me too. I'm still a power user, unfortunately, which is part of the reason why I don't think he'll ban me. Because like, I'm like, I am a noticeable percentage of the real human interactions that takes place on that fucking website. Not
How do you
shit.
gauge that? Or are you just like guessing?
I just assume, but also because like anytime I say some shit, it drives discourse for at least like a day and a half where people are just like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Fuck you. I want to kill you right now. So
Isn't it great how much people just want to kill you for having like political?
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it, but it's a fucking neo-Nazi shithole. Of course, there's a lot of people who want to kill me. I hate Nazis. But so there'll be like, well, Twitter trends nowadays are obviously fake because it's like AI and it just only shows you like what your interests are. But like, I'm just gauging it off of like real impressions that take place on the.
I feel like when you're
platform.
online enough and like you're autistic about it enough, like, you know when.
Yeah, I have a good gauge of that sort of thing, but apparently not with the funding vehicles for Republican operations. Because clearly, I genuinely thought that these guys were really boosting their numbers, like Barry Weiss's Substack, getting all those.
They invited me to do some show for the Free Press, and I was like, "Red, 8:42 p.m. No, thank you."
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I feel like there's a lot of there's a more sophisticated funding vehicle that like hides the fact that it's not actually grassroots, but it's entirely astroturfed. Is my speculation, because it doesn't make sense.
No, I mean, you could probably get your favorite MAGA influencer to tweet whatever you want for a couple $100 to $1,000.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so there's like group chats, right? There's like
Yes.
Twitter chats, and you were part of this this network. So let's
and they
talk
have
about
members
that.
of the admin in it too. Like there's members of the Trump administration. Like during the campaign, they had campaign calls and messaging within this group chat. Here's how we respond to this. Here's how we don't respond to this. And it's incredibly coordinated. And this is going back like to the 2017 days when the group chats really started picking up. But then this past election cycle, they added a lot more of the admin members and campaign members, like James Blair's in them, some of the Trump kids are in them, Caroline Leavitt, members of Congress, they're all in it.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more cross-pollination across different vectors, and like this has always been the case, going back to what our starting point, the conversation with Charlie Kirk, going from writing an article on his high school newspaper to being elevated to Fox News, and then instantly taking that newfound clout to Foster Freeze and saying, like, I want to start this thing where I do basically lobbying for student governments in high school and in college. And for the longest time, Turning Point USA wasn't actually successful in changing the minds of the youth. Their primary audience was older people.
I think they were. On the college campuses, like the whole socialism sucks stuff, that was because it was so trendy and provocative online, and you could get this like social clout or social media clout from it, that people actually took those ideologies to heart. So I think they were effective on, at least from my experience, because it was effective for me, who was otherwise, in my opinion, very thoughtful in my classes and my papers, and then I got involved in this and I was completely
But I would
stupid.
say that, like, as far as like real world influence, like it didn't bear itself out in the data in the elections at all, right? Like people were not like going out and voting for the Republican Party until TikTok was slated to
you're
be.
talking about
I'm talking about post
voter
TikTok.
propensity.
Yeah, post TikTok purchase, or before TikTok got purchased, sorry. But TikTok was about to be banned. There's an election cycle that's taking place. China's obviously very responsive to this kind of stuff. They're very tapped in. So what I saw, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, is that China basically was like, oh, if we open up the algorithm faucet a little bit for, you know, right-wing influencers that have direct access to Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk specifically, and they go super viral, Charlie will take that information back to the president and
Yeah, 'cause he
or
did
the
a
next
180.
president. Yes.
180
And
on
Trump will
TikTok.
actually want to save TikTok. Democrats wanted to take it out because of AIPAC and because of Israel. Democrats were like, we've wanted to take out TikTok already. It's unaccountable. The algorithm is still controlled by a foreign company, a foreign government, and obviously they're the major China hawks, and they're also massive Israel dick riders. So when, you know, post October 7, they were like, we're going to use this as an opportunity to just completely cut out TikTok. We're gonna force the purchase of TikTok, or we're gonna ban it outright. The reason why they didn't ban it outright and they were able to like leverage a deal, in my opinion, is because Trump saw the boost that he got in the youth vote by way of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, and he recognized that TikTok was a major role in this, and that's the reason why he basically gave a lifeline to TikTok to continue operating on U.S. soil, and then force the purchase of it, like exchange of ownership to the Ellisons. That is when Charlie actually had some impact with the youth. Because I like, even when you look at the approval ratings,
he really
of Charlie
blew up
Kirk,
on TikTok
yeah,
too.
Before TikTok though, I remember covering this at the time because there's a lot of like right-wing media watchers, like Media Matters and the like, and their whole shtick was getting money from older Republicans that are super wealthy,
Yes.
to make them feel like they were converting the youth with regular frequency, but their ad spend was entirely for like the 65 plus year olds. They weren't actually even they weren't actually targeting young people at all. They were targeting older people and duping them into
that
believing.
makes sense too, because there's a new thing that just came out about how so many of the Turning Point chapters are fake.
Yeah.
Like they don't exist. They went and they called these chapters, they're not there. The school has no record of this. So that makes sense.
No, it was a little bit of a scam to dupe older people into thinking that like they were actually to dupe older people into giving them money with the idea that they were actually convincing young people to vote Republican and become Republican. There might have been some successes, yourself included, by way of
I don't know if
social.
we'd call me a success there, but
I mean, well, you became a Republican operative, so like that's what I mean. You were young, you were in college, you were an annoying debate lord, and you were like, "This is my people," right?
oh yeah.
You found
I
yourself.
did those Piers Morgan hits.
Yeah, you found yourself in the throes of the right-wing media ecosystem, and that is, I think.
But it wasn't even like so much. It was that I was really good at taking the talking points. I do have to go in a second too.
Yeah, I was gonna see where, because I know you got some stuff going on.
Yeah, I gotta.
So.
I think you know, Cam.
Yeah. So we've talked about the tea. So they're fucking each other. They're all getting paid.
Yep.
Many of them are not like true believers, or at least they become somewhat true believers, but they don't like, I guess, practice it in their real lives. Who is the most like genuine conservative actor? Who is like legitimately like that? Traditional values, all this shit.
I think some of like the more Christian people, like the Ally Beth Stuckeys, like really believe that.
Mm-hmm.
And the things that they say, though I disagree with them, like they genuinely believe the things that they're saying. I think like that hyper actual Christian, like evangelical group, I feel like they probably believe things a little bit more. I think Matt Walsh actually believes what he says, though he's like completely wrong. But
he also has to dial it back though on some stuff. I think.
Yes.
Is real.
Yes.
I think like if Matt Walsh was not a part of the Daily Wire operation, he would be probably Nick Fuentes territory. I think on Israel.
Yeah.
Like he's just.
But I think he genuinely believes the things he says.
Yeah, on the other stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, trans people and whatnot, or, degeneracy of the left or whatever. Okay. Who's the least, who's the least consistent?
I think most of the people, like, in the admin are incredibly self-serving. Like, they don't actually have convictions besides, like, white nationalism. And they will go where the money is. That's... Okay. Like, the people in the White House are incredibly self-serving grifters. They're all fucking each other. There's affairs. There's this. There's that. There's the drugs.
All the Moms for Liberty ladies, too. I mean, they all swing. Like, Nancy Mace is a swinger. Like, we've seen the videos. Like, they all... I think they just get really bored living wherever they live, and they just like all fuck one another, and they do parties.
Members should have to wear a GoPro on their head and be like drug and alcohol tested at all times. Like there should just be like a live stream on their head. Mm-hmm. Like we should not know more about like Johnny Somali's life than members of Congress. They just need like a GoPro and
I don't know if I want to know
what
Lauren Boebert's getting up to, but
in the theater.
In the theater, yeah. So, all right, there's one other question that I wanted to ask you before I let you go. You mentioned that there were some things that took place with Doge, specifically as it pertains to the last election. What did you mean by that? Like, what's going on there? Did
So-
Elon play a role in stealing the 2024 election? I'm not a.
So all I
Elon-
know is what he has sent me and what his engineers and employees have told me. But in October of 2024, he sent me texts, which you can look at if you want. You want to read the text?
Sure. Why not?
Here. I'm not making this space laser shit up. And everyone's like, oh my God, she sounds so crazy. I'm like, well, this is what he said. I don't know what to tell you guys. On iMessage of all places.
Well, I don't think, Apple is going to. I mean,
Okay, but don't read my
fairly-
pick me stuff.
Okay, it's fairly.
Because I was being pick me. Okay, wait. This was October 5th, 2024.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, you tell me.
Wait, why does he actually talks like this?
Yes, he actually talks like this. And I wasn't being hyperbolic when I said
Can I read this one?
Yes, you can read the whole thing.
Okay.
You can read anything except my pick-me-isms.
Okay, I'm feeling more optimistic after tonight. And tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the Matrix. And then this is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised. In air quotes, lasers from space. What? And you made a joke. And,
It was a Marjorie Taylor Greene joke.
yeah, you made a Jewish space laser joke.
I said finally a focus on the Jewish vote.
And he laughed at it. And then I have over 10,000 lasers in space right
So
now.
he doubles down and says and quantifies his number of space lasers.
I'm reading your text messages back.
But I was like, I don't want to be deposed.
Oh God, you literally sound like
Just
him.
stop.
You
Just
sound.
stop.
You
Just stop.
changed the way you talk.
I
to
told you I was
sound
so
exactly
pick me.
like
I was
him.
so pick me.
You're using the
It
terminology.
was so bad. Don't even.
That's crazy.
Don't. I was so pick me. It's like it makes me want to throw up and die.
Simulation.
Stop.
Badass
stop.
sci-fi
But
drama.
Stop it. But I said I don't want to be deposed. And what does he say? I was like, I would ask more, but I don't want to be deposed.
You should ask.
Okay, no.
him.
You stop.
Oh, what the fuck? You guys send memes to each other? You're so lame. Oh my God, I can't believe he literally this is.
That's enough.
That is the most. Wait, he's Gen X, right?
I don't know.
That's the most millennial ass text message. Aren't you Gen Z?
Yeah.
That's nasty. That was way worse than you trying to talk like him in your text messages. That is sending epic memes. Wow. Wow.
I want to die. Oh my
Wow,
God.
that's embarrassing.
Yeah, but so he did say that stuff. And then, okay, so in conjunction with that, then he's sending me the internal data from America PAC where he's tracking the real-time Delta vote metrics. He has the cash prizes as incentives. It was.
Yeah, it wasn't that illegal. I don't even understand how that was just allowed. But I guess you can do that. If you're a billionaire, you can do that. If you're Israel, you can do that. It's cool. It's great. America is up for sale. Okay, so go on.
I feel like my heart's beating faster after you read my cringe figure.
That was the most consequential thing that I learned about you.
There were so many memes too. Some of them were good.
I'm sure. You want to show me a good one?
He said worse things about 9/11 than you.
Yeah, that's not. Everyone has. That's not even surprising. But show me one of your good memes then.
No.
No, it's all cringe as fuck. It's so
some of
cringe.
them were good. I have some good memes. You think
okay.
I don't have good memes?
I don't think that any of the ones I saw there were good. They were all 9 gag. You were communicating with one another with 9 gag memes.
I'm sweating.
Okay, that's crazy. All right, anyway, go on.
What am I going on about? What do you want?
So he's showing you all this data, all this metric, all this stuff that he's tracking.
I
What?
gave him that black MAGA hat. I'm responsible for dark MAGA.
Ugh, gross.
I put it on him at my house and he's like, I'm dark MAGA now. And then he's like, can you get one of these in Gothic font?
Okay, seriously though, at no point did you find that to be cringe at the time? You were just swept away? What?
No, I was he's saving free speech in the world. But part of me, I was starting to look side-eye, once I was pregnant, because I saw the way he was treating Claire, Grimes. And I saw some things that I was like, this is not gonna be good.
Let me ask you this. This is the one area that I do actually find very interesting with Elon is that, like, obviously he's a very thin-skinned guy, and he's very sensitive. But he, like, on the one hand, he opened up the faucet of neo-Nazi sentiment on Twitter, and he did it very deliberately, and it's very obvious that he's using it in the same way that, like, billionaires use the Washington Post, for example, right? Like,
No, it's way different.
No, but he's using it as a way to peddle influence, right?
Sort of, and manipulate influence. I would
Yes.
say it's more similar to a Cambridge Analytica on methamphetamines than it is.
Sure. No, it's
A
more
Washington Post.
you have a more direct hands-on approach because it's a social media platform, and I think he probably does it even in ways that even Mark Zuckerberg doesn't, because he's very blunt with the way he's trying to engage in social engineering. Like
He lies all the time.
No, but I mean, like, he is using Twitter to change people's minds in a certain way.
Well, he's feeding it into his own behavioral inference model, which is now part of a $1 trillion company.
Yeah, so, and it's working, unfortunately. I feel like people have gotten dumber, people have gotten more vicious, more reactionary, more violent. So it has been successful to a certain degree. But what I find very interesting is that someone like myself probably would have been banned first day. So there is something there as far as, like, allowing people to still speak out against Israel to a certain degree, and I don't understand where that fits in his mentality. Because, like, if someone is obviously disruptive to a degree where he's, like, frustrated, he will ban them. Like the guy who was tracking his flights,
he did it to
gone.
Laura Loomer too. So during the H-1B visa debacle in December of 24. He literally directed the engineers. He's like, anyone associated with Laura Loomer is dead to me. And he, like, de-checkmarked her, demonetized her, and everyone in the affiliate organization she was a part of. So he very much does that, but it's only for personal beefs. The other data is more valuable because you can do a lot with the data on your enemies, like what you want to do there. The data on revolutions is really, really valuable. Like, why do you think, okay, I'll deploy Starlink where there's fucking revolutions. That's awesome. Now I have all the data on revolutions.
This is something that I've heard from other people who are also in the AI space as well. Like, trying to understand or trying to log behavior is one of the things that they focus on quite a bit. Yanis Varoufakis and I talked about this as well. We were at a tech summit where we were around, like, some very powerful people, and they were just openly, leaking this
It's the final terrain of extraction. Like, this is what fucking broke my brain. I was like, oh, they don't have fucking labor anymore, really? They're just going to extract, like, our consciousness and our soul. Like, it is, like, the death stage of capitalism to the point that, like, it might be the end of all of us.
They're looking for, like, their behavior, they're mapping out behavior patterns. This is 100% real. They're also looking at the way, like, in chaotic situations, like in Gaza, for example, during this genocide, a lot of those surveillance companies and a lot of AI companies were logging data on what happens when a bomb explodes or when an area, when a civilian area is targeted, and they're mapping out, like, ambulance routes and taking that data and potentially selling it to hospitals for crisis management in the United States of America. They look at that data as unbelievably valuable information.
So ask yourself why the guy who is tweeting anti-Semitic shit all day, every day, like, says Jews are no friends of the Anglos because they believe in race mixing. He reposted that, Elon. Why he's still speaking in Israel and is friends with Israel.
Well, because Israel doesn't give a shit about
because it's the technology.
Yeah, and also I think Israel benefits
they
from
will performatively care about anti-Semitism. If there was any other big figure who they were not benefiting from their technology, 100%, they'd be like, Jonathan Greenblatt, get him. Like, right away.
Jonathan Greenblatt never talks about Elon Musk and has defended his Sig Heil, which, by the way, that was a Sig Heil, right?
We were not on great terms then.
I know, but, like, you were intimately familiar with Elon Musk. I suspect that there is, like, what I say about Donald Trump is, like, he's not an ideological fascist. I don't say about Elon. I think Elon Musk has a very clear worldview. I can't fully understand it, but it's some kind of esoteric fascist.
It's very eugenics based.
Technocracy.
And I did not realize that until, like, much later, unfortunately. But there was like, especially when I was pregnant, there were things that he would say that like would take me aback, that I was like, wait, like, is this a race thing? Because you know,
well, he's South African.
Yeah,
white South Africans are either the most base people you've ever met, or some of the most.
I was incredibly ignorant to a lot of those histories and things of that nature. But he would say things that I was like, oh, like this, it's about race for you. Like this is.
Yeah, it's so stupid too. Like they pour endless amounts of time, energy, and effort into like scientific racism that is discarded,
junk science.
Debunked for good reason, not because like for woke reasons, debunked because it's just like is objectively not correct, and yet they just still go back to that, and it's cope. But I understand why.
Because he would be like, oh, Grok is more base now, like ask it about IQ and all this stuff, like race IQ, and he like had me asking Grok this shit, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
So, like, I mean, how can you have this much? How can you command this much power over the entire planet and also be this childlike, like this silly at the same time? I don't understand it. Like,
I don't know. I don't know what has to happen in your life that you get like stuck developmentally at that age, but
yeah,
that's it. Okay, I have like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I have Kim asking my ETA.
So you don't know. You don't know what like Elon Musk may or may not have done as far as like tampering with the 2024 election, which I don't believe that stuff anyway.
All I know is what he told me, what his engineers told me, the things that were incredibly concerning to me about, and I hope someone who can do more about this reaches out so that I can discuss those things more freely, because I'm not going to dox those engineers. Like, I'm just not. I don't want them to be in danger. The things that happened with Doge that the engineers told me was concerning as well, like people within his companies who were not special government employees who had this information.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of revelations on that on that front too, like data that was exchanging ownership into private hands, and we don't know what he was doing with that data as well.
Why was he interviewing the NASA administrator? He texted me and said, I'm interviewing the NASA administrator at Mar-a-Lago.
I mean, that does make sense.
Yeah, but why?
Because he's a private contractor that wants to...
That's so not okay. Why was he interviewing these admin picks? Like, that's...
No, that I do understand. I can... That actually makes a lot more sense than all this other stuff, because he's like the space guy. Trump obviously trusts him on the space issue, and the American government is literally a money faucet for private interests, and he obviously is one of the major, SpaceX is the company, right, for space exploration and whatnot. So from Trump's perspective, that makes total sense. I do understand that. I wonder...
That's exactly why he shouldn't be doing it.
Well, yeah. I don't think it's ethical. I don't think it's right. I want NASA to be a publicly funded institution. I don't want there to be piecemeal private enterprise that, like, take over that responsibility. They're saying let her talk. I'm being misogynistic. Go on. What else?
Nothing's worse than the napkin comment, Hasan. So.
All right. Well, I apologize for. Well, it wasn't a napkin. It was a mail. Like I thought he
mailed in a napkin. Okay.
Okay. Well, which is it worse? Which one's worse? Having sex with Elon Musk or artificial insemination?
You know what's worse is you reading my text.
Yeah, that was worse. Actually, that was far worse than the napkin comment. But I apologize. I apologize for that. All right. Last thing. Going back to you. What is what was the turning point for you?
I get this question a lot. It was cumulatively, and then there was a moment that was like, oh, fuck, I have to choose if I want to be a good person. So, like, cumulatively, I saw so many things that I was uncomfortable with, but because, like, the infrastructure of a cult is that everything in your life is around it, like your finances, your social community, everything. So changing your political beliefs is blowing up your entire life. It wasn't just like, oh, I believe something different. I'm punching, like, the most powerful people in the world in the face. But when I was offered the NDA and $40 million, I had to sit there and say, what do I believe? Like, do I want to trade being materially comfortable for like doing what's right? And so that was a choice that I had to make, like, then. But if I hadn't had the experiences cumulatively of like seeing the things that I did, I don't know that I would have come to the decision. But it's really hard to leave a situation like that, and I feel so much regret for being a part of that rhetoric. And like, I read some of the old things and I'm like, I feel like I feel so dissociated from it, because I feel like it was just so nasty and I contributed to so much harm. But I'm just happy to be out and to like consume real information and real books and like be around real people in my life again, instead of like just MAGA people. Like, that was my whole life, was MAGA for like since I was a teenager. And so then I'm out, and I'd rather that over the private planes any day.
Okay. So. Ashley St. Clair, everybody, thank you so much for coming on.
Of course.
This was great.
Enjoy the pastries. They're actually really good.
I hope I wasn't too ruthless to you, with the exception of that one comment. You cooked yourself with the memes.
You weren't supposed to scroll. I mean, so invasive.
Yeah, I know.
Do gaming. I game. I do game a little.
Yeah, I don't. They always yell at me for it. I used to, but I don't have time anymore.
We'll do Fortnite Friday with Connor.
Hell yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go toodaloo.
Okay.
Wait, do you want me to move this?
No, I got it. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much. Here, I'll walk you out.
Oh, he's a gentleman.
Yes.
You're like really tall. Wait, I need my bag.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Thank you for coming on. This was great.
Of course. All right, I'm gonna go say hi to Cam.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Nice to meet you. I know the mic is on. I know. It's not a hot mic. That was a journey. That was interesting. What did you guys think? You forgot her mic? She's still wearing it? No. Her mic, idiot. How's the audio, by the way, on this thing? It's good, right? Like, it doesn't, it's a lot better than I thought it would be. Good idea using the mics? I know. Eat your heart out, March. Okay. All right. We're back on the regular microphone. Well, I'm going to do this next time as well. I have to pee real quick. But do we have a blast off? Not blast off meme. What am I saying? Do we have a fucking... Bro, she was rizzing you up hard. It's so good I can hear the radiation particles. Oh, we have it to Macy's playlist. Thank you. All right. We're going to now go to the Iran deal, possibly peace deal. Hopefully Elon Musk doesn't kill me after this conversation. But, you know.
President Trump says he's a lot closer to a peace deal with Iran,
I gotta
but
pee.
he is still a solid 50-50 on whether it'll be a good deal. Good afternoon, I'm Molly Line, in for John Scott, and this is the Fox Report. During an appearance in New York yesterday, the president once again said the Iran conflict will end soon. Today, he reportedly told Axios, if Iran doesn't offer a good deal, he'll, quote, blow them to kingdom come. Meanwhile, Fox News is learning President Trump held a key phone call today with regional leaders on the months-long war. One diplomat calling that call very positive. Our coverage begins with Alex Hogan, live at the White House, where the president is spending this Memorial Day weekend. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Molly. So a lot of discussions taking place here at the White House today with President Trump, as you mentioned, telling Axios that he would hold a meeting with negotiators today to go over this latest deal with Iran. And one regional diplomat telling Fox News' Trey Yingst in the Middle East, quote, regional leaders were supportive of the progress and of the breakthroughs that President Trump achieved in these talks. We also heard the president say that it was 50-50 whether or not there would be a deal reached and that a decision would be made by tomorrow as of whether or not strikes would resume in Iran. We're also learning at the same time, President Trump telling CBS that negotiations are getting closer, so some progress there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in India today. He reiterated that the president has hard lines for a deal. Iran would not be able to have any nuclear capabilities. Iran would need to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and turn over any enriched uranium.
The question is about the Iranian issue, and as I said, there's been some progress done, some progress made. Even as I speak to you now, there's some work being done. There is a chance that whether it's later today, tomorrow, in a couple days, we may have something to say.
Fox is told that a call took place today at 1 p.m. and that was supposed to include leaders from Saudi, Qatar, the UAE, Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan. President Trump said that he would meet with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and that Vice President J.D. Vance was also expected to join that call. The Iranians today say that they're working on this 14-clause memorandum of understanding, and under that proposal that they would reportedly agree to end the war and commit to 30 days of more negotiations. Iran claims that the deal does not include Washington's nuclear capabilities. However, of course, that is going to be one of the hard lines for the administration, something they have repeatedly argued is a non-negotiable. Meantime, with all of this taking place, the president was supposed to travel to his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Those plans changed yesterday. The president's son is also holding wedding celebrations in the Bahamas today. The president, of course, not.
There's so much reporting out there that's contradictory. Yes, because Trump doesn't know anything. Trump doesn't know what he's going to do next. So obviously, for that reason, it's virtually impossible to fully to make any sort of like serious, to do any sort of serious coverage, serious reporting on this is impossible. Hasan Piker meets Elon Musk's baby mama, Aisha St. Clair, for the first time. This is the second baby mama of Elon Musk that Hasan has had on the stream. That's funny. The stepfather one was crazy. It was pretty good, right? I mean, it was a pretty interesting conversation. I kept it to relevant information, I think. All right, now I want to try one of these. Now I want to try one of these sweets. Brown baby to negate Elon baby law. What? So Elon's a little racist, huh? Yeah, you think? What? You did not nail the social interaction when you said the napkin thing, though. The neocons no longer want to talk identity politics because they know they're losing. Oh, wow.
From
Sarah Longwell, a little column A, little column B. I've stopped using the words moderate and progressive when talking about which direction the party needs to move because it's neither. Oh, interesting. If it is perceived in the region that a deal with Iran allows the regime to survive and become more powerful over time, then we will have poured gasoline on the conflicts in Lebanon and Iraq. A deal that is perceived to allow Iran, to survive and possess the ability to control the Strait in the future, will put Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Shia militias in Iraq on steroids. Dylan says, I'm sorry, is there a problem with the war you ordered? Do you think Elon was watching your interview? Fuck yes. Yeah, 100%. Not even a question. All right, let's try this fucking... Let's try one of these treats, these sweet treats that she got me. This cookie. It is pretty crazy that she just showed me straight up the text messages from Elon Musk. That's pretty good. I don't even know what this is, but... You are trending? Oh, God. It was straight up like the memes that they were sending one another were like 9gag memes. Like really cringe. I wouldn't trust the thing that Operative gave me to eat. I mean, if I die, we now know who is going to be responsible for it. The echo during the video was crazy. You should listen to it. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, God. That's devastating. Do you think there's any credibility to what she implied about the election? I mean, I didn't fully understand the details, but I think what Elon was probably talking about, if I'm being real, is that he was, they were probably tweaking the algorithm. Anyway. Trump concluded his phone call with regional leaders regarding the Iranian proposal. He claims that an agreement has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the U.S. and Iran and various other countries as listed. He also claims that his phone call with Netanyahu went very well. Laura Loomer being Trump's duff because he looks almost normal next to her. All right. I am in the Oval Office at the White House where we just had a very good call with President Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates, Emir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim bin Jaber Al Thani, and Minister Ali Al Tawadi of Qatar, Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir Ahmed Shah of Pakistan, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt, King Abdullah II of Jordan, and King Hamad bin Isa al-Khalifa of Bahrain. Concerning, dude, that is awesome. I love that he wrote with the honorific every single person that was involved in this conversation. That is so awesome. I would pay Trump to hear, dude. It would be a total gem if we had Donald Trump read this entire tweet. Pertaining, okay. Concerning the Islamic Republic of Iran and all things related to the Memorandum of Understanding pertaining to peace. An agreement has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and various other countries as listed. Separately, I had a call with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, which likewise went very well. My boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, the big guy. I like to call him Big Yahoo. Big Yahoo, I call him. Some people say he's the real president. Well, I say he'd be a great one. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Erdogan most probably didn't say those things, but it'd be very hard for a Turkish presidency to deny it. As we say in Turkish, if you spit upwards, it's the mustache. If you spit downwards, it's the beard. Yeah. Thank you, President Erdogan. President Trump is a leader the world has been awaiting for centuries. He doesn't just talk about strength, he embodies it. Why does he do this stuff? It's very funny that he'll just like, wait, he deleted the post? That's awesome. It's just like it. Here's the thing, okay? All the other presidents, all the other world leaders, they said they love me. They said, Mr. President, your pee-pee is so large. It's big, it's veiny, it's girthy, Mr. President. We love you. We love it. Don't we love it, folks? That's what they say to me. I say, why are you talking about my penis? Why are you doing it? My mom is watching. Uh-oh. Sorry. Also, apologies to Ashley St. Clair's mom as well. If she's still watching, you know. Apologies. You can't help yourself, huh? Yeah. All right, Fars, latest news on the negotiation details. If the U.S. does not show flexibility, the negotiation will fail. This is from a couple hours ago. A knowledgeable source close to the negotiation team. Although the Americans have retreated from their initial approaches and accepted many of Iran's positions, there are still 3 serious points of disagreement that, if not resolved, the negotiation will not take place. First, the nuclear issue. Iran has announced that it will not enter negotiations on the nuclear issue in this round. Only if the other side implements trust-building conditions will the nuclear issue be discussed in the next round. Second, block funds. The block funds must be transferred. The second and fundamental condition for Iran to enter negotiations is that Iran's block funds are first transferred and released. Without this happening, we will not enter negotiations at all. Third, Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Another disagreement is over how ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. insists that the strait must fully return to previous conditions, but Iran says it only commits to returning the number of ships to the previous status. The meaning of this is that Iran, with its own model, determines the number of ships allowed to pass and only permits as many as it accepts. This means that ships must pass under Iran's management and exactly through the route Iran specifies. So Iran is fine with reopening the Strait of Hormuz to previous levels of transit, but basically saying that the only way that you can get that is if you go through Iranian ports with Iranian control. Wouldn't this be a worse deal for the United States compared to JCPOA? Yes. No matter what happens, of course it's going to be a worse deal for the United States in comparison to JCPOA, because during the JCPOA, Iran had not maintained military control over the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran had not withstood American attacks and had actually survived American attacks, with the United States of America burning billions of dollars of assets, numerous radar systems, and also a shit ton of standoff munitions that they had in their stockpile for peer and near peer adversaries. So Iran has a fuckload more leverage in this circumstance than they ever did during the JCPOA. As a matter of fact, during the JCPOA, the United States of America was coming at it with all the leverage because they had destroyed the Iranian economy, right? The JCPOA gave Iran something that they wanted, sanctions relief. And Iran didn't have much in exchange that the United States wanted, with the exception of enriched nuclear-grade uranium. The only way we know if this is finalized or not is if this New York Times reporting is correct. Once Trump's co-pilot against Iran, Netanyahu is now a mere passenger. Okay? Trita Parsi writes, breaking, Trump announced after having had phone calls with the leaders of Saudi, UAE, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, and separately with Israel, a deal between the U.S. and Iran, subject to final approval, has essentially been reached. If you were wondering why warmongers in Washington have been freaking out, it's because of this. Peace is their nightmare. A few points. 1. Trump knows he will be attacked for this deal. The regional anchoring of this deal is not only important for its viability on the ground, but it also gives him a degree of protection in Washington. Obama managed to get massive international backing for his deal, but limited to lukewarm anchoring in the region. Trump uses the Islamic Republic of Iran instead of just Iran, which will be noticed in Tehran. I didn't even actually pick up on that, but that is a fairly large concession in an official communique. Recognizing the Islamic Republic of Iran implies that you're no longer invested in regime change and you're invested in dealing with the existing government, because that's the current government of Iran. Current government of Iran is the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's true. There are some other indicators that a deal might be imminent. I am not going to believe it until I see it. But one of the major indicators is, what are Israelis saying about it? How much is Lindsey Graham hyperventilating about it? How much is Mark Levin hyperventilating about it? How much is what is John Fetterman going to say when he finds out, when his handler tells him what to say? This is how we can arrive at whether or not a deal is imminent. Like, accurately predict whether or not a deal is imminent. Because, like, anytime the American side has come close to an actual deal or has moved the negotiations along in a more productive manner, you hear from these groups, their cortisol starts spiking. They start freaking the fuck out. They lose their minds. They get very angry. And they start talking about how Donald Trump is actually betraying longstanding peace by not destroying Iran, right? In summary, the two sides have not crossed the finishing line yet, but it is now visible and within reach. Let's take a look at some of our favorites now. Mark Levin. Houston, I think there may be a problem, Mark Levin says. Israeli officials say U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is trying to secure an agreement at any cost and is the one pressing President Trump not to resume fighting, according to Israel's Channel 12. Let's be real. Donald Trump already lost, and Israel already lost. Iran won. It was an unambiguous victory for the Islamic Republic of Iran after the second week. One might even say that it was an unambiguous victory when the Mosaic defense system kicked in automatically in the aftermath of the decapitation strikes. That's it. You can cope, but I've been saying this basically since like the 8th or 9th day of Operation Epic Fury, Epstein's Fury, Epic Fortnite Fail, whatever you want to call it. Because once Iran showed the United States of America that it was not going to stand down and showed the United States of America that the regime was intact because they were fighting for survival. America was fighting for domination. Iran was fighting for survival. Iran won. And every day that passed, that Iran and the government was not falling apart, Iran was not destabilized, was a day where Iran was showing the rest of the world how much it was winning. What is this opening paragraph from Foreign Affairs? It has taken the Trump administration just 2 months to race through all 5 years of the Johnson administration's Vietnam policy. Entry, escalation, frustrated stalemate, and negotiations. Now it's on the Nixon administration's turf. First, blustery threats, then gradual realization of the need to extricate via an unsatisfying deal. If this pace holds, the intervention in Iran should be over in another few months, by which point the recriminations will have already begun. That is an incredible opening paragraph, and it is also 100% true. Look, all the agents, all the Hasbara agents are fucking chirping on the timeline. So perhaps a deal might be close. The more you hear panic from these groups, the more you hear panic from Emily Schrader, who is literally an agent of the state of Israel, right? Like Lindsey Graham, de facto agent of the Israeli state as well. The more they panic, the closer we might be to actually securing a deal here. Okay? As I've said over and over again for the past couple of months now, Iran had already won. It was up to Donald Trump to stop the bleeding, right? And the only way to stop the bleeding is with a graceful exit. And the more time that they spent on this tit for tat, this back and forth, the more time that they spent trying to do an additional blockade on the existing Strait of Hormuz blockade was just more hemorrhaging, more bleeding of confidence that people have in the might of the American military. What the fuck is this? Coke, Bert? What the fuck is this emote, bro? That's amazing. Wow. I've seen this one, yeah. Tylenol Bert is really funny. Why is this little Bert eating all the drugs, both legal and illegal? It's terrifying. It's kind of scary. Take the drugs away from little Bert. He loves drugs. And now he's doing scuba? No, this is a different kitty cat. Bert is a fucking drug addict, dude. Dr. Jihad would never prescribe cocaine to Bert. Anyway. Mark Dubowitz, the proposal is a bad joke. No serious American president, especially President Trump, would accept a deal that makes the JCPOA look brilliant by comparison. This regime has never been weaker, yet its arrogance is only exceeded by its grasp on reality. Oh my God. Chirp, 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 chirp. Tommy Vitor says the issue here is that guys like Mark pushed to start this disastrous war, and now Trump is left with only bad options to end it. But the neocons never pause to think, maybe the stupid regime change wars are the real problem. Dr. Jihad would never prescribe cocaine to Bert, okay? That's crazy. Maybe Tylenol, but not cocaine. I'm fine with Bert becoming autistic. There's a Fent Bert? There's a Fent Bert? The Hosberists are mad at Trump for failing to finish the war that they started. Yes. Because here's what it is. These guys don't have any care or consideration for the United States of America, and they don't even think about long-term prospects. They don't think about what happens to America if America perishes, what happens to Israel if America perishes. They are singularly minded. It's Enzig. They are only invested in increasing the violence to every regional entity and dominating the entire region, and specifically Iran, which is obviously the most consequential regional actor. They're not thinking about long-term consequences for the United States as far as force projection capabilities. And if the United States force projection capabilities diminish as it has, what that means, like how reliable of an ally they can be for Israel. They just wanted to expend all American munitions down to the fucking bone as long as it meant destroying Iran. That's the whole point for them. That's why they're mad. They're not mad because Trump failed. They're mad because Trump stopped. From their perspective, they wanted Trump to keep going. They wanted boots on the ground. They wanted things that perhaps Trump was never willing to give. That's why they're crying. Once panic and desperation get near, they don't even try to hide their core belief that the overarching duty of the American president is to serve Israel. Yeah, America doesn't have the will. America doesn't have the military capabilities of continuing an operation like that. Because what is required at this point to do a real regime change in Iran is not just an aerial bombardment campaign. That much is clear, right? We've seen that. What is required is boots on the ground military warfare. And obviously America's not going to do that. There was a moment where I thought they would, but that would probably require political capital that Donald Trump doesn't have. Gas prices cooked the president, cooked his domestic approvals. And then outside of that, he already didn't have much domestic approval to expend regardless. Imagine trying to institute a draft in these conditions. Are you kidding me?
Able to attend, given that he's holding these meetings today. He did congratulate him, but said because of all of these conflicts, especially citing the war in Iran, that he would not be able to attend. Molly.
All right, and we are hopeful we'll get news of a breakthrough. Alex Hogan, thank you very much for keeping an eye on all of it for us.
Hello, I'm Lauren Taylor. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, which will
Remember, our struggle continues, by the way. If you think it's over, you're wrong, okay? What's most likely going to happen now is once this part of the conflict is done, once they like do a graceful exit, okay, they'll very quickly redouble their efforts in Cuba to try to secure. Lamau, have you seen those shitty content creators trying to say Tom Steyer paid you just for calling him the best we got in California's governor's race? Lamau, no, I haven't. But I think they forget I'm a fucking billionaire too. Why the fuck would I need another billionaire's money? I thought I was a billionaire already. I mean, look at me. Look at my suit. Look at my swag. Look at my enemies. My enemies are other billionaires. Only billionaires make enemies with other billionaires, obviously. Duh. Should have known by now. That's right. Don't ever say I'm a fucking broke boy. Why aren't you washing your face in that Saratoga? Who's to say I didn't beforehand? You're cheap like one, Lamau. If you had tailored that suit, it would be more believable. Okay, calm down. I think this suit fits me fine. It was funny how surprised she was when you told her you say no to all the sponsor deals and sell out. Yeah. Well, that's because the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Okay? Your subscriptions allow me to maintain my editorial control first and foremost, is what I care about the most. Right? That's it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. My fucking mic is... My mic stand is broken again. I gotta fix it. Yeah. Please subscribe so I can buy a better mic stand. Okay? I need your subscription donos. I need your subs. So I can buy myself a fucking better mic stand. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck? So goddamn annoying. Travel mic stand made of hopes and wishes? Not even, dude. Not even. Didn't Murat make that one? Yeah, and it fucking sucks. So what does that say about our top minds working in the field of engineering and aerospace? Harv Uka, thank you for the 50 bones. Nice. Why don't you move to New York personally? Can you catch a Knicks game? Unfortunately, the Knicks games are in Cleveland, the next two. So I'm not here long enough for the Madison Square Garden game. Chat was just as shocked as you are. Oh, barbarism critic. Most interesting tea Ashley St. Clair dropped, in my opinion, is that Chaya Raichik pays as stylist. $11K upvotes on this clip on Faux Moi this week. I tend to agree with this fellow more often than not. Hasan Piker, Trump is God for MAGA, which is the entirety of the Republican Party. He's no longer just a political figure. He's a deity. You have to look at the current modern day Republican voters as a cult. That's it. He's pretty smart and way more reasonable than the media portrays him. Funnily enough, I didn't even know who he was until they made him out to be so controversial. And that's why the current Democratic Party is so intimidated by him. I don't like Hasan, but on the Hull, he's pretty good for being the biggest leftist streamer. I don't watch him, but I'm glad he's resonating with so many people and bringing new folks on board with actual progressive policies and thought. Oh my God. This is Reddit too. What the hell? I'm getting motion on Reddit. That's crazy. Love Hasan, but he's just stating something we've all come to the conclusion years ago. Half of Hasan's stream is repeating the same thing every day because there's always a few people watching for the first time. This is a rare good sub. True, that's true. They're glazing you more than your own subreddit is true. I missed the Ashley Sinclair segment. I wish there was a way for me to rewind the stream. Well, I'll have you know there is a way. All you need to do is subscribe, chatter. If you subscribe, you can rewind. Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, People's Broadcasting Service. Subscribe and rewind. That's right. All right, let's keep going.
Bring you up to date with all you need to know on day 85 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Let's start with some of today's key developments. Iran says it's in the final stages of drafting a framework peace deal with the United States. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says some progress has been made with Iran. Mr. Rubio was speaking on a trip to India.
What's this music, bro? Boom, 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 boom.
Where the impact of the war on energy prices was high on the agenda. Israel issues evacuation orders for towns and villages in southern Lebanon. And of course, we'll get the latest from our teams across the world. We'll be live with our correspondents in Beirut and Jerusalem. Plus, we'll hear analysis from our correspondents monitoring developments from here in London. Let's start with some news from the US, Iran and Pakistan about an end to the war. Pakistan, which is trying to negotiate an agreement between Iran and the US, says talks over the past 24 hours have resulted in encouraging progress towards a final understanding. State television said there'd been some convergence of views, though gaps remained. It said nuclear issues were not part of the framework, and the Strait of Hormuz had nothing to do with the United States. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman told state media they were finalizing a draft understanding with the US.
Our initial intention was to draft a memorandum of understanding, a kind of framework agreement comprised of 14 clauses. This memorandum of understanding will address the essential points for ending the imposed war, as well as the fundamental issues for us. Within a reasonable period, the details will be discussed and a final agreement will ultimately be concluded. We are currently in the final stages of finalising these memoranda of understanding.
Donald Trump says he believes Iran was, in his words, getting a lot closer to reaching a deal. He's received Tehran's latest draft proposal and is due to hold a phone call with leaders from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Egypt, Turkey and Pakistan. Elsewhere, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in India. More on that later. But he was asked about the war with Iran.
There's been some progress done, some progress made. Even as I speak to you now, there's some work being done. There is a chance that whether it's later today, tomorrow, in a couple days, we may have something to say. But this issue needs to be solved, as the president has said, one way or the other. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The straits need to be opened without tolls. They need to turn over their enriched uranium. They need to turn over their highly enriched uranium. We need to address that issue. We need to address the issue of enriched.
I've told you guys from the start, if you recall my Trita Parsi interviews early on, what did I tell you? that the enriched uranium side was the most easy it was the easiest concession to extract, and them hyper focusing on the enriched uranium side of things was a sign that they were inevitably going to reach a fucking reasonable negotiation. Okay? Why is Marco Rubio in India? What do you mean? He's normalizing relations with India, dude. He's trying to give Indian business people visas, which, by the way, so awesome. Dude, white supremacists at this point should just kill themselves, right? Like, you literally have the president who is a slave to Israel. Your favorite president of all time is a slave to Israel. His mass deportation project was roundly opposed by the masses through direct action and failed in places like Minneapolis. Okay? He openly went to China and was subservient and came back and told Sean Hannity that it's actually wonderful if there's 1 million Chinese, if not 2 million Chinese students coming into the United States of America. He literally said China should continue buying farmland. Okay? And now Marco Rubio is running around India begging Indian wealth to come to the United States of America. How can you be a white supremacist and look at this current administration and think that this guy is your guy? They threw you red meat in the beginning. They harmed some of the most vulnerable people in American society. Okay? You thought white America was a reality. This is literally post-Brexit UK, okay? These fucking dumbasses thought, oh, if we do Brexit, no more fucking migrants, yeah? Yeah, post-Brexit, the number of migrants in the UK exploded. And you were worried about the Polish migrants. And now you got even like more non-white migrants coming into the country. Awesome. I obviously have no issue with migration. I myself am fresh off the boat. Well, no longer as fresh. Obviously, it's been like, what, fucking almost 15 years at this point, right? But it's so funny. It's so awesome that these guys are like, yeah, we're going to vote for this guy because he's going to do racism. He's going to do racism beyond like the regular level of racism that already exists in American society or in Western society broadly. Okay? Almost 17 years on. True. So it's very funny that these guys who are like, yeah, no, I love Trump because, you know, Stephen Miller, he's based. Stephen Miller, he's so based. Get fucked, dude. Get fucked. Mark Levin, you don't sideline an ally who fought along your side in a major military operation. Either this is just another long list of smears against Netanyahu, who the disreputable New York Times and Jerusalem Post despise, or a very big strategic mistake. I love that Mark Levin is mad that his favorite president of all time is being disparaged. Okay? Trump is looking good. Wait, is this the one I think? Oh my God. He's so toast. Speaking of Stephen Miller, have you seen him on the news since the plenary authority comment? Yes, he went on television. He was allowed to go back on television so he could fucking talk about how Thomas Massie was not based because they're all servile to Israel at the end of the day. But maybe, perhaps, not as servile as we previously thought. Who knows? You know? Who knows? According to my sources, the draft proposal that's supposed to be finalized includes, this is Al Jazeera English, Ali Hasham. End of war on all fronts, including Lebanon, freeing several billions of dollars of Iran's blocked funds, lifting the U.S. naval blockade and opening the Strait of Hormuz, withdrawal of American forces from the immediate vicinity of Iran. After this, the parties will have 30 days to agree on the nuclear issue. Oh my God. Brother, all I can say is mashallah. I mean, they got everything. They got everything. I mean, this is it's over. And we don't know what the consequences of this will look like on the global stage. This is going to be one of the most consequential, like history books will write about the American period of Middle Eastern conflict. Because obviously when we look back in history, we look at like decades as a relatively short time frame, right? But we will look at like a post 9/11 America as like the end of American empire. And one of the most consequential moments where the demise set in a way where people can see it, feel it, and understand it will be seen as this moment where the American president, Donald Trump, decided to lean into Israeli goals and Israeli demands to such a degree that they lost and everyone else saw it. And they did it in a relatively short period of time. AIPAC can chirp all day, every day, and rally the motherfucking troops. AIPAC is currently retweeting politicians blasting Trump's reported peace agreement with Iran. Is AIPAC preparing to publicly take sides against the U.S. president, ending a deeply unpopular war? Dude, I'm thinking of like the Democratic Party politicians that are salivating at the prospect of like winning over the pro-Israel money again. You know? Like, oh yeah, we'll be the pro-Israel party. Please. Meanwhile, their base is like, if you do this, we will punish you endlessly. The rumored 60-day, Senator Roger Wicker says, the rumored 60-day ceasefire with the belief that Iran will engage in good faith would be a disaster. Everything accomplished by Operation Epic Fury would be wrought. We already covered this. Lindsey Graham is crying. Turkey's back on the table, by the way. So big dubs for the Turks in the chat. Turkey wanted to create this joint regional front for an Iran deal in Istanbul before Oman talks and Tehran had refused. Funny how it has come to that. Joint regional bloc is about to stop it. Ragıp. Yani resmen ya ajan gibi yazıyorsun abi. Yuh. Yani Ragıp Soylu is so funny because he's a Turkey bureau chief for Middle East Eye. And he's supposed to talk like a journalist and like at least try to remain somewhat objective. But anytime anything Turkey related takes place, he just immediately is like, that's right, we're the fucking best. yeah, you bitches didn't know. Turkey is at the fucking table. It's so funny. It's such a funny thing to tweet out, man. Yeah, Turkey wanted to do this from the start. Yeah, you bitches didn't know. Turkey's still the table, motherfucker. The published deal is worse version than Obama's JCPOA. If agreed, it will be a huge humiliation for Trump and a huge victory for the regime in Iran. I don't believe Trump went through all of this trouble to surrender. Dude, it's over. Give it up. Give up. It's over. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand what these guys think is going to happen. It's not like Israel has the ambitions or the military capabilities of invading Iran personally. Like, what is this baby-like expectation? Like the most petulant child country on the fucking planet, dude. Literally. They're just like, you have to die for us. Like, why won't you die for us? What the fuck are you doing? There is nothing There is nothing that could take place. Iran's Fars News denies Trump's claim that the Strait of Hormuz will return to its pre-war status, saying any possible deal would leave Iran in the control of passage routes. Yes, no, I already covered this. That's most likely what's going to take place. That's most likely what's going to take place. That is what's going on. There is no other alternative here. The only other alternative is escalation, which is what Israel wants. Escalation that requires boots on the ground military warfare, which Trump notoriously is shy about. Okay? And even then, there's no guarantee that the Strait opens. What are we supposed to do? Go wage a 20-year, 30-year fucking conflict with Iran so that Israel can continue its expansionist project without any impediments, without any fucking regional actors that are capable militarily of establishing deterrence? Because that's the goal here. Israel wants Greater Israel Project. They know that the only country in the region that has the military capabilities and the ambition to stop Israel from doing this is Iran. All of the other countries in the Gulf are servile to American, Western, and therefore Israeli interests. Iran is the only fucking threat. Finally, you understand? What do you mean, finally, you understand? I've been saying this for quite a while now, my friend. What do you mean, finally? Guy who just came in to the broadcast today, I guess, saying, oh, finally, you get it. And Israel is so fucking insane that they genuinely think, no, just bleed out America. Fuck it, who cares? As long as we get to destroy Iran, we don't even care about what happens to the region if Iran, this country with 93 million people, is destabilized. Like, it's fine. They're so incredibly shameless. They're unbelievably shameless. The warmongers and the pro-Israel crowd have been freaking out for the past 36 hours publicly. With Trump announcing a deal just now, the freak out will crescendo. Netanyahu will likely be more muted publicly. He cannot afford to confront Trump publicly, particularly not as he's gearing up for elections. But the voices in Washington often act as his proxy will be loud, desperate, and reeking of despair. I'm sorry, okay? This is a little bit of a Chapo joke, but I 100% agree with it at this point. It's just abject reality. Okay. There are forces in this world that are capable of defeating Trumpism. It's not the Democratic Party. Okay. It's China and it's Iran. Those are the only two forces that have shown time and time again that they are capable of defeating Trumpism. And both of those forces destroyed Trumpism, destroyed MAGA, destroyed Donald Trump's ambitions and objectives by fighting for it. With China, it wasn't military conflict. It was a tariffs war, right? As long as you have fucking leverage against Trump and you just sit, you tunnel in and you say, nope, we're going to keep our dignity, we're going to keep our sovereignty, and we're going to fight for it. Donald Trump has to buckle at a certain point because the Western world is far too comfortable. This entire experience, like the whole point, the buy-in for the system requires a level of relative comfort to be maintained by the average American. Once those comforts go away, if inflation becomes too much of a problem, if you can't, pay for gas any longer, your long commutes become unsustainable, all of a sudden, people start freaking the fuck out. We saw this during COVID as well. We told people they couldn't get a fucking haircut. We told people they couldn't get a goddamn haircut, and people literally were storming state capitals with weapons, okay? Demanding that businesses open up at fucking gunpoint. Yes, Americans do not have any pain tolerance whatsoever. And relative to the Palestinian population, Israeli society has no pain tolerance whatsoever either. Same with Iran. What the fuck is Trump supposed to do? Markets and munitions. Markets and munitions and midterms, right? The 3 M's. Markets, munitions, midterms. Midterms is just a stand-in for, domestic pressures from the public and the people's appetite for further war and destruction, with some kind of cost incurred by the regular, average American. Market volatility causes Trump to get a bunch of phone calls. We've already seen certain industries fall apart. Obviously, air travel is one of them that experienced tremendous instability. Jet fuel became very difficult to acquire. Prices go up. Travel is more difficult. Airlines potentially go under. There is not only just an anti-imperialist argument here, but an anti-capitalist one, because these two things are obviously aligned with one another, imperialism being the highest stage of capitalism. Imperialism is a necessity under capitalism. What Iran did was basically accelerate the contradictions, exhaust the contradictions. This international system of trade is delicate. It's fragile. Capital is international. So if you want to harm American profit centers, you don't have to actually directly hit the United States of America any longer. If you want to harm American profit centers, you can harm American assets in the region, because America has an expansive empire. Okay? It's everywhere. American capital is all around the world. And international trade has created this delicate system where if the Strait of Hormuz closes, that has impact all around the world. Everywhere around the world, that impact is felt, because these regions are not region locked. Because if the Asian markets can't get oil and gas and can't have their energy needs be met, then they can no longer produce. Where are all the components for the parts that are being put together in the United States of America being produced? In China, in India. If they no longer have their energy needs met, they can no longer produce. If they can no longer produce and resources become scarce, the components become scarce, then all of a sudden, Americans receive an inflationary shock. It's all connected to one another. And Iran used that interconnected nature of international capital to its advantage, to fight for its sovereignty. It exposed how unbelievably insecure this whole thing is, how unbelievably fragile this entire system is. Very important lesson to learn there. On the domestic front, and there was a journalist who wrote this brilliant statement in Bolivia, right? And I think there's a takeaway, there's a lesson for America there too, for Americans, in fighting their own battles against capital. I'm going to read you that quote real quick. Let me see if I can find it. It was brilliant. Because there's been a general strike taking place in Bolivia as America's trying to intervene once again in Bolivia. Ollie Vargas writes, "This is Bolivia, day 8 of the general strike. Barricades across all the highways, bringing all trade and economic activity to a halt. Commercial trucks backed up for miles. This continues until the neoliberal government resigns. Workers of every country have their Strait of Hormuz." That's it. That's precisely it. Capital is this behemoth that consumes everything, right? We all exist under this system, and oftentimes we think it's impossible to tackle. But it's not so impossible to actually hit profit centers. It's not so impossible to force capital to concede at times. We only feel that it's impossible. But the reality is, this system is delicate. It is very fragile. Especially, it's exceptionally fragile in a country like the United States of America, where we are comfortable. We're used to certain comforts. Just as just-in-time manufacturing, designed to incur maximum amounts of profits, has made the entire logistical, the supply chain, unbelievably insecure. In a moment's notice, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, or rather, any other passageway is blocked in some way, you immediately see an inflation crisis. One labor union could potentially have tremendous impact in the entire domestic economy, whether it be the Teamsters or the longshoremen or even the transit unions. They could. You wouldn't even need a general strike to be able to, collapse the entire system for a limited amount of time to have your needs be met. This is why union participation is so low in this country. This is why many of the unions in this country are corporate unions and terrified of doing anything, or rather comfortable with their current position in society. At least the leadership is. Sometimes. There are exceptions, of course. But it's just important to understand that, like, what Iran was doing in the Strait of Hormuz is not dissimilar to a work stoppage that takes place in a unionized shop, The IRGC affiliated Fars News Agency reported that the U.S. officials involved in negotiations sent indirect messages to the Iranian side through intermediaries, urging them to ignore Trump's tweets, saying his public statements are purely for domestic and media consumption, and that his position at the negotiation table is completely different. A source told Fars that Trump has realized that Iran is not one to give concessions and sends word through intermediaries that his statements should not be paid attention to.
These are the president's points consistently, and his preference is always to deal with it in a diplomatic way.
With me is BBC Persian special correspondent HasanAbi. So how close are we to a peace deal?
We still don't know. And a spokesman for Iran's negotiating team, he was appointed yesterday, actually, and he was on Iranian TV, and he was saying that we are near and we are far. But at the same time, the detail that he gave is that they're working on a memorandum of understanding that would pave the way for a 30 to 60-day detailed negotiations to end the war. And he said that the main things that we are discussing is extension of the ceasefire and preferably end of the war. Secondly, the lifting of the U.S. blockade of Iran's ports. And thirdly, freeing of Iran's frozen assets in various banks. That memorandum of understanding, where they have reached, we don't know. But nevertheless, that document has been taken out of Iran by Asim Munir, who is the chief of the Pakistani army. And I suppose that document has now been relayed to Washington, to President Trump and his team. He's going to discuss this later today with his advisors. J.D. Vance has been called in for this session. He also is said to be sort of planning to make phone calls to the Gulf region countries, the leaders. So a big decision is coming. And he has said before that if it's not what he wants to hear, this document, the war could start as soon as tomorrow. So we will have to wait and see.
And how realistic is it that a nuclear part of this might be left out at this stage?
The nuclear part is not as important now as the Strait of Hormuz is. And interestingly, that spokesman for Iran's negotiating team did not mention anything to do with the Strait of Hormuz or the nuclear issue. The Strait of Hormuz is an urgent priority for the U.S. and for the world economy. So any document that does not mention the lifting of that blockade by Iran of the Strait of Hormuz is going to be difficult for the U.S. to digest.
Thank you very much indeed. HasanAbi there with your analysis. Thank you. Well, as we mentioned, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been in India. The trip comes during a global energy crisis triggered by the Iran war. Energy shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway that's become a flashpoint since Israel and the US attacked Iran, have virtually ground to a halt. It's impacted India because nearly half of its crude oil imports usually pass through the strait. More from our South Asia correspondent HasanAbi.
We just finished hearing some remarks by the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio here in Delhi, and this visit comes at a particularly tense time. The US-Israel war on Iran has triggered soaring energy prices around the world, and that's certainly being felt here in India, a country that imports 80% thereabouts of its energy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been encouraging people to use the metro to work from home. And yet, despite being directly affected by the war, it does not have a seat at the negotiating table, unlike its arch-rival, Pakistan. Now, that is one element of the many tensions between the United States and India right now. But at this briefing, the US ambassador to India has insisted that when he witnessed the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Marco Rubio earlier today, that the relationship is on solid footing. Marco Rubio said that he was here to reaffirm those ties. But what that means, practically speaking, for India as it continues to feel the ramifications of the war is yet unclear.
Your house is on now. My life for Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabad.
In Lebanon, the military said an Israeli strike targeted an army barracks in the south, wounding a soldier, despite a ceasefire being extended. Israel has continued to strike southern Lebanon. Today, they issued another evacuation warning for more towns and villages. Well, joining me live from Beirut is BBC Arabic's Rami Ruhayem, and in Jerusalem, our correspondent Emir Nader. So, Rami, how much faith do people in Lebanon have in the ceasefire?
Well, there's no ceasefire to begin with by any reasonable definition of the word. Just a couple of hours back, the Lebanese Ministry of Health said that a strike in the immediate vicinity of a hospital, the Hiram Hospital in Tyre, wounded 25 people, all of whom are healthcare workers, medical, nursing, and administrative staff at the hospital itself. Tyre, in particular, has seen many such attacks. Just a couple of days, 2 rescuers were killed in a direct Israeli strike on their vehicle. It was captured on video. And also today, there were strikes across the south, as you mentioned, and we're hearing reports from the official news agency about 5 people killed a couple of hours ago, among them children, and another 4 people killed in a separate airstrike. So there is no ceasefire. There was no ceasefire before the latest round of direct negotiations between Lebanon and Israel in Washington. And there was no ceasefire even since the last ceasefire in November 2024, when the Lebanon and Israel reached a cessation of hostilities. The Israelis never ceased their fire, and Hezbollah took 15 months of hits without responding. The difference now is that Hezbollah is responding. So today we also saw attacks by Hezbollah directed especially at Iron Dome platforms, and also Israeli military vehicles in South Lebanon.
And has there been any reaction from Lebanon's government or from Hezbollah?
Hezbollah's reaction is to strike back, unlike the 15 months I mentioned, during which it just took hits without striking back. This time it is striking back. Lebanon's reaction is a different matter. Lebanon still pretends that there is a ceasefire. The latest statement following the last round of direct negotiations in Washington, Lebanon spoke of diplomatic triumph for Lebanon, of what it said was tangible diplomatic progress in favor of Lebanon, and it said that progress was the extension of the ceasefire currently in place. It wasn't in place before, it wasn't extended, there was no ceasefire. But also the Lebanese government seems to not want to jeopardize the negotiations, whatever happens on the ground and whatever the Israelis do. So they're not even threatening to pull back from the negotiations. There's another round on the 29th. There will be a meeting of military officials from both countries, and then again the political track in the beginning of June.
Thank you very much indeed, Rami. To Emir now, what are Israel saying about the strikes in Lebanon?
To be honest, not a great deal. You have these daily updates, these fresh forced evacuation orders from the military spokesperson for all those villages in the south of Lebanon. But in terms of the political leaders, you aren't hearing a great deal. We know Israel wants to see the disarmament and dismantling of Hezbollah. It wants a long-term peace with Lebanon, but it hasn't really articulated its great strategy for how to achieve that. You have this extension of the ceasefire that Rami mentioned, a ceasefire only in name, another 45 days. And it is expected that in the coming weeks there will be further negotiations on the detail about those thorny issues of Hezbollah disarmament, Israeli withdrawal from the south of the country. But I think there is an awareness that it is kind of a second-order conflict in the sense that much of it depends on the outcome of the US-Iran negotiations with, you must remember that Iran has consistently demanded that a ceasefire deal will be based on a halt of fighting on all fronts, which would include Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah as well.
And is there any sense from Israel that they're feeling at all sidelined from the broader peace talks?
You're definitely getting that sense, indeed. I mean, you have to remember at the start of this war, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu presented themselves as equal partners, allies. It's widely accepted that Prime Minister Netanyahu talked President Trump into launching this war, presenting regime change as perhaps as simple as what the US did in Venezuela. Clearly, it didn't go that way. We now know Prime Minister Netanyahu is very keen to return to striking Iranian regime sites to cause as much damage as possible. But you heard from President Trump this week saying of Prime Minister Netanyahu that he'll do whatever I want him to do. And then you've had these incredible reports in US media suggesting that there was a very tense phone call between the two this week in which President Trump laid out how he's going to pursue the diplomatic path with Iran. And Prime Minister Netanyahu was apparently incandescent. His hair was on fire. And today in the New York Times, we've read that Israel is apparently so sidelined, so cut out of the information loop about what's going on, that they're having to turn to their intelligence assets in Iran and friendly leaders in the region for updates. So the image we're getting from the outside is of President Trump.
Venezuela didn't get a regime change? Yeah, but listen. It's not a secret that under the Delcy Rodriguez administration, Venezuela has become much more servile to the interests of foreign capital, right? I mean, right off the jump, think about it this way. Like him or hate him, Maduro was, one, protected by, Cuban special forces and was shipping oil to Cuba. That was never going to stop. I'm fairly certain that if Trump was like, you have to stop sending oil to Cuba, Maduro would be like, no, fuck off. Delcy Rodriguez definitely, either due to pressure or because of her own ambitions, is absolutely playing along with Donald Trump's agenda. Venezuela is gone. Now, the administration in Venezuela might resemble the previous administration. The people are possibly the same people that are in charge. So while there isn't really a regime change, a real regime change, it's still technically Chavistas, right, that are responsible for the governance of the country. It's very clear that financial interests and foreign capital is entering the country, and we'll only see the impact of that in the next decade if we make it out that long. Yeah, Venezuela, the humiliation continues. The U.S. Army is doing free military drills in Caracas. Like, it's stuff like this. So I don't know. I don't know if, like, Delcy Rodriguez sold out. There's decent evidence that she sold out potentially, or I don't know if she's under tremendous pressure and this is the calculation, you know. The calculation is like, we don't want Venezuelans to die, we don't want them to suffer, so we had to just take this L here. But if there is one lesson to learn from how to deal with Trump, it's this. You have to become stronger. You have to try to develop some kind of leverage. You have to suck the American government into a military quagmire if necessary. If you want sovereignty, and I'm not discounting the delicate calculation that people are making here. This is a difficult choice. No one wants their people to die, right? So maybe sometimes people say, you know what? I'd rather not fight and have my people die. I'd rather become servile to Western interests. I would rather destroy Venezuelan sovereignty, and then who knows, maybe in the long run, things will get marginally better. And it's clear that like there are differences within countries that have fought back against Donald Trump, whether it be the Houthis with Operation Prosperity Guardian or whatever the fuck it was called, where Trump had to back away from that naval incursion. Whether it be Iran, as we're seeing now. Iran has agreed to a memorandum of understanding that would halt fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, lift the U.S. naval blockade, allow free commercial traffic, and release $25 billion in frozen Iranian assets. Nuclear issues would be negotiated within 30 to 60 days. China, unlike the European leaders, said fuck off when Donald Trump tried to do a tariff battle. America tried to engage China in a tariff war, and China held firm. Chose to utilize their leverage, the leverage that they had. So when Donald Trump went to Beijing, he demonstrated a very different attitude against China, right? Same with Iran. Donald Trump came in thinking he could destroy Iran with ease. Iran pushed back, and even with all of the outside influence coming from, Israel, Donald Trump is now forced to cut a deal that is not favorable to the admin at all. I don't believe in a peace treaty. How people don't sell this as a third perfidy attempt is beyond me. We'll see. We'll see. The only thing that I'm looking at right now, look, I've said this already. It's not over until it's over. Okay? It's not accomplished until the strait is open, until the naval assets retreat from the region. Before that happens, there is no peace deal because Israel can always fuck it up. Okay? That is always a likely reality. Understand that. Israel can always come in and ruin this deal. Israel can always come in and rat fuck this deal. And they most likely will try to do that, by the way. So understand that. But as it stands, given how much Israel is chirping here, it kind of feels like it's... given how much Israel is chirping here, maybe it's slated to happen.
pointing out the belligerent Netanyahu. But then again, of course, this could all change if the ceasefire talks do break down and there is a return to fighting, and we could see the two becoming united once again.
Emir Nader and Rami Ruhayem, thank you very much indeed, both of you, for your thoughts today. Now, whether you're joining us on YouTube, TikTok, Sounds, radio or TV, thanks for your time. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow with the Iran War Today.
Yeah, in Venezuela, the U.S.-led economic boom is nowhere to be found. Trump says Venezuelans are benefiting from the U.S. oil grab, but workers tell a different story on this on-the-ground report from Jessica Dos Santos. Of course there's no fucking economic benefit. It's the United States of America. Our first act was literally to steal their oil and sell it. and like the first thing America did was straight up steal their fucking oil, man, and sell it. And then turn around and make it seem like it was good that we're doing this for them. Like, we're managing their oil revenue. Even Fox can't spin the deal. Oh, you know what I want to hear from? I want to hear from the based Asman Gold, based APAC Gold. What will based APAC Gold say? How will he spin it? Yeah, this is based, actually. I know I really wanted to keep waging war with Iran. M is real high, folks. I mean, these guys are real terrorists, you know? We got to keep fighting them. Iran is a real danger, an imminent danger. But yeah, it's also based that Donald Trump actually pulled out. He's so smart. Yeah.
To get that straight open, to get the insurance companies...
Yeah, where's Mr. Contingencies? Trey or whatever, Trey Easton in the chat. Where are my goats at? Perfidy is more likely. What the fuck is this? No, this is not perfidy. This is Trump coping. That's why Fars is saying that U.S. officials involved in negotiations sent indirect messages to the Iranian side through intermediaries urging them to ignore Trump's tweets. Hello? They're literally saying, like, don't worry about it. Trump is just trying to save face. That's it.
To work with these ships to calm the nerves and get oil prices down. You need the deal. So that's what we were looking for, and hopefully that's what we got.
But to that point, if that's all we get is the straight open, then we'd be back to where we started before we started the conflict. So you have to get the enriched uranium. You have to get a deal that includes removing that aspect of the nuclear ambitions. Otherwise, I don't know if you can walk away and say we have a win. It feels like we're back to square one. Yeah. So I think that's going to be an important component. We know the president is very, very strict on that point. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. So I think that any deal is going to include that. I don't think it's going to be enough just for the straight.
I agree. Without that,
that's a full win.
Yeah, no deal.
Yeah, then we're back to where we started.
In order to get that straight open, to get the insurance companies confident to...
Kev June says, this is a beautiful day to sit back with an ice drink and observe you fucking freaks melt down because 1, you couldn't win a war you'd been fomenting for years on your own, and 2, you couldn't even win it with the support of your greatest, most expensively militarized ally. Israelis and Americans are hopeless, but the Iranis who fully threw their weight behind this war and danced and twerked through the night while parents looked for the remains of their kids in the rubbles of schools will have to carry the shame of this war to their graves 100%. This is why... Look, I don't have to live with that shame, you know? I told you from the start, there were so many voices in this fucking community that would come in and say, well, don't you feel like we can democratize Iran? And what did I tell you? Over and over again. That 1, Israel had no real ambitions of like liberalizing Iran. 2, why should it be up to us anyway? It should be up to the fucking Iranians themselves. And 3, that anyone who thought that this would go any differently. Because like what Iranians who supported the I am Persian, I am not Iranian, President Trump, like all those fucking Iranians, the diasporoids that were aching for this death and destruction that took place in Iran, this beautiful country with thousands of years of history and culture, at the precipice of complete destruction, should at least feel happy that their ambitions were not followed through on. Okay? Because if the diasporoids got what they wanted, right now, Isfahan would be fucking cratered. There would be death and destruction everywhere. Their entire families would get wiped out, fomenting ethnic conflict internally in this country. It would be so much worse overall. So you should be excited that the Islamic Republic and the IRGC were able to hold it together. Okay? You should be elated. You should be thanking Allah every day that Israel did not get what it wanted across. Now, I'm talking like this is already a done deal. It's not. It can still change. I checked for you, and his take is denial.
I can find this here. Iran deal.
Oh my God, this guy only fucking gets his information from Twitter. It's so funny. This is literally like what my haters say about me. Like, my haters think this is what I do. My haters don't realize that I'm like sourcing actual breaking news from literal journalists that are breaking their reporting on Twitter. This is unironically just going to Twitter to be like, what's the news? What's the information? Let me just check Twitter real quick.
Let me see if I can pull up any more information about this. Unless Netanyahu fucks it up, we have a deal. Biggest winners, Iran and Hezbollah. Biggest losers, the U.S. Well, we don't even know what it is. I have no idea. What is this here? If I find it, Israeli press is telling you what Netanyahu's security
like Mario Navhal.
cabinets are arguing right now. Iran keeps the regime. They keep the straight leverage. I don't think that they're going to do that, man. I don't think he's going to deal with that at all. And it's a big L. We don't know what the deal is going to be, right?
It is a big L. It's a spectacular L. But it's not a bad thing for Americans, okay? It's a bad thing for the American blob. It's a bad thing for the defense contractors. This is bad for those who want to maintain a permanent military presence all around the world. But if you're a regular ass American, this is a good thing because we are being forced to restrain ourselves. Okay? That's it. We're being forced to restrain ourselves. Someone actually finally fucking punched us back and we got a bloody nose, but it's okay. It's not the worst thing. It's actually a good thing, as a matter of fact. As long as we realize that this can't continue, we can't just continue waging war all the time. And as long as we realize that we definitely can't trust Israel and lean into Israel for intelligence, because very clearly Israel's only goals is Israel's own personal ambitions in the region, and they will make Americans bleed to get that mission across. As long as that's an important takeaway from this conquest, this failure, then it's good. It's a W. It's so funny that he's coping. He's like, yeah, we don't know.
We have no idea yet. Russia, this is not important. Let me see if there's anything else beyond this. It looks like that's about it.
For the record, it doesn't even matter like whether this deal is finalized today, tomorrow, a month from now. It literally does not fucking matter. It does not fucking matter because the battle has been lost. And the only way that you can actually, I guess, secure a W here beyond, the only way that you can fucking secure a W here beyond pulling out is if you, I guess, go back into escalation. Sorry, I'm looking at something real quick. I have to download something. There's two options out of here. There's two options. You either pull out right now and you stop the bleeding. Okay, you take the L, you stop the bleeding. The other option is you actually double down, triple down, quadruple down, and you go up the escalation ladder. And if we go up the escalation ladder, the only way that we can continue dealing with Iran is by invading Iran, a country that is 4 times the size of Iraq, a country that has 93 million people in it, a country that has a far more competent military than any country that the United States of America has ever engaged, and a country that's sitting on a massive choke point for global energy trades, global energy supply. It's over. It's so dumb.
So we don't know what else is going to happen. They want a W real bad. I think you're right. They're going to blow it off first day. Yeah, definitely. I gave you this deal info at 1 minute after it was announced. Yeah, you did a good job, man. Thanks. See what's happening in Serbia? Yeah, I've got a mod that's in Serbia. They're having a really big protest today, aren't they?
That's it? He's moving on? Okay, nice. All his mods are Serbian. Let's be real. No, because Serbians are also like anti-NATO and shit. So he found the one Serbian who's not, I guess. I've heard you say a couple times if Fuentes' audience is older, stemming from that poll that showed disapproval among young people. I think you're misreading the data. He has approval among older people because no one old knows who he is except the fascists. He has a high disapproval among young people because every young person knows him. Most importantly, young women know him and hate him, but his audience is still overwhelmingly young. You know what? You're probably right about that. I probably misread that data. I've been thinking about that too. Yeah, let's talk about the protests in other countries except the US. It's so funny, the grift. I mean, that's like, he's a perfect... Asmongold is a perfect conservative mouthpiece because he's just very fucking dumb. What? Many gunshots were heard when we were at the White House? We were told to run into the press briefing room? Wait, what the fuck is going on? What? Is there any... You should show this edit of him that you posted about? Oh yeah, this was very funny. I tweeted about this as well. But hold on. Dude, what the fuck is happening? Oh my God, is it Israel? Big Yahoo? Did Big Yahoo fucking use that beeper or what? Again? I'm not gonna... This just happened now, so there will probably be no news for a bit. Lindsey Graham finally lost his mind. I'm just going to tweet, uh-oh. Gunshots heard outside the White House, approximately 20 to 30. Secret Service told those of us gathered on the North Lawn to run inside the press briefing room. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Okay, dude. We don't know anything. We don't know anything yet. It's we will breaking news, okay? We don't fucking know anything. But all I'm saying is, if they try to be like, oh, dude, it's Iran. How many people will believe that, you think, in America, give or take? If they were to be like, hey, right at the precipice of this like ceasefire negotiation when Israelis got really mad, Iran chose to do an act of terrorism on U.S. soil right outside the White House. How many people would believe that? I'm just asking. How many people? Like, this is a theory, totally hypothetical. I just want to know, how many Americans do you think would be convinced? You would probably have more Americans believe the necessity of a fucking ballroom than that. No, not all of MAGA. If you were to tell MAGA, this is why we need a ballroom, more of MAGA would be on board with that than if you were to tell MAGA this is Iran. Iran did this right at this moment, right as the ceasefire negotiation was being put together. Look at them. They're so crazy. Iranian sleeper cells were attacking the ballroom. Anyway, well, we'll wait for updates on this, but the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rose playbook. Pay the RGC to build a WMD program and then terrorize the world. Not remotely America first. It's straightforward. Open the damn strait. Deny Iran access to money. Take out enough Iranian capability so it cannot threaten our allies in the region. Overdue. Let's go. I think it's usually people like this that accelerate the demise of empire. People who just are unable to read the room. Gunners on the White House roof. Breaking news, Trump executes Pete Hegseth. Okay, shut the fuck up. Dr. Jihad, the ballroom is the only way. I agree. Yeah, Lindsey Graham is fomenting revolt. Lindsey Graham is instituting a revolution. Okay, a pro-Israel revolution in the United States of America. Breaking news: shots fired outside of the White House lawn. Press corps was told to evacuate or run into the building. Reports show a belligerent Lindsey Graham with an AR-15 running along the lawn, screaming "M Israel High." Oh shit, we got video. Breaking, press being evacuated from the North Lawn. Wait, what? This is right now? This is what it looks like in DC right now? Why the fuck is it so groggy in New York then? Oh, it's May 4th. Man, y'all suck. Update your title, breaking news. It's raining fake news. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. I mean, let's see where this goes. Who knows, man? Who knows at this point, you know? Who knows at this point, man? Fuck it. Why not? You know? That's just where we're at. Yeah, ban that guy. Why does it lie? What do you mean? That chatter... Guys, that chatter sent me fake information. I literally looked at it and I said, this doesn't make any sense. It's like much brighter in DC right now than it would be in New York. And then we figured out that it's fucking a different date. Yeah. This, Chris Flanagan from DC News Now. This is from today. This is from today. This is also from today. Been raining for in DC for 3 days. Yeah, it's been raining on the East Coast. Let's see what CNN is covering. Maybe they'll go live to the scene or something. I don't know. Fuck, what is this shit?
Here's some of what they said.
I do not support the weaponization fund as it has been described.
I'll be back.
How this puppy dog will work. This is just stupid on stilts. This is bad policy, it's bad timing, and it's bad politics.
So the Senate ended up leaving Washington early for their Memorial Day recess without voting on a major immigration and border security funding package as they'd planned.
5 people familiar with the conversations told CNN the president and his close allies were fuming over the Senate GOP rebuke. It was a sentiment made quite clear when the president posted on Truth Social Friday morning, this one attacking Tom Tillis, who is a retiring senator from North Carolina, calling him a nitpicker, a quitter, and accusing him of screwing the Republican Party. Our panel joins us now, Republican strategist Katie Frost and Rena Shaw. It's good to see both of you. Thank you for being here with us. I really appreciate it. Katie, I'm going to start first with you because for a very long time now, the president has held a very firm grip on Republicans in Congress, and they have largely really done everything that he has asked them to do. This was a week where we saw some of that really fraying, and it is worth adding in the context here, which is it came the same week that he endorsed Ken Paxton in Texas, so going against incumbent Senator John Cornyn, who's very well liked by his GOP colleagues there on the Hill, and Bill Cassidy. He had turned on a number of sitting Republican senators. So my question to you is, do you think this is a different moment than we've seen previously?
What the fuck?
I don't know if it's
Zinbert? Hey, yo, stop. Stop playing with me. What is this breaking? Hasan Piker speaks on antiseptics in Israel. Thank you, Gramscianism. You're so funny all the time. All right, man. Do we have more updates or what? The fuck's going on? Just many gunshots heard. Bro, it's crazy. By the way, Selena Wang, back to back. These two things back to back is pretty wild, right? Breaking. Trump just announced an agreement to end the war in the Strait of Hormuz. Many gunshots heard. Like, that's wild to have back to back, you know? Hold on.
But everything in politics really comes down to messaging and timing. Those are two things on this that are going to need to be worked on as far as this weaponization fund.
And so, Rena, what's your thought on this moment? Because Thune himself said earlier this week, look, you can't ignore the politics of this moment either. That's obviously essentially the business they're in. And here we are.
Well, even in a same-party government, Congress still guards the purse strings. So this isn't unusual. It's checks and balances in action, which I very much like. So you've got several Republican senators who expressed concerns over the scale, the lack of the detailed oversight, and the optics. I think especially potential payouts tied to those January 6 cases. That was the biggest sticking point, it felt to me. I mean, they ended up delaying the whole ICE and border funding package before this Memorial Day break. And I think...
Okay, enough. I know, he's a corrupt little crony. A corrupt little crook. I know. Police responding to a scene close to the White House. I don't know. This doesn't seem like, maybe I'm wrong, but and I can't get a good read on how bad the situation is, but it doesn't look that bad. If there's, there's some movement happening, but I was in the middle of taping on my iPhone for a social video for the White House from the White House North Lawn. When we heard the shots, it sounded like a dozen gunshots. We were told to sprint to the press briefing room where we are holding now.
Deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
No.
Oh my God. That is actually fucking insane. When the first couple of shots fire and she realizes like what she's hearing, look at this moment. Like, that's a lot of fucking shots and that's hella close. That's not fucking far away. Dude, what is going on in America, man? All right, my money's on crazy guy though. My money's on like crazy schizo guy, possibly former Trump fan, who's like lost his damn mind. At least that's usually what happens in these situations. Like usually the most common instance is that, you know?
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
The other shots that are being fired is very clearly Secret Service, though, or the military. Like, the first couple of shots get fired, and then you do the that's like, that's coming in from closer too. So it's probably coming from like the closer shots that you hear are most likely coming from the military side or the Secret Service side. Hasan, my money's on the most likely outcome. Whoever says my money's on the least likely outcome? Of course my money's on the most likely outcome. Why isn't anyone reporting? Because they're stuck in the press room. That's why. They literally had to immediately rush to the press briefing room. So there's no coverage at this moment, but I'm sure they will get to it.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart. That President.
There's been no shot since that incident anymore. Seems like it ended right there. Yeah, most likely. I will say, though, once again, imagine if they had a ballroom. As you guys know, I've changed my mind, okay? After having a conversation with Ashley St. Clair, I have realized that there's a lot of money to be had on the Republican side. And therefore, I very quickly joined the Republican the Republican message groups. And they keep telling me to tweet about the ballroom and how it's a necessity. And therefore, I have to say the truth. I have to say my piece. If there was a ballroom, this would not be happening. Okay? One can assume that this is only happening because there is no ballroom, as a matter of fact. Because, see, you might think, like, what does that have to do with anything? Our ballroom's bulletproof. This is the press being shot at. Well, if they knew that there was a ballroom, you would basically stave off all potential shooters in the future because they would know how powerful the ballroom is. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is insane. Ashley St. Clair gives Hasan Piker a hoodie that says, "I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad who stepped up." I'm gonna put this down here. Oh God, what's gonna be in this hood? This is gonna be. Let's see.
You ready? Are you ready, chat?
Oh God. Oh no. I'm not even gonna see it first. Chat's gonna see it before I do.
I've been sent by Benjamin Netanyahu to get his Twitter account banned.
This is. Oh my God. What is this? Elon Musk about to kill himself. 65,000 likes already in literally less than 3 hours. Less than 3 hours. That's unbelievable, dude. All right. Hold on. Don't do it, Elon. Why would you say that? Reporters are still stuck. Show food. Okay, everybody, fucking calm down. Okay. I think we know who the shooter is now. Yeah, I don't think he'd be doing that at the White House. He'd be doing that to me here. That motherfucker could. I am a little worried, bro. I think he's gonna drone strike me one of these fucking days. I hope not. I hope he doesn't do that. I do worry about that a little bit. Russia is striking Kiev with Oreshniks. Wow, a lot of things are happening. Cash went postal. All right, well, while we're waiting for additional news to piece together what the fuck took place, while we await, further news, we'll just get back to the other news, which is what's taking shape in the Strait of Hormuz. Don't worry, your napkin comment turned her off completely? Yeah, sure.
The first issue is
good.
The Lebanese division, interior division. The government negotiate with the United States and Israel, but he don't negotiate, he don't discuss, he don't have an agreement with the resistance. It's unbelievable. Our government negotiate without any card of power in their hand. The only card of power in Lebanon, the only level of power in Lebanon, it is the resistance.
Hezbollah.
Resistance.
I'm here with other White House reporters, photographers. We are now in the briefing room. This is where Secret Service rushed us to after we heard what appeared to be dozens of gunshots. And I want to paint the picture for you a little bit. We're here in the briefing room, and then you can kind of see out the window. Secret Service is currently working the north lawn there to make sure everything is okay. But that's where we do live shots, is those green tents out there. And I was just speaking to you from out there just before this happened. And then reporters were rushed into the briefing room after, again, what appeared to be dozens of gunshots. Now, we have reached out to Secret Service and the White House for more information. This is all still unfolding. It is really unclear right now if anyone was injured. These gunshots, though, to be clear, appeared outside of the grounds closer to the EOB building, which is on the west side of the White House. So while we could hear them, we're not exactly sure where these took place. Again, if anyone was injured, we are waiting on more information. But just the visual of all these reporters running in here, this happening just about a month after the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
EMS responding to two patients.
The same group was on the ground in a situation where there was a shooter there as well. A scary moment, and we are looking for more information, trying to understand exactly what happened here. What we do know is that we heard what appeared to be dozens of gunshots very close to the White House grounds. Jessica?
Right. All right, Julia, we're very glad that you're safe, and worth noting, of course, in addition to Julia and other media colleagues there, the president is also in residence at the White House this weekend. We will check back in with you, Julia. Thank you so much.
Sources tell me the White House ballroom is safe. Please, God.
What the sport is.
All right, I like that they're moving on from it. Like, they're like, yeah, another day in the United States of America where another fucking shooting incident took place. Great.
Even amongst a large section of the Lebanese people, that Hezbollah has been an army that's stronger than the actual country's army, and that's been a big part of the problem.
The beginning of Hezbollah, it was in 1982, no?
Mm-hmm.
But the aggression against Lebanon, it is before, long time before.
That's a long-standing argument. However, we're talking about 2026, and Hezbollah
in Britain,
has been...
your history And your present and your future depend from history. Churchill defended
not disagreeing with that. However, we are faced with 2026 problems, and Hezbollah was running a rival, they say state within a state. Right?
How our state will defend our country? How our government and the authority in Lebanon will defend our country?
I mean, his argument is so clear here. He could be like, well, it's 2026 and Israel is invading Lebanon again. Someone's got to fight back.
Crying in America, like our Minister of Foreign Affairs said. Crying for what? Asking America? Our authority asked America this ceasefire for 34 days before.
So you feel there's no alternative?
No ceasefire. Asking United States or crying. It's our policy. It's our strategy to defend our country. For that, it's not reasonable to ask the resistance to leave arms before deciding how they will defend the country.
And how would you describe the resolve of Hezbollah and
how
the
do
other
you describe the result?
Dude, do you want to get banned or what? Do you want to get banned? And not just you, but other people who are highlighting your very clear bait.
Or if this was a situation which is also common in D.C., where even though guns are illegal in
Are y'all that bored?
Colombia, there is a proliferation of them, and
Are y'all that fucking bored?
know that sometimes there are gangs of youths that will exchange gunfire, settling a score. It's very hard to tell from the outside of this emergency perimeter what exactly has happened. And again, the White House has not given us any official confirmation.
I know there's a meme, motherfucker. Why are you memeing like that?
Lockdown does appear to be somewhat extended, and for there to be a significant presence, again, of emergency vehicles and at least 2 police forces, as well as the National Guard.
Kimberly Halkett there joining us, our White House correspondent, on this breaking news story. The White House in lockdown due to reported exchange of fire in its vicinity. And to another developing story here as well, and it is in California. The governor of the American state has declared a state of emergency as crews work to prevent an overheated chemical storage tank from exploding. Now, around 40,000 people in Orange County have been ordered to evacuate. The chemical leak is happening at an aerospace facility southeast of Los Angeles. Authorities say a tank containing a toxic substance used in plastics production has been leaking since Thursday. Now, exposure to the fumes can cause severe lung irritation, dizziness, and nausea. And the leak happening in the center of one of the most densely populated parts of California, a mere 61 kilometers from downtown LA. Authorities say there is a risk of the chemical reaching the region's water supply. Police officers have been going door to door to urge residents to leave. John Hendren is live with us from an evacuation center in La Paz.
Bro. Since Thursday? Why the fuck?
California. What details are emerging here? Because it seems as though this issue is getting more critical.
That is what Orange County authorities are saying. In the past couple of hours, they put out a bit on social media saying things are actually getting worse. And the reason for that is there is a boiling vat of chemicals in that container. A broken valve has sort of trapped it. First responders aren't even at the scene because it is so dangerous. They're remotely putting water on it with a hose and a sprinkler system. And they say that...
Buddy, why are you there then?
Celsius 24 hours ago.
What the hell?
It's 32, and it's going up another degree or so every 2 or 3 hours. So that situation is growing worse. And they say there are two possible scenarios. This morning, that is, they said, this is just hours ago, they said there were two possible scenarios. One of them is that that container itself would rupture or leak without an explosion, and that they would be able to contain the chemicals before they got into the water supply. Well, that, believe it or not, is the best case scenario. The other possibility is that it would explode under all of that pressure, and there would be a toxic plume across Orange County that could affect many people for miles. That is what they're worried about. But I just talked to a congressman here, Congressman Derek Tran, and he said that there is a possible third scenario. He said local authorities are flying in experts from across the country to try to see how they might be able to freeze or solidify that material so that it neither leaks nor explodes. They don't know right now how to do that, so they're planning for all the other options, but that is what they want to do. But meanwhile, that is getting hotter and the situation is growing worse.
John, give us a sense of the evacuations. You're at that evacuation center, but they're filling up fast and people are having to go to repeated centers, don't they, in order to get accepted?
That's absolutely right. This is a Red Cross truck right here, and that's because we're at a Red Cross evacuation center. 40,000 people have been evacuated, and that's a problem because many of them went to friends and family to stay. Others went to hotels. But this is the Memorial Day holiday weekend, and what that means is that hotels are either very expensive or full up. So the rest of the people come to places like this. There are several of these evacuation centers, but they're filling up one after the other. This one has been full up for hours. We saw people turned away not a long while ago. So Red Cross and other local authorities are opening one facility after another.
Bro, why are we fucking living in the universe from Invincible, where literally it feels like there is never a moment of respite? Like one moment, Mark is fighting a fucking alien force that just invaded, and then he can catch his breath for a brief moment, and then boom, immediately there's like agents of Satan that are invading the planet. We're waging war with Iran. Right as we have arrived at a negotiation, a ceasefire, shots fired at the White House. Meanwhile, we're trying to wage war with Cuba. And also on top of that, now you got a fucking Chernobyl situation happening in Southern California. What the fuck?
Where they can, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has declared a state of emergency. The federal government has not done so yet. They generally don't do that until after the fact. So there's a lot of concern that they won't be able to take care of all these people, but they are expanding those facilities, and they expect to be doing this for days. They don't know when this situation will be resolved, or more importantly, they don't know how it will be resolved.
John, thank you. John Hendren, live for us there in La Palma, California. Now, 3 humanitarian workers have died from Ebola as the outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo spirals out of control. The International Federation...
Bro, this isn't the USA season finale. This is the world's season finale. Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? And there's still motherfuckers going, did you pass over the UFO release? Dude, are you kidding me? What the fuck do you mean UFO release? Buddy, wake up. They leaked that shit to you. It's completely fake. So you focus on that dumb shit when real shit's happening in broad daylight in front of our fucking eyes. What the fuck do you mean the UFO release? How are there still more people who are like, who lean into this bullshit?
President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support.
All right, Fox is covering it now. Let's take a look at what they say. What? Oh my God, these fucking ads,
You're
bro.
going to see, if you look to the right, you see the dark colored vehicles there. Secret Service, they typically collect there. Usually there's between 6 and 8 Secret Service vehicles right there as you have an opportunity to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm looking carefully to see if there's any movement north, because as you go north, there's actually a pretty large building set aside just for Secret Service and other security officials. So as we take a look there, as we're watching now an ambulance come down, that's obviously concerning, and we're looking for more information as we get it. Of course, we'll keep passing that along. Tommy and Alicia, what did you have to add?
Well, we haven't heard of any injuries just yet, but we're continuing to check to see if we're getting any new confirmation on what this could have been. Yeah, you mentioned the ambulance there. That's the part that makes us all start to wonder, right? Yeah. Again, is something else going on?
Or the precaution, just because
it could be.
We're not taking any chances, right? So we don't want to jump to any conclusions. But, you know, Tom, to this point, you were sitting at the table with us the day of the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
But it's probably transgenders that did it. We don't want to jump to any conclusions, but it's probably Trantifa.
The Secret Service, law enforcement, they have to take every precaution if they hear anything that sounds like gunshots this close to the White House in D.C. I mean, I would expect this posture.
Yes, and after the White House Correspondents' Dinner, there was about a week of people on, you know, all sorts of networks saying, "How did this happen?" And they were kind of after.
Oh, here it is.
The Secret
the
Service.
Violent left.
They were saying, "Oh, they should have been more on this." The thing is, this is complicated stuff. The president, the president could be a shut-in. He could stay in the basement. He could stay locked down. But he's out there. He's out not only meeting world leaders. He's going to dinners. He wanted to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So the White House wants to be active. They want to be out there in the world, and they have to make it as safe as possible. So in that case, I thought, under the current situation, I've been down there. I was only down at that White House Correspondents' Dinner one time. It's multi-level. You can't lock down the whole building. Yeah. They did enclose the area where the president was, and they had that under control. That's why they did catch the guy. So at the time,
that's why we need a ballroom.
A little bit of a hard time. The organizers of the event, the Secret Service. There's only so much you can do.
Come on.
Right. Kevin?
Yeah, I was just looking if we can get that shot back. It may have been a local shot there. Actually, that shot went down. We're going to see if we can get that back for you. There was an ambulance setting up there, and what I wanted to mention was, in a situation of this nature, it's not just, obviously, the Secret Service. It's also Capitol Police. It's Washington Metro Police, and a cadre of other agencies that are all in and around that area. And what's interesting is, to the northwest of the main gate of the White House, where typically the press and other visitors might enter, you do have that collection, as I pointed out right there. In fact, that looks like that may be the guard shack. You do have that entrance, but you also have sort of a crossroads of several different streets. You have Pennsylvania, which moves at an angle. You have 17th, which is north and south. You also have I Street, which crosses just to the north of Lafayette Park. And so you have sort of several blocks of entry to the White House complex. And that's what makes it, to Tom's point, so difficult to engage in a lockdown circumstance like this, because it could be on any side of the White House at any given time, and people have to quickly spring into action. And
which is why
the pictures, we did see an ambulance pull up there on the upper right.
Which is why, come on.
Of the screen
no one is saying we need a ballroom, man. I feel like they've given up
with respect to personnel, but I think that's.
No one is saying we need a ballroom, and I feel like they've given up on it. It's kind of pissing me off a little bit. I wish. I don't know what I don't know what my point is supposed to be if the Republicans don't say ballroom. You know, I'm a new Republican.
Grounds. We will update the public as we're able. And folks should remember, today, Don Jr., the president's son, is getting married. And the president himself said that he couldn't go because he had to stay in town in D.C. to continue with these negotiations.
This is really funny when they're like, when they talk about this, like Trump is making tremendous sacrifices. Dude, he stayed behind to do a Mike Lawler rally, okay? It's not like he's busy. He just didn't want to go to his fucking shit-ass son's 8th wedding, okay? Not the 8th one, but like he's been married before. He doesn't like his son, okay? That's it. That's the reason why he's not at the wedding. There's no Like, there's no sacrifice here. The sacrifice would be to go to the wedding. But it's so funny that these guys are like, oh, look at our big, beautiful president. He's working so hard. He's working tirelessly. And that's why he can't go. That's why he can't go to his son's wedding. He really wanted to go. Ellerini yıka amına koyayım. Doritolu parmaklarınla mouse'u tutuyorsun. Senin amına koyayım. Senin amına koyayım senin. Oğlum ben çok taktikli kullanıyorum. Doritoları çok hafif elledim. Haklı ama hayır haksız. Susun oğlum.
To
Susun.
action. Again, but based on what I'm looking at as I look at those live pictures, I wouldn't be surprised if by chance it happened near the street. If it was near 17th, as I pointed out, yeah, you would be able to hear that if you're on the North Lawn for sure. If you're doing a report, most definitely
I love this guy, by the way.
Gunfire. And again, given the number.
This guy's so awesome. Dude, the B team on Fox News is so funny. Like, everyone looks so strange. This guy is the GOAT, though. Straight up. Straight up the coolest.
Seeing some images on social media, of course, of other reporters from other networks and what they could have heard. And, you know, my thought is, and Kevin would know better than
I want to know what his actual hairline looks like. It's got to be abysmal, right?
Scene. Maybe this is again
probably a Kevin question. Yeah.
Well, and we are also now joining us now by phone is Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Pergram. He had been following this breaking news story and has all the details on what happened. We're so grateful, Chad, we have you by phone. Can you break this down for us?
Well, Tommy, this is what always happens when we have something like this. I always start to check in on the security situation at the White House, but this is what happened around 6 o'clock this evening. I'm told that a gunman came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17. This is kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House, and came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. We don't know what type of pistol it was. But he then fired toward the White House 3 times. And the United States Secret Service, they returned fire. We don't know how many shots that they got off. And they apparently took the gunman down. Now, sometime in this gunfire exchange, a civilian on the street was struck by this gunfire, and we do not know the condition of that person right now. But the important thing to know is that the gunman who came up with the pistol and was taken down by the Secret Service, and we don't know his condition right now, but he never got inside the perimeter of the White House. And this is according to a senior administration official with
dude, what is happening in America, man?
The White House this afternoon.
Is this just going to keep happening? What is this? MSNBC hosts are retweeting HasanAbi Productions. It broke containment again. Hasan reads out Elon Musk test sent to Ashley St. Clair right before the 2024 election. Tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the Matrix. This is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised. Lasers from space. I have over 10,000 lasers in space right now. Pride. All right, let's get back to this.
Would have direct knowledge of this information. Again, a lot of people in town. There was one source that had, questioned me earlier, even before we had.
It's just such a strange way to live, man. We just go about our day, and every single day there's constantly people trying to kill the president. What the fuck? Every day, like what's the level of frequency where we think maybe we got to change some stuff around, maybe replace the president? I don't fucking know, just anything, right? But it's crazy to be like, yeah, every other week there's another guy who's just trying to kill the president. And they're insane. Yeah, I guess we do have to build the ballroom. Fuck it. Maybe that's the change that's necessary right now, you know? Maybe that's what it is. Society can come together and yeah, I've lost count of these tweets from Nancy Mace. Pray for President Trump right now. Oh, I'm praying, all right. I guess given how frequent shootings take place in this country, it was only a matter of time until they start directing them not at schools, but instead at like someone in a position of power.
Some sort of a threat at the Capitol as well, and this led me down this road here. Now, again, to reiterate to our audience, this is what we have at this point. This is very preliminary and fragmentary. So around 6 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon, you had a gunman who came up near what is known at the Capitol as Gate 17. This is the outer perimeter around the White House. It's a rainy day in Washington. I was downtown today. Not as many people in downtown Washington as you would typically have on a Memorial Day weekend, simply because of all the weather. Very, very chilly for this time of year here. He came up on the west side of the Capitol, and he brandished a pistol and started to fire in the direction of the White House. And he got off at least 3 shots, we're told, and the United States Secret Service returned fire, took him down, and there was a civilian somewhere on the street who was struck by this gunfire. We don't know by whose gunfire right now. But again, to emphasize here, he never got in the general perimeter inside the White House. And when you're looking at the orientation here, you can see, and there's this ambulance in the video going by here. The Eisenhower Executive Office building is just up the street from that. So this happened kind of down, I would estimate, from the southwest corner of where that was at this stage.
Hey, Chad, it's Alicia Acuna here. You mentioned that you'd covered local politics and law enforcement there. So I'm curious, when we saw the shooting of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, there was an immediate coming to the cameras by not only the president, but also by members of law enforcement. This is a different situation here. What do you anticipate in terms of communication by law enforcement as the evening goes on? Are we going to hear from anyone? It's not really like the Secret Service, is it, that would come up and give a press conference?
Yo, I'm going to keep it a bean. It's not that unique, honestly. Could have been any number of different things. One guy got freaked the fuck out or something, started opening fire. Could be yet another one of these, like, former MAGA guys who just like loses their minds and is like Donald Trump is actually an agent of Epstein and tries to kill him. Or my favorite new meta, which is radical centrism. Radical centrists, the extreme centrists who happen to be responsible for all of the recent assassination attempts. Oh, thank God the president is confirmed safe, guys. Confirmed! Shots fired near the White House this evening. 2 gunshot victims now. One was suspect and another likely bystander. This occurred at 17th Street on Pennsylvania Avenue. The president is safe. God moved those bullets away from me. God moves in mysterious ways. Took the bullets away and shot some random person instead.
This is a different situation. Again, this was somebody who had come up there, in 1994. But that's what this struck me as similar in terms of the fact that it was a Saturday afternoon and, the White House, gunfire being directed in the general direction of the White House.
Chad, Tom Shalhoub, so we were looking at social media when this first came out. We heard 30 shots fired. You mentioned it sounds like about 3 shots max from the shooter, and we're assuming the rest of those shots came from Secret Service. In your experience, how many guns are right there available? If a shooter opens fire at the White House, is there many, many guns that are able to be trained on them?
Absolutely. I mean, you have snipers, you have people all over the place. This is one of the most heavily fortified facilities in the United States. Again, I cover Congress. I walk into the Capitol every day, and I probably pass anywhere just on a routine day 10 to 15 officers, and they're all armed, and these aren't even the heavily armed officers. The White House is fortified in a different way. So, yeah, I mean, that's where you might get up in that number until, as according to my source, that this suspect was taken down pretty quickly. And again, as I say, there are other, police forces in that area of Washington, D.C. the Metro Transit Police, Washington, D.C. Police, Capitol Police are not very far, George Washington University Police. You might have, if it's something that's just off the White House grounds, a convergence. Park Police, National Park Service is not very far. The National Mall, you might have a lot of people jumping into this depending on what the request might be or what officers see and hear.
And Chad, this also, for me, harkens back to, again, not too long ago when we had somebody show up at Mar-a-Lago, perhaps in a similar fashion to this. You mentioned the security presence and posture around the White House. One would expect it would be one of the most secure areas in the world, certainly in the country. So if somebody was in the vicinity and they're just shooting off, they had to have understood that they weren't going to get that close to the White House. I mean, for someone to do that and just shoot in the general direction, they had to have known that there would be a response pretty quickly. This couldn't have been somebody who thought they were getting the element of surprise here. It doesn't sound like someone very strategic.
Well, that's where I talked about what happened in 1994. This person just opened up fire on the White House on the other side. That was a completely different situation. I mean, you have had incidents down the White House where, the threat has not been toward the facility itself or the President of the United States himself, where you've had local crime in Washington, D.C. You might remember when President Obama was in office, and it took them quite a while to figure this out. There had been what was alleged to be, gunfire, gun activity by gangs downtown. And I remember the Secret Service director testified that said, well, we don't know what it was. And they found out later that there had been, and this was found by a White House housekeeper, that there was a window that was broken at the White House in the Obama residence portion of the building. And I remember our colleague Trey Gowdy at the time, he was a congressman from South Carolina, and he was on the oversight committee when they had the hearing. She said, well, it was hard to see and everything. And he famously said in that hearing, can you hear at night? Meaning that it doesn't matter whether or not there was a direct threat toward the president. And they divined later that they were trying to shoot at the White House and were trying to attack the president of the United States. In the case,
did Ashley talk about me? She did. At the end, she said, you should go on Fortnite Fridays. This is another video capturing the... America, baby. That's the United States of A. Ashley's a throat cutter through and through. Yeah, she's a little scary, I will admit. She's a smooth operator. I mean, the
quite space.
I'll be honest, the cuck hoodie, the Elon Musk cuck hoodie was insane. Like that was, she knows what she's doing.
Asking me a few minutes ago about, who might put something out, that the Secret Service just a bit ago put out a statement saying, quote, we are aware of reports of shots fired near 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, and we are working to corroborate the information with personnel on the ground. Additional information will be provided as it becomes available. So to the viewers just tuning in right now, what we have here, around 6 o'clock Eastern time, there was, you could hear people who were on the ground there. I wasn't there, but there was a report of gunfire near the White House. And I jumped in here because sometimes, when there's a threat at the White House or the executive branch, maybe there's something going on at the Capitol. So I started to dial in with sources there. We're told that this was on the west side of the White House grounds. Again, you have the White House, and you also have the outer perimeter there, Gate 17, as it was described to me, near the Eisenhower Executive Office building. Somebody came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. I'm told that it was a pistol, in fact, not a long gun or a rifle or anything like that. And the alleged gunman got off at least 3 shots. And the United States Secret Service, who obviously prowl that area, some things might not be obvious to people walking by, but certainly to the people, guarding the perimeter. They responded to this. They're trained to respond to that gunfire. And I'm told, and this was the quote that was given to me, that they took the suspect down. Quote, they took him down. So this is a male suspect. I'm also told that somewhere in this process that a civilian was struck. We don't know how many shots that the Secret Service or other law enforcement might have gotten off. Again, they'll have to go through the ballistics evidence of this, and we don't know the condition of the gunman or the suspect. But the important thing here is that the President of the United States is safe and that the alleged gunman never got inside the White House perimeter.
Chad, it's Alicia again. You know, as we're watching some of these videos pop up on social media, it's hard not to be hit with watching people do live shots and then get interrupted and duck from gunfire. There was another reporter I saw, she said she was recording, and then the look on her face when she ducked. I don't know if you were at the White House Correspondents' Dinner that night, but all of us, I mean, so many of us will never forget watching all of those people, all of these reporters. It's starting to feel a little dangerous just to be out by the White House or to be in the proximity of the White House and its occupants if you're a reporter.
Well, that's something that's concerned me.
Why does this only happen on Saturdays every single time? It's the perfect time to talk about the ballroom. Okay? Saturdays happen to be the best time to talk about the ballroom. So that's the reason why everybody gets active. Everybody gets active. There's no work. This one is a perfect opportunity because it's a long weekend too, Memorial Day weekend. Now you have not one, not two, but 3 whole days to think about the big, beautiful ballroom that we have to build. You know? Connor Eats Pants from Fortnite Friday says, build the ballroom. Connor Eats Pants, just like myself, is also now, by way of Ashley St. Clair, a part of the conservative group chats. And they're really distraught about this ballroom thing. We're in the group chats now. We're in the group chats now, and they're telling us, start pumping the ballroom thing, you know? As the senior Iranian official, Jeremy Scale. Okay, now to some other boring news before we get back to the ballroom saga, which we will get back to, don't worry. Boring news, Strait of Hormuz, not a ballroom. Okay, I know, you're disappointed. Jeremy Scahill, instead of doing real reporting and trying to figure out the schematics of the ballroom, decided to go to the Iranian officials and ask them what they think about the deal. Boring, lame, fake, possibly gay. We are very close to reaching and signing an agreement to end the war. And today's constructive... I can't be serious for a moment. I'm sorry. What the fuck are we doing, man? We're very close to reaching and signing an agreement to end the war, and today's constructive negotiating approach has made the prospects of peace in the region highly attainable. We recognize that President Trump is now faced with an important political decision, one that must balance the interests of the United States, regional countries, and respect for Iran's fundamental rights. Should this agreement ultimately be achieved, the international community will commend all negotiating parties for their role in advancing stability and peace, except for Israel. At the same time, oh my God, it literally is. The next statement is, at the same time, Israel is currently undertaking its final extensive efforts and applying considerable pressure to disrupt the formation of this agreement. We hope that the U.S. administration will make its decision independently of external influence and in favor of the broader collective interests of all parties involved.
Number I have been given was that there were 3 shots, and that was fired by the gunman himself, not the Secret Service. We don't know what they shot here. And just since we've been on the air in the past couple of minutes here, I've been told here, and this is from the Washington, D.C. police, the Metropolitan Police, they are saying the Secret Service is working an incident in the intersection of 17th and Pennsylvania.
Trump never attended his son's wedding to stage this shit up. Mark my words. Brother, this is kind of like Donald Trump constantly saying, oh, the war is over every Sunday night. And then Barack Ravid reporting that a ceasefire deal is imminent every Sunday night. After the 11th Sunday, the markets don't respond to it. Because people are like, oh, here we go again. Say the line, Barack. And it's the same with like assassination attempts. If you stage it one time, people are shocked. They're horrified. You stage it 2 times, people start going, oh man, this guy missed. Stage it 3 times, people go, what the fuck are we doing? On the 4th time, people don't even care. Yes, this is the law of diminishing returns. If we are to posit that Trump is staging these assassination attempts over and over again in order to win favor with the population, or to potentially get them excited at the prospect of building a big, beautiful ballroom, every single next assassination attempt, if these are hypothetically, psyops, every single false flag makes it less likely that a ballroom will be constructed. Except for me, because now I'm a part of the conservative team. Yeah, Trump extended the countdown to when he can no longer artificially suppress tight oil markets, and the price explosion forced him to decide between capitulation, destroying his presidency, or war, global economic collapse, destroying his presidency.
Trauma center in the District of Columbia. And, in fact, depending on one's injuries, that's where Steve Scalise, the House Majority Whip, that's where they took him from Alexandria, Virginia, across the river because of his injuries were so serious. So, again, depending on things, that might be in play as well in terms of where they might take you.
Chad, thank you so much for giving us all of those details. You're definitely our go-to, and we appreciate you being on the phone. Joining us now is Alex Hogan, live outside of the White House. Alex, what is happening on the ground right now? Alex?
Uh-oh.
I think perhaps we're going to go back to Chad while Alex gets up and running. Obviously, we just spoke to her earlier on a different issue, so we're going to go back to Chad, who is luckily still on the phone for us.
Where the fuck is Alex? Where the fuck is Alex?
Something, if I could jump in here really quickly, Tommy. Right now we're looking at a picture. Again, this is probably I Street.
They replaced Alex with a clone.
Most people walk in, Chad, along Pennsylvania Avenue, and I mention that because, the National Guard shooting occurred literally right along this same street, right around this same area. And again, I think it speaks to, and I'll be fair. I think, thank goodness, since the National Guard has come to town, things are clearly safer. They not just feel safer, they are safer. And yet, you will have pockets of crime that do happen. You'll have instances that happen. In this particular circumstance, again, 17th is not immune to what can happen in a large city like Washington, but it's obviously heightened, in particular when we know the president has just gotten back to the White House not that long ago. We have these high-level meetings happening with the Iranians. There are a number of different ways you might interpret what has happened here today.
Okay.
Chad, can you hear me?
Yes, I got you there, Kevin. I'm sorry, we were having a little bit of a technical issue here. Pose the last bit of your question to me again, please.
Yeah, not a problem. I was just saying, especially when you consider the pictures we're looking at right now, this is the northwest side of the complex along 17th. You'll recall the Secret Service, or make that the National Guard shooting occurred not terribly far from what we're looking at in terms of these pictures. And yet, while D.C. is demonstratively safer now that we've had the National Guard in town, it doesn't mean a city like D.C.
demonstrably
is immune.
Yeah, no, that's what I think of when I think of gunshots again outside of the White House once again, near the president once again. I think, well, that's safety and security.
At the president, at the White House, you're looking at that kind of, mall building there, that those are offices of the executive branch there, in the distance with the flagpole at the top. That's the Eisenhower Executive Office building. So you're right in that complex there. And you do have, quote, regular crime that happens in this, in downtown D.C. And that's where I remember there have been several of these incidents over the years. where there's been some crime in downtown D.C. and people have heard things. One wonders if maybe they were more aggressive and more attuned to this, as maybe they should be, considering the threats to the president, considering what happened at the White House dinner, just a couple of weeks ago, consider what happened, at Mar-a-Lago, considering what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, and as you cite, and we see them here on the screen right now, Kevin, these are, members of the National Guard there who've been brought in to help make D.C. a little safer. Yes, there is crime in downtown urban areas all over the country here, and D.C. is no different. But again, the reaction around the government complexes and around the White House and around the Capitol, that's why, there's a little bit of a different security posture here right now.
Hey, Chad, it's Alicia again. So I've been to D.C. a handful of times. I've seen the outside of the White House as a tourist, but I've never been there as a reporter. So I don't know the area very well, and I'm sure there are Americans all over the country who don't know this particular block very well. You talk about office complexes and such and the security posture right now. Do people live there? Like, do normal people live right around in this area, or is it just offices and law enforcement and very official things?
It's not as residential in that immediate area, the few blocks there. But if you were to go just to the west there, if you were, say, at the Eisenhower Executive Office building and going west, you start to get into some apartments there. You certainly get into where some students live in dormitories at George Washington University, but you're in pretty much downtown D.C., and there are more apartments if you were to go further to the east, further to the west, but that area there's not much. There's law offices, there's some businesses, there's lobbying firms, there's the famous K Street, which is not far from there. It's not a lot of people that live there. Some of the
stay online. Why?
In Washington, D.C., I'm not talking about the ones that you go to dance at necessarily, but the ones where people go that are the old money clubs, so to quote them.
Laura Loomer. It's a foreign concept for Ashley how you can work hard as a woman and not be a walking cum dumpster for every rich man with political power. Some of us work hard. Some of us can run hard like a community bike. Ashley is literally known for letting a rich man come inside of her. We aren't the same. Careful. Stop pulling aggro. True. I already got enough ops today. Already got enough fucking ops today, dude.
We have this entire area blocked off for blocks outside of the White House. There is a similar scene to what you're seeing behind me. So section tape put up to prevent people from walking up closer to the White House. We're also seeing a large presence of Secret Service lining the streets. Basically, every street around here looks like this. You have caution tape, police cars, the D.C. police. They're urging anyone in the area to avoid this area because not only are the streets blocked off, but even pedestrians cannot get any closer to the White House and where we are. So we're just one block away from the White House. This is 18th and Penn, but still here, police, Secret Service, preventing anyone from getting a little bit closer. As a result, there's a lot of media that are here trying to give you exactly this layout of the scene of what we're seeing play out. But there's, as Chad had mentioned as well, there's a lot of people who are coming by very curious to see what's going on. It's a holiday weekend, so a lot of people are already out and about despite the rain that continues. A lot of people are out here this weekend. And of course, coming near the White House would be a logical place to come visit on a holiday weekend. So we do know that this is an active investigation, that the police are working with Secret Service. And this is an area, of course, has a heavy police presence to begin with. So to be reporting right now as we're waiting for more information about these shots fired near the perimeter of the White House, of course, we know that more reinforcements will be on the way. We've been seeing different police cars come and go, members of the Secret Service come and go. Right now, it appears that there's not a lot of movement at this one location where I'm standing, but when I was moving around to some of the different blocks, we really did see a similar scene of just car after car, making sure that no one gets closer to the White House at this point. As journalists, we're able to be there at the White House, covering day in, day out what takes place. When something like this happens, the entire area goes on a complete lockdown. It was
I tweeted it
last month when there were also shots fired near the White House. As a result, the White House went on lockdown until the following morning. So that's inevitably something that we could see take place in the hours to come as this investigation continues. But again, police right now are telling anyone, if you are in D.C., if you're in the area, to try to stay away. Tommy?
Alex, we're seeing a lot of footage on social media, reporters from other networks doing live shots, as you were doing with us not too long ago, talking, of course, about the other big news of the day, the Iran potential peace deal. Where were you when these shots were fired? Can you take us into those moments and give us an idea of what you were experiencing?
Yeah, so our team was not at the White House anymore. After we talked with you, we were no longer there. Of course, when something like this happens, just as we're seeing this sea of journalists right here, immediately respond and come back to be able to report on the latest as regardless of whatever it might be. So we did hear, of course, those reports of shots fired. We're waiting to still hear more from police, from Secret Service, from investigators, exactly what happened. And that's something that we'll have to continue to wait and watch for as we continue to follow these latest reports. But oftentimes when something like this does happen, you know, in any investigation, investigators want to make sure that they're completely flushing out all of the information before they're releasing any more details to the public. But again, what you're seeing behind me, this is a similar scene to every single street. So as far as I can see down this avenue, every street is completely blocked off with caution tape up, police vehicles, and the Secret Service standing in the middle of the road to create this barrier just a couple blocks away from the White House, really showing the reinforcements that we have here. And I don't think that this is a scene that's going to be breaking down anytime soon. It seems like this is a posture that we'll likely see for at least a few more hours, if not more. Tommy.
Alex Hogan, and for good reason. We so appreciate you coming back to give us this live reporting, and we're going to ask you to stand by. Joining us now by phone is former FBI Assistant Director Chris Swecker. Chris, it's great to have you on the phone. Thanks for jumping in there for us. Can you kind of break down what you've heard so far and give us your perspective?
Yeah, so the White House is located at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and apparently shots were fired at 17th in Pennsylvania. And it was, from what I have read and heard, it's dozens of shots. So what we know is that there were dozens of shots fired at close proximity to the White House. Now, everybody knows that President Trump is at the White House this weekend. He pretty much made a public statement that he wasn't going to his son's wedding. He would be home or at the White House this weekend, so it's no secret that he's there. We don't know whether the White House was targeted or whether this was a random shooting. It is Washington, D.C., after all. So a lot of facts need to be developed here. We don't want to jump to any conclusions, but you can imagine the response in that area where you have almost all government buildings, all kinds of Federal Protective Service people there, Secret Service responding. FBI is at 10th in Pennsylvania. They're responding, and local police are responding. So this is going to be a very active crime scene for quite a while, and we don't know where the shooter is.
How do they not know anything yet?
A quick question here. You mentioned
how do they still not know anything? I don't understand. Did they fucking murk did they slime the shooter or not? Oh my God, she's so mad. Oh my God, she's so mad. I can't wait till Elon gets full custody of the kid he had with Trashley. He should argue that she's in danger and they're still by bringing him around. Hasan Piker, a communist who has called for violence against capitals, including Elon Musk. Elon, please get full custody of your son. The woman is unfit to be a mother. Dog, Elon literally brings his children around international pedophiles. What the fuck are you talking about? Elon Musk regularly brings his child to meetings with Epstein affiliates. Okay? You are a danger, not just to children, but just to adults too. You might even be a danger to yourself. Fuck you mean? Also, you know who else was on my stream and won the custody battle? Grimes. It turns out all the money in the world still can't save you, you know? So that would be 2 for 2. Why did you delete this pose? Ashley probably ended up committing suicide someday. It's sad, but you can see the darkness in her eyes with the visible weight gain from the SSRIs. She's likely on since her Ozempic anorexia when she realized Elon wasn't in love with her. She's a very sad vessel of a woman who's a single mom and cum dumpster for... Wait, what? Now she's looking for her third baby daddy. Forever unloved. We all know how this will probably end, aside from Elon Musk rightfully getting full custody of both of her kids. Even the one that isn't his. Sad. I'm sure we will read about it in the paper someday, and then life will go on. Oh my God, she got... Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I think what Ashley said on this broadcast really got to her. Oh my gosh, she's crashing out. More so than usual. Dude, she's fucking... Oh God, this is kind of scary. Send that dick-sucking tweet now. Oh, I already did. I already blasted it. Yeah, I already did. Blasted, chat. Why are you posting her W's? Do you think it's a W to suck Trump's dick? I'm going to fucking go to sleep and I'm going to wake up in a weird trap in someone's basement with Jigsaw on the other side. I'm like, oh, it's time to play a game.
I'm assuming that our reporter who was at the White House left the White House and then could not get back in. She couldn't get any closer than 18th and Penn. But if you were on the White House lawn reporting at the time, that perimeter would mean you're not free to go. So some people were locked in and some were locked out.
Bro, what is going on? They're really milking the fuck out of this story. I feel like it is a psyop, but not for the ballroom necessarily, but so no one talks about this ceasefire deal. You know what I mean? Like Israel was like, all right, let's just make some commotion near the fucking White House so that people forget that Trump even signed the ceasefire deal. Maybe we can cook it before it actually finalizes. You know? Like this ain't a slow news day any longer. This is a big news day before this fucking dumbass story. The whole like, you know, Strait of Hormuz is coming to an end. The debacle is coming to an end. That's a pretty fucking big deal, you know?
I think it's already very, very high in terms of high alert. This will jack it up incrementally because, you know, this, again, could be a random shooting. It is Washington, D.C. It happens all the time, but not in that particular area. So you can bet that all the federal agencies and the local police department and the park police will all be in an extremely heightened state of alert.
Chris, I just want to put this in perspective for our audience. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but anytime something happens, you go to social media and you get a lot of misinformation. Right now, we know that the White House lockdown is lifted after those gunshots fired. We're still getting, of course, more official information. We know that the Secret Service has to take any threat near the White House incredibly seriously. We understand that they always are going to do that, especially in this environment. But for our audience that's watching us, but also might be over on X or anywhere on social media, the fact that the lockdown is now lifted. Can you put this in perspective in terms of somebody who's done this before, how severe this is, the posture that's going on right now? Can you just break it down for those that are seeing a 5-alarm fire on social media and aren't sure what to believe?
Well, if it's true that they have taken the alert level down, and that it tells me that there's no imminent threat right now, that whatever situation we have has the shooter, if there was one, has been taken out or neutralized or captured, arrested. So they would not give that all clear signal unless it was absolutely 100% certain that there was no more threat. So whatever the threat is, it's been completely neutralized at this point. So we'll have to hear. There'll be a press conference obviously at some point, and we'll get the facts. Right now, I think we'll be bouncing all over to what really happened here. But the basic fact is that there was multiple gunshots at or near the White House within the last hour.
Certainly. Chris, we're going to stand you by. We really appreciate you being on the phone. And joining us now also by phone is former Secret Service agent Richard Staropoli. Thank you so much for joining us by phone. I'm sure you've been listening in, seeing the updates we've been getting and some of the...
Bro, they called everybody in D.C. They called everybody in D.C., and there is literally no updates. It's been an hour. It's been a motherfucking hour, man. Who's dead? What happened? What are we doing? Was it the mask guy on Fox News?
You've seen so far.
I'm back on Team Mask, by the way. I think it's more funny that way, to believe that it is a mask. I've decided. It looked too weird. Plus, it's way funnier to think that the guy was wearing a mask for no reason whatsoever. So I'm Team Mask again. Apologies for laughing at all the mask truthers before. Maybe it's the mask guy.
A number of times with both Presidents Bush and Clinton, when we've actually had shots fired at the White House. So I've been in this situation before. What you're going to see outside the White House perimeter, particularly for a block or two out, is going to be an incredibly heavily armed presence of uniformed Secret Service officers, as well as all the local authorities, and that includes the D.C. Metro cops and the U.S. Park Police. I find it a little strange that they lifted the everything so quickly, but if they're doing that, that tells me they're reasonably sure that they've got the shooter and there aren't any additional shooters. But I'm a little hesitant to say that the lockdown has been lifted this quickly.
Hi, Richard, it's Alicia Cunha here. Thank you so much. Love that you can talk to us about the expertise of the Secret Service. Given that this is the White House perimeter, and a lot of people, they come and they scream at the White House, but Secret Service agents are actual people, and like it or not, kind of represent whoever's in the White House at the time, according to crazies who like to yell at the White House again. Is this something that happened, not the shooting, but people approaching Secret Service agents on the perimeter? Does that happen on a regular basis? Is it something that the Secret Service has to train in order to be able to engage with people who may just be mad at whoever is the office holder in the White House, or they present a real danger?
Yeah, it happens on such a regular and recurring basis that the uniformed division officers that are posted all outside on the outside perimeter of the White House have a way to handle that. As a matter of fact, the Washington field office of the Secret Service, which is the second largest office the Secret Service has agents that are assigned specifically to handle uniformed division requests for response for just that very situation, so that these people aren't distracted from their duties of maintaining the surveillance and the security of the perimeter. So yes, it does happen quite often.
Richard, Tom Shalhoub, I got a question. We heard that people heard about 30 gunshots, and then we heard maybe the shooter got off 3 shots. So then we're assuming a couple of shots on the shooter, and then a bunch of shots from Secret Service. How many people are allowed to shoot right away? Like, I'm assuming you got a lot of guns, okay, and some people can take the shot, others wait for a command. So how many people can shoot right away?
No, Tom, it's an interesting thing around the White House. There is no waiting for any command. Secret Service uniformed division officers, and that includes the snipers that are located on the roof of the White House, as well as Secret Service agents, don't have to wait for any authority. They see a threat, they're free to engage at will. I would suspect that a number of those shots, especially that big volley of fire that you heard, probably came from one of the semi-automatic weapons, probably an MP5 or MP6. Whatever the Secret Service was deploying on that perimeter probably came from the Secret Service personnel in response to this attack or pulling out that weapon.
Can I ask you again a follow-up there? Richard, sure. MP5, MP6, what are they? Those are long guns?
They are submachine.
Oh, you don't know what an MP5 is?
Long guns, because they can reach out much further than a typical handgun, but they're capable of carrying high-capacity magazines, anywhere from 30 to 50 rounds or 60 rounds if you're carrying double magazines. So it's an ability to carry a small, compact machine gun, although it's not actually a machine gun, it's a submachine gun because it carries pistol ammunition, but I can lay down a huge volume of fire.
All right.
Thank you so much, Richard, for joining us. We're going to stand you by as we bring back in Chad Program. He's joining us.
Aren't these guys supposed to be the gun guys? It's kind of weird. Also, I'm not a big gun guy, so I don't know, but I thought it was MP5 and MP7. What the fuck is MP6? Is there an MP6 that I wasn't aware of? Maybe they made a new one. Maybe they made a secret one. MP6, 7. Oh, fuck, dude. Stop.
Experts worry about. They say, okay, is there something that happens first, and then you get a big response someplace, and then you go and do something else at another location nearby or something like that. You try to draw away the response. So it took them probably a bit of time to assess that and make sure, okay, this was the threat. This was a one-off, whatever it might be, whatever the motive might be, and that's something that's not clear at all right now that we know that. But that's why they have probably, said, okay, this is, they still have this big perimeter around the area of the White House here, but they are indicating that, they thought that this was the only threat. This wasn't a wave of something going on or a coordinated attack with multiple, gunmen or potential perpetrators here. We're told that the FBI director, Kash Patel, has been coming to the scene here. And again, I want to reiterate that just how fortified this area around the White House is. It's just not the White House grounds. Some years ago, back in the mid-1990s, after the Oklahoma City bombing, they closed off, the street.
That's crazy.
Today, but this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting.
Dude, Wong ducked immediately. Like, she knew exactly what the fuck was up. This lady's like, what is that?
What is that?
Oh my gosh, she has no survival instincts. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. None whatsoever. Another one? Yeah, it's funny because this was like happening as the press was covering it. So like everybody, there's like multiple angles, multiple audio, multiple angles where like people are filming shit,
But his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
That's so funny. He said is weakening while he was, dude. Yo, okay, respect. This guy is a consummate professional. He's like, I'm finishing my soundbite while I'm also in the process of ducking.
Day since 2022, President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
Dude, what the fuck? Bro, don't take the fucking earpiece out, just duck. Oh my God.
There's shots fired. You have to get down. Shots fired.
85,000 likes, 3 million impressions. Yeah, Space Laser's going to be on your balls. Oh my God. Oh, it's fucking over. I'm like, oh, it's so over, brother. I am going to, I hope nothing bad happens. Okay. I didn't mean it. I didn't do this. Okay. I didn't do this. Elon's going to start crash landing Starlink satellites over WeHo, bro. Get security. The world is crazy. Buddy, if Elon Musk wants me killed, I don't think my security is going to be able to do anything to his assassins. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, the deleted tweet is crazy. You're going to wake up one day my home surrounded by Teslas. Random FSD Teslas that are just... What is this? Yeah, bro, GG's. Hasan Piker risked Elon's baby mama and brutally mogged him. You're a grifter and an idiot like JV Nior. Not an argument. What's worse is you seeing his text messages. If someone saw the memes my autistic ass is sending to baddies, I'd crash out. Yeah. I thought it was photoshopped. It was real. Oh, no, it was real. Yeah. You should delete this. Yeah, no, it's a real tweet. She's tenacious, dude.
I wake up to an assault from a sentient small boat, which wants to kill me for not being foreign. Only fair, I guess. Over my morning coffee, I learn my mum has joined a gang. I go to have a full English, but you only allow full multiculturals now. So I'm not killed by the woke police, I decide to fast. I briefly reminisce about how our culture used to be before its decline, back in the glory days of English people, like Jesus and the guy that invented curry. Then it's time for the daily broadcast by Keir Starmer.
Do whatever you want, YOLO.
Then he shows a compilation of foreigners blowing smoke into pregnant Christian women's faces by burning Union Jacks, followed by King Charles being waterboarded by acid.
I can't breathe.
I go out to my job as a pronoun enforcement officer. But before I do that, I head to my local shop, where there's simultaneously no items to buy, but also at the same time too many, and they're all overpriced, but also not. I then get punched in the stomach so hard by a blue-haired trans vegan activist Just Stop Oil insert buzzword here for thinking the wrong pronouns that I die. As I'm dying, I think about how much safer it was in London in the past. You know, like during the Victorian era.
It's real, by the way. That's real. I don't know why you guys are laughing. That's all things that happened and happening right now. Like, it's happening currently in London. It's not even funny. Pronoun enforcers will come and get you if you don't. Oh, God, I fucking hate this stupid ass website, bro. Come on. I can't even click on close. Like, how did they do this? What the fuck?
The time of all of this unfolding, they initially didn't have.
If you use AdBlock, this doesn't show. The videos don't show, by the way.
They're being told that they have to leave through a specific exit. So as of right now, as of where we are, just one block from where this all happened, the members of the Secret Service are still not letting people come and go, and they say that they're going to be here still for a while. So we'll continue to watch that on our end. Of course, a lot of questions as to what exactly happened and the motive behind all of this, and in whether or not this was planned out, what exactly took place. For right now, again, D.C. police telling anyone in the area to avoid coming here. Of course, there's a lot of onlookers, a lot of curiosity and concern as we're hearing from more members of the government who are reaching out saying that they're just happy to know that no one within the White House was hurt. Tommy.
Certainly. Alex, thank you so much for your reporting, keeping us up to date. And joining us now for more reaction is Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson. Congressman, we were going to have you on a different topic, but now we've got you, of course, to react to some of this breaking news. Can you give us your initial reaction when you saw, yet again, we don't know motive, we don't know everything, but more disturbing news that we've got shots fired near the White House?
Yes, sadly, we have another gunman in proximity of the President of the United States. Thank goodness we have some of the greatest law enforcement officials and Secret Service.
Dog, you're literally from Missouri, okay? Like, this is every day, multiple times a day in Missouri. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, my God, I can't believe it. Another shooting incident. Yeah, next to our big, beautiful president.
Yeah, Congressman, I've been reading over some of the notes that I've been getting, obviously, as I've been watching the reports come in, and I'm struck to sort of piggyback off of what you just said by some of the language that we've seen utilized by political operatives and actually office holders. I mean, I just heard a soundbite earlier today where a Democrat suggested that because the DOJ was setting aside money for those who were victimized by the weaponization of our government, that the president had henchmen. You heard just the other day a Democratic representative call for eliminating the president of the United States from office right now. When you hear things like that, it again underscores the tone that's been unfortunately enveloping D.C. for the last several years. And I think this is, again, we're not certain of the motivation here. I think Tommy very aptly points that out. But again, we are in an environment where that's the first thing you think of, in particular, given what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
That's right. And look, there's shootings that happen in Washington, D.C. often. I mean, it's just the nature of that being a large city, but not generally in that location, especially at the corner of the White House. That begs the question, was this politically motivated? It likely was politically motivated. And you've got to ask, why are we continuing to hear from, violent leftists? Why do we continue to hear from people who are fanning the flames of this violence and this and using rhetoric that spurs people on? When we saw all of these attempts on the president's life, we've seen violent shootings that have occurred against other elected officials. I'll tell you that my colleagues, every time one of these events happen, we get on a call with the sergeant of arms, and generally speaking, many of my colleagues beg.
I was waiting for it. I was like, when is the violent leftist rhetoric going to be found responsible for this, When? And finally, we're getting it. I was excited.
Not too long ago. We saw that. Now we see someone shooting at Secret Service agents at the perimeter of the White House. It kind of feels like some of our members of law enforcement, some of our members of the military could be targets, and I hate to say the word.
Oh my God. Breaking NBC News. Shortly after 6 p.m. tonight, a male suspect approached a Secret Service checkpoint near the White House and started firing indiscriminately at U.S. Secret Service agents. Two officials say U.S. has fired at the man and he's down. A bystander was also hit. Dude, crazy people.
Taking all of this collectively out there.
I'll wait to hear from the after-action report from the Secret Service before I would make that decision. But again, I think that the problem is that we have a left who's creating a culture of attitude toward
suspect who we previously know,
anti-law enforcement attitude. We saw that happen when it came to ICE agents in Minnesota. Really, you almost had people mobilizing and organizing against the law enforcement there. I think that this
Do people do this as a form of suicide? Yes. It's called suicide by cop. They absolutely do it. America is an insane place where you can literally do that.
Over positions. I mean, in my community alone, I had 2.
I mean, this is the Charlie Kirk conundrum, right? Like, this is if this is what has to happen in order to protect the Second Amendment, you know, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, is what the president has said, is what Charlie Kirk has said.
Whether it's
you know, every day motherfuckers are getting kirked.
These people, when they put on the badge, they're risking their lives, and they deserve our respect each and every time.
Congressman Tom Shalhoub, you mentioned at the top, and you were just talking about law enforcement there. You said violence is unacceptable, and I'm assuming if we had a Democrat, a congressman on this segment, they would probably voice the same thing. Violence is unacceptable. And this usually happens after a situation like this. Then a day later, if you talk to a Democrat, they say violence is unacceptable, and this is what we have to do about it: gun control. They usually go to gun control. Sometimes, they
how
talk about
stupid! How stupid to say that! How stupid to say that when gun violence occurs in the country, dummies turn around and say, "Hey, perhaps we should get some gun control, please." You know, as a solution. How dumb. Where's your respect? Where's your respect? What the respectful thing to do is to say, you know, we gotta protect the guns. That's the Nah, just more lies spread by Muslim haters like you and your single mom guest who will probably baby trap you as well. I hope you use the condom, Hasan. Dude, she's so insane. Also, I like that she said Muslim haters, because Muslim in and of itself in Laura Loomer's world is a pejorative. But to normal people, they are going to read this as, wait, Hasan hates Muslims? I don't think Hasan hates Muslims. But because Muslim is a slur in her universe, she used that as a slur. Do you understand? Why is she always thinking about you fucking someone? I think we all know why. I was in another... Look, I thought you were reading a chatter. I was in another window. Sound like a gray name? Yeah.
Evidence that might be out there. Obviously, the scene is safe. They've obviously opened the scene back up. I thought they did that quite quickly since the shots were fired just after 6 o'clock tonight. But yeah, we'd be asking questions, and the questions were, where were the shots directed? Were they directed at the White House? You have to also keep in mind that there's a lot of motorcades that go by there, because you've got plenty of folks in Congress and plenty of folks that have details there. So was it directed in one particular direction or not? And then I think it's also important to look at this from a motive standpoint. It is too early to tell, but we've been talking about political violence, and obviously somebody that's standing outside the White House and firing rounds inside.
Yes, I do think Laura Loomer has like a very strange psychosexual fascination with me. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. She's been following me for years, so it's definitely fucking terrifying. Genuinely terrifying. I'm scared.
Mention that, like, whoever does this, they're going to know what they're getting themselves into. I mean, does it?
But also at the same time, maybe that fascination is my saving grace, and that's the reason why I haven't been deported yet. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise she would have let Laura Loomer more like Laura Gooner.
Somebody doing something like this, knowing that they're going to be met with a response, that there are uniformed and plainclothes Secret Service agents out there to protect the president, to protect the White House. There's officers protecting the Capitol buildings and grounds. They know that they're going to get a response, and you use the term suicide by cop. that's certainly something to consider. But I think also the FBI has been talking about this now for the last year or so, determining what would cause somebody to do something like this. We're seeing in a lot of these cases of recent, the attacks on the president, the attempts on his life, the assassination of Charlie
No,
Kirk,
stop tweeting.
this assassination.
I think this is good. Don't. Yes. A lot of yeses. No, it's giving millennial. Ew, gross. Okay, no, I won't do it. If it's cringe, I won't do it. It's cringe. It's cringe. You're right.
Make sure we preserve the crime scene.
Honestly, I just wanted to tweet Laura Gooner. That's why. I think Laura Gooner is kind of funny. Put the Twitter down, little bro. No, it's not cowardice. I don't want to be. It's cringe. It's cringe. It's cringe. That's why I didn't do it. But Laura Gooner is funny, and I will unveil that at some point, like a fucking tactical nuke. Okay, there will come a day. There will come a time when I hit that Laura Gooner, because she's unhinged. She's gonna say some shit.
Do you give them any precautions? What do you say to them as they're watching this all unfold?
Well, I mean, that's a great question, Tom. I mean, we're obviously living in a new modern era where you really have to have your head on a swivel. But I say to people all the time here in New York, the safest place to be on New Year's Eve is downtown in Manhattan where the ball drop is. And that's the thing is that, terrorists, bad guys, they're like water. They're always looking for the path of least resistance. And that's why this appears not to have been, I don't want to downplay it, but from a sense of, this was not a tactician who had studied this and made a determination and was serious from that perspective. I mean, it kind of reminds me of what happened at the White House Correspondents Association dinner, where you had somebody that just basically threw a plan together and thought that he was just going to charge through
Nothing more cringe than you sincerely using Twitter outside of just posting streams going live. Shut up.
This might have just been for attention, to send a signal. And certainly, if they release the scene this early, I mean, we're only a little over an hour from when the shots were fired. That tells me that law enforcement is convinced that there are no follow-on attacks planned, and that they have the person or persons that were responsible for this in custody.
James, we appreciate you, and of course we appreciate all the law enforcement out there responding to this, keeping not only the president safe, not only the administration safe, but also the tourists that are there to celebrate Memorial Day and to remember, heroes that we've lost, of course, commemorating Memorial Day. Thank you so much, James, for being on the phone. We're going to take it out to the table a little bit as we're all reacting to this. Not the show that we expected. We thought we were going to be talking about an Iran deal, Kevin, and I'm sure the president's actually probably frustrated because he would rather be talking about the excitement of that potential. But it looks like the good news is that the scene has been, somewhat opened. The White House is not on lockdown anymore. The journalists are allowed to leave. So that's all good news. Of course, not the day we expected to have. But considering the situation, it feels like they handled it very quickly and effectively.
I couldn't have said it better. I think what really I take away from this is, first of all, we are in an environment where the rhetoric often can lead to circumstances like this. Again, understanding that we don't know exactly what the motivation may have been in this circumstance, but it's not like they were selling Girl Scout cookies. I mean, it's at the White House. I mean, I think you can put two and two together. Again, we'll have to get more information, but I want to just say this one thing, and that is hats off to the law enforcement who've been keeping not just the White House safe, but all the citizens in and around D.C. and the visitors, as you point out, a lot of folks in town.
This one's crazy.
Thanks to them for doing what they could in a harrowing situation.
By the way, we now have unprecedented access to a tier list of every White House press pool reporter and their reaction time to a life-threatening situation. And I think Selena Wang is probably one of the best. Like, she immediately hears it, immediately ducks. Whereas that one lady who's like, what's going on? She has no survival instincts. Okay? We could do a straight-up tier list of, like, who in the White House press pool has the best survival instincts versus the worst.
Just like what happened with the White House Correspondents' Dinner, there's a lot of chaos at first, and then you take a look and you think, okay, it's interesting, and the way they behaved looks like things worked out. The president had a lot of good things to say about the Secret Service. He wanted to reassure everyone they did a great job after White House Correspondents' Dinner. I think he's going to want to say the same thing, congratulate people, and then he's going to move on. He's going to want to talk about Iran, right?
Right.
I think one of the most interesting things, when we're talking to these experts, you're trying to think, okay, what am I going to ask here? He's given me all the information about what happened there. I think it was Richard Staropoli, the former Secret Service guy, right? Who can take the shot? Interesting. He says they all can take the shot.
Yeah. Right.
They're all authorized to go. That's interesting.
Interesting and important right
Yeah.
now. All right, we're going to bring back in Alex Hogan live outside the White House for the latest information.
They're going to go to you.
Hi, Tommy. So we just got some new information from the White House, according to the press office. They said shortly after 6 p.m., an individual approached the Secret Service checkpoint outside the White House. This is at 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue, so just one block behind me. You can still see that there's a large police presence here. This involves the FBI, Secret Service, and, of course, D.C. police. So the White House telling us that there was a preliminary investigation at this point that indicates that an individual approached. He removed a weapon from his bag and he began firing at police officers. Secret Service police officers then returned fire, striking that suspect, who was later transported to an area hospital where he later died. During the shooting, a bystander was also struck by gunfire. So the White House press team at this point telling us that it's really unclear.
She's the type to investigate the scary noise in a horror movie. Oh my God. Oh, apparently suspect is dead. Police don't need permission to shoot at an active shooter. It's a nonsense take. Midas Touch was on site from the TikTok video. It sounded like gunshots coming from a speaker. I'm a veteran and I know what gunshots sound like. This is another stunt, most likely. I don't believe it. I mean, look. There's a dead guy, so I don't know. Kind of sounds like there were some real gunshots regardless. Chatter. This is her, and she just posted the statement. Oh, she's the NBC News correspondent. New statement from Secret Service. Individual approached U.S. Secret Service checkpoint at 17th and Penn. Individual removed a weapon from his bag and began firing at posted officers. U.S. Secret Service returned fire and the suspect later died. Bystander struck by gunfire. President was inside White House. There were gunshots coming from a speaker for the chatter. For all of us, heard it through a speaker. It's true. No, they're saying suspect later died. NBC News was reporting that the suspect later died, but the U.S. Secret Service accidentally hit a bystander as well.
The breaking news there that the White House says that that suspect who did open fire has died. Tommy.
Hey, Alex, it's Alicia, real quick. You were a war zone reporter before heading to D.C., and you were reporting from the same place we saw people who could hear ducking for cover from the shots. Do you feel safe there? We're running out of time here, but do you feel safe from where you're standing at the White House when you report?
Yes, as you mentioned, I've been in a lot of situations where I'm typically wearing body armor when I'm overseas. Very different situation. I do have to say that I do feel incredibly safe by the incredible men and women who protect this area every day. We see some of those faces behind us here. That being said, what I do for a living is not what the average civilian and citizen should be used to. Thankfully, we live in a country where that kind of violence is not normalized. That being said, the D.C. police once again telling people not to come near this area, even though they do believe that this threat has been neutralized. Alicia.
Alex Hogan, thank you so much. And that is going to do it for us. We're going to see you back here tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern, for another big weekend show. Of course, keep it right here on Fox News Channel for continued coverage on the shooting.
Wow. Wall to wall, baby. Meanwhile, Al Jazeera is actually covering real shit. Craig Ferguson, American on Purpose. Oh God, dude, what is this like cringe ass aesthetic? I was thinking about this, but like, I tweeted about this a while back. You know how like brands are too slow to adapt to like cultural shifts that take place. So they're still running on like the previous formation. They think like woke is dead. Like all of these channels like CNN and shit, they probably launched these initiatives. Like half a year ago, right? And even at that time, they thought, oh, woke is dead now, so we have to be anti-woke. Like, Craig Ferguson is not like an anti-woke guy, but the aesthetics. No, Craig is good. But the aesthetics of it is like very clearly being like, oh, this is about being proud, like a real Tim Robinson style proud American, right? Yeah, Craig isn't American. I'm just saying he's Scottish, but he's probably like going to talk about what he loves about America and stuff. But it's like, it's patriot slop. Okay? It's fake patriot slop. And I think is it not Tim Robinson? No. What's the fucking guy? Home Improvement guy. Not Tim Robinson. What the fuck's the Home Improvement guy? God. Tim Allen, not Tim Robinson. My bad. Yeah, thank you. But another example of this is like the gubernators, the bungulators, AT&T, like doing this thing, which by the way, I don't really give a shit about burnt peanut one way or another. But in like 2020, a guy like Burnt Peanut would never get a massive sponsorship from a company like AT&T. And I think that's because they're still like, they've moved beyond brand sensitivity where they think like someone who is ostensibly apolitical and kind of right-wing coded is a good brand ambassador, right? To do like a massive brand ambassadorship like this. Because they all still think woke is so totally dead. And they are following the trend, and they're going to be years. They're going to be years behind the curve. To which I, of course, tweeted, "I'm reminded of when AT&T blacklisted me from participating in events they sponsored due to my Palestine advocacy, which they found to be controversial." I do think I shit on Burnt Peanut too much, though. I mean, I think he's just like a regular ass gamer. Like he's nowhere near as crazy as like Nick Merckx or anything like that, or Nick Merckx when he was peak anti-woke warrior. I think a lot of people get. Look, man. I'm at least aware enough to know when I'm hating on someone just for the funsies. I wish my enemies would also do me the same dignity and admit it, you know? Like, I think he's fine. He's just a chud. Who gives a shit? Yeah, he's just your regular ass everyday chud. But AT&T normally wouldn't be caught dead linking up and doing like a massive brand ambassadorship with like a regular ass everyday chud in the past, but they are now because they think like, you know, anti-woke is popping. This is your most cis white millennial opinion you have ever taken? I guess. The reason why I say who cares is because like I match people's output, right? his output is like having thoughtless conversations with people and being like, oh, our military could destroy you if we wanted to. You live in a third world shithole or whatever, you know? Like that kind of stuff is like gross, disgusting on its face, but it's also unbelievably commonplace. You know? Low-key, he's no different than Lud? No. Lud's more careful with his rhetoric, and I think Ludwig is... Coworker Wig is not a chud, okay? Coworker Wig is maybe a little too scared to ruffle feathers and be disruptive and stand on his principles, but ultimately he is a liberal. He's definitely woke. If anything, Chudwig is Coworker Wig is the left equivalent of Peanut. If Peanut is like normie but also kind of a chud, Coworker Wig is normie but also liberal. They're both content creators. They both try to be inoffensive in their own way. And by inoffensive, I don't mean like literally saying something, you know, like I don't know. Just they try not to ruffle too many feathers is what I mean. Two sides of the same coin. You need to consider that some people are just ignorant of these topics. I used to be like that too.
Around this as well. What more can you tell us now that we're a couple of hours out from this shooting?
Well, what we are told is this individual was crossing the street, reached into his bag, pulled out a gun, opened fire. Officers returned fire. What we also are told from law enforcement officials on background is that they have identified this individual based on the pedigree, the name, the date of birth. They've run that through their indices, both U.S. Secret Service, Washington, D.C. Police, FBI. It appears that he is a name match to someone who is known to the Secret Service and to the D.C. Metro Police Department as a person that they have had multiple encounters with.
Oh, he was on our radar. Okay, this makes me believe that this is a Israel activation, like a brand activation by the Israeli state. Come on, man. It's either, okay, there's only two forces in American politics right now of maximum importance. Israel's foreign policy goals and building that fucking ballroom. So it's one or the other, okay? You see a guy who's like a known entity to intelligence. It's like, who activated this man? Who said the MK Ultra code into his ear?
To fruition with an action that...
What are we doing? Is this a ballroom play? Okay. The question now is, what was written on the casings? What was written on the casings? Did the bullets have a statement about this is why I never want the ballroom to be built? Or did it say hello from Tehran, ceasefire never? You know, this one is for Iran type shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's either going to say fuck the ballroom or going to say something like, I hate Trump because I love Iran. Guy, Kash Patel getting really strange and esoteric with it, talking about, I actually hate if gas prices were to go down. Bullet casings read, keep the gas prices high, please. Or, I love Cuba.
It does kind of look like, especially if he's been doing this before, not violently, but just well known to Secret Service and the police department, that this could be a suicide by cop type of deal too. We just don't know the answer to any of that now. That's all going to be part of the history that they'll be going through. Fortunately, no police officers were hurt. President's fine. Again, I just pray for that bystander right now.
Certainly, certainly. We also have former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis here with us. Commissioner Davis, we're looking at this scene, as John Miller was telling us in the previous hour. We see all of these little yellow or orange cones, rather, where it would appear they're marking where evidence could be. We are starting to get more information as the hours go by. But what is standing out to you, and how are you assessing this?
Well, I would agree with Chuck and John, the way they're describing this. I can tell you that crime scene, all three of us have been at 1,000 locations that look like that, with the medical supplies on the ground, the yellow tape up, photographs and evidence being collected. That's pretty standard. And
sources say he was mad about the AT&T peanut thing. Bring back the regular mascot. Philly sending a fighter to Congress just to start across the country. Voters are sick of the Democrats putting billionaires first in Congress. I want Milot Quiros. We will 2026 by my side fighting for the change we need. Damn. Stud. What would your reaction be right now if Trump died for real this time? I would be so sad. I would say, wow, what a sad day for American democracy. That's what I would say.
With a sidearm, particularly a revolver, has zero chance of getting near anyone, and is going to be hit with a volley of shots if they open fire. So that's what this person should have been thinking.
Yeah. We have some new audio from Washington, D.C. Fire and EMS the moment these shots were reported near the White House. I'm going to play it again. This was just moments after, and it is police scanner audio. So we may not get a lot from it, but let's listen to what they said.
Battalion Chief EMS, Battalion Chief 6 respond, along with EMS 6, Engine 23, EMS 7. For a shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Battalion Chief EMS 6, Battalion Chief 6 respond for a shooting at 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Medic 2 respond along with Battalion Chief 6 for a shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Medic 2 respond along with Battalion Chief 6 for a shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest.
Chief Ramsey, again, that's probably pretty standard scanner traffic for something like this. But what do you think?
Well, I mean, it is standard. The fire dispatch, she's sending enough units to be able to make sure that it's covered quickly. But the location itself, they knew that it's right outside the White House grounds. And so obviously they're going to get a fast response, a large response. The same thing we didn't hear with the police dispatcher, but I'm sure they're dispatching at the same time. So Metropolitan Police, Secret Service, Park Police, and you have so many agencies there that would be responding in a situation like this. Because remember, when these initial calls come in, you don't know what you have. You absolutely do not know what you have. So you are going to have a large response to something like this, especially because of the location.
Absolutely. And John, just to go back to you, as we have been all night, to see kind of where you are and the information you're receiving. What is the latest you can tell us from your end?
The latest we have is the facts as we know them about the individual approaching and opening fire. We are told from law enforcement officials. The newest information we have is that now that they have had a chance to go through his pedigree, his name, his date of birth, their internal records, it turns out he was someone who was known to the Secret Service and to the D.C. Metro Police as someone who they have had encounters with before as a possibly emotionally disturbed person, and who has been encountered by law enforcement. Now, just to be clear, when we say known to the Secret Service, someone who has had multiple encounters at the White House, that means that could have occurred over a period of time. It's not to suggest that the officers in that in that security post would have recognized him necessarily, because, as Chuck Ramsey can tell you, the White House has a number of regulars who have repeated contact there and different issues. But it means that their records show it's someone that they've encountered before.
All right. Good information there. Everyone, please stand by. We've got more breaking news ahead. Please, we will come back to you all, plus President Trump saying the U.S. has largely, saying that the U.S. has largely negotiated a deal with Iran.
So they shot a homeless person? Yeah, I mean, guy probably had a gun. I mean, it seems like he took his gun out and like popped off. Who knows? It could literally just be a situation where homeless guy runs up. They know he's homeless. They pop him. He didn't even have a gun. They thought he had a gun. They pop him. And then they shoot another bystander in the process too. Or it was a witness, not a bystander. Has to kill the witness of the staging. Chatters. That's a very crowded area. I don't think there's only one witness. Okay. That's crazy. You're talking about outside of the fucking White House, dude. What do you mean? Oh, it's not like a dark street corner in the middle of the night. Okay. And also they didn't kill the bystander. He's currently in the hospital. Not today, rainy. Yeah, famously, tourists don't fucking traverse the outside of the White House regardless. Think about it. Coke Bert, think about it, bro. Just think. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy? Losing a war to Iran is hard work. It's 4 p.m. on a Saturday, and President Trump has been working hard at the White House since early this morning. This man is focused and determined. Tommy, you better fucking chill on my boy Stephen Chung, who I'm giving a follow right now because he's wonderful and lovely. What are you trying to hide, Piker? You never know, man. So many things. All I'm saying, man, sus. There's Knick fans in the RAN right now watching the game outside. Wrap this shit up. What? These guys are yapping about you big time?
He's basically our Nick Fuentes. You know, I mean, that.
What do you mean our? Bitch, we're not on the same side. Supporting Hamas is below the Houthis and saying Americans at 9/11 will get you a New York Times style profile, an op-ed, and an Ezra Klein endorsement. This is not sanity. This is suicide. Damn, Sam Harris is so jealous that he's washed, dude. El Bozo.
That exaggerates it by 10%. But, I mean, it's totally...
Wait. Saying I'm the left's Nick Fuentes is an exaggeration by only 10%. So the difference between a Holocaust denier, neo-Nazi, white supremacist, psychopath, and a socialist, anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist is just 10%? Bro, people who are Israel first are so funny. They just literally don't have any other... They have nothing in their lives. They're just constantly in a state of hysteria. Genuinely, it's got to be a real weird time to be like a pseudo-intellectual that was held in high regard previously, who was able to get away with like maximum Islamophobia and a defense of Israel in polite society. But now that like the overwhelming majority are no longer oblivious to how fucking shitty Israel is, they just have lost their minds. The amount of people that I see on the timeline being like, I have a friend who is a Jewish donor to the Democratic Party in Pennsylvania, and now he's finally quitting the party because Chris Rabb became his elected representative. It's like, first of all, that probably isn't a real person. And secondly, if that actually is a real person, that's an insane person. Like, that's kind of sad. Shouldn't you literally communicate to them that they're being hysterical? Like, if this is a loved one, if you have a loved one that you know that is that hysterical, if you care about them, you should probably talk to them and be like, dude, I'm going to keep it a $150 with you. Like, we gotta cut this Israel shit out a little bit. Like, it's kind of normal for people to feel this way. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Sure, anti-Semitism is on the rise, but like, don't you feel like maybe you're being a little hysterical? Like, to have a normal conversation with that person. No, everyone's insane. Everyone's insane. Everyone's like, yes, actually, Queen, actually, you're so right. You're so right. Every Democrat, every anti-Zionist Democrat actually is a unlimited Jew hater. They want to put Jews in concentration camps. It's true. That's literally what it is. They can't simply find it insane that this foreign country is able to suck up so much time, money, effort, human lives from the United States of America with and engage in ultra violence with regular frequency, with our weapons, with our taxpayer funded weapons, and then demand more. And people aren't questioning that relationship. Okay, people aren't questioning that relationship for any real reason. They're questioning that relationship because they love the Holocaust and they want it to happen again. That's probably what is going on. This seems like a normal opinion to have, dude. That's QAnon. I'm sorry. If you think at a time when like the majority of the public has turned on Israel, the majority of the public has turned on Israel for good reason, because Israel fucking sucks, okay? It's an apartheid state. It's done a genocide. It's literally bombing countries all the time. And it has terrible vibes. Shitty electronic dance music, okay? Infected mushroom style acid house, okay? I'm sorry. Food. Stolen for the most part. Not very good, okay? And unlimited amounts of fucking arrogance. To top it all off. Oh, it's called Psytrance. Sorry, I said acid house. Psytrance. You're right. It's not acid house. Acid house is good, motherfucker. I apologize, March. Thank you for correcting me. Okay? It's crazy. It's crazy that you got... Who has Israel killed in America? God, I wish I had my soundboard right now. I already went through the list of Americans that Israel has killed in the last couple of years. But Israel has also caused the death of American soldiers by forcing America's hand, by urging the United States of America to go to war with Iran, you know, so that also happened. Israel's also directly killed American civilians in the West Bank and also in Gaza, including one humanitarian rights worker too, humanitarian aid worker. And that's just Americans. But on U.S. soil, obviously, you know, on U.S. soil, who knows? Yeah, Israel killed an American Palestinian journalist, Shireen Abu Akleh, as well. Very famous one at that. So, yeah, but that's not even the point I was making. I mean, the whole, you know, all the soldiers that died in Operation Epstein's Fury, like all those soldiers died because, you know, they went to war for... Iran has killed way more Americans? Wait, what? Dog. First of all, even if that was true, one's a foreign adversary. We're not giving Iran tens of billions of dollars in weapons, you fucking idiot. What are you saying? Like, dude, that's so funny. This guy's like, well, Israel has gotten $380 billion in aid, okay, in the last 80 years from America. Iran has gotten zero, but also Israel gets to kill American civilians and American soldiers at times, like, or cause the death of American soldiers. One's a foreign adversary for no reason, really. Well, partially because of Israel. The other one's not just a foreign ally, but the only foreign ally. It's just very funny to live in this universe, like with this mentality.
Irredeemable character. He's on record saying that America deserved 9/11. He supports Hamas. He supports Hezbollah. He supports the Houthis. Needless to say, he thinks that Israel is an apartheid state that is guilty of genocide in Gaza. And just remember what the New York Times has done. They gave him a very favorable style section profile. They gave him his own op-ed. Ezra Klein idiotically embraced him in an op-ed titled "Hasan Piker is not the enemy." There was more. He was on another, at least 2 New York Times podcasts, one of which he was there celebrating micro-looting against corporations that you just think have too much money. I mean, this is just not anything like sanity for the Democrats, right? This is suicide. He's basically our Nick Fuentes. I mean, that
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Jesus, Lord mercy. All right, let's see what Aaron David Miller is saying about Iran.
Very tough negotiating for the next 30, 60, 90, well, maybe even more days ahead.
All right. Aaron David Miller, always good to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess.
And stay with CNN. The Secret Service saying officers shot and killed a man who shot.
Why I became American on purpose. So you take a little bit of this, you take a little bit of that, boom, you got America.
This is what I mean, is like kind of chud coded. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. It's 8:30 here. Okay. I'm going to go to sleep early because I got to wake up early. I got a bunch of stuff I need to do tomorrow. But then also tomorrow I'm going to have Molly Crabapple on to talk about the history of Jewish anti-Zionism, specifically the Jewish Bund. It's often a forgotten part of Jewish history. And yeah, that's all we got for the day. Yeah, Bundists. But I love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Starting off the day, all the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan sun is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you.